Good morning, race fans, and welcome to round number 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. We are here on this beautiful bright morning here at Whilton Mill, just on the outskirts of Daventry, Northamptonshire, and things have been running very well this morning. We are already getting ready for this first race of the day, the Army Bambinos, who are out on their warm-up lap at the moment. And as we say, very good weather conditions forecast for today's racing. Good temperatures out there, 18 degrees scheduled. Slight chance of rain in the afternoon, is very slight. There has been some rather questionable weather this week, but it has really brightened up well for today. Just on the track at the moment is the Army Bambino class, just out on their sighting lap, back on the grid in a few moments. Full day's racing here on Alpha Live. All of the groups having their 3 heats plus the finals later on this afternoon. And the Bambinos just making their way round towards the final corner now. We'll have a look how they qualified on the grids. And on pole position is the 22 of Jensen Walker, with Manav Deer in second place, Teddy Porter third, Jarlath Sayer fourth on the number 49, Jensen Thomas in fifth position, and Jack Jones sixth. Seventh is Daniel Miron Laurenti, Harry Curry in eighth position, Will Green, Jensen Chalk rounding up the top 10, with George House and Jensen Short in 12th position. So looking further down the grid, we've got Alfie Davidson in 13th place from Freddie Denton, Austin Gibson, Luke Millward in 16th, Leo Gorski and Ethan Owen in 18th place. Ronnie Ray Carter 19th, Christopher Isomba in 20th, Sukmani Kira 21st from Luca Narroway, Archie Rutter in 23rd and Charlie Clough in 24th. Rounding out the grid. Drivers are on the grid now, and we are waiting for our first race of the day. This, the first of the 3 heat races that all of the classes will have. And it looks like we are about ready to go. Engines fired up, drivers ready. The grid is now clear. So away we go. One driver left on the line there as the action gets underway. And they make their way around the first few corners up towards Christmas. There will be Jensen Walker with a good start there. Good clean start. They all get through this really tight, twisty part of the track. But right on cue, commentator's curse there. We've got trouble. 57, one of the drivers in trouble. That was Sukmani Kira amongst 2 or 3 others, and everyone seems to be away okay except for one. May possibly be Teddy Porter. Will pick that up on the lap charts when they come through in a few moments. The race goes on, of course, though. Everybody else staying out of trouble, and we're making our way down towards the centre of the track. There we see the number 40 of Jensen Thomas, right behind the 53, Will Green, just on the edge of the top 10. 85 of Daniel Miron Laurenti having a good start. Really got the jump off the grid well, round the final corner, and looks like he's already pulling out. Decent gap there. The lap times on that first lap, just over 1 minute. Manav Deer in second place. Jensen Walker dropping to third on that first lap from Jarlath Sayer. And of course, we did lose a couple of drivers on that first lap, but everyone seems to have got away, albeit towards the back of the pack. Plenty of action a little bit further down. Here we see again Will Green, who was in 7th place. Jensen Thomas and Leo Gorski in there as well. But already, Daniel Miron Laurenti pulling a nice little gap. It was 1.2 seconds last time round at the beginning of that first lap. And it looks to me like he has established a decent gap. We've got mechanical issues here for Jensen Short on the number 44. Oh, and trouble here as the number 40 of Jensen Thomas lost the back end. 16 caught up in there, Leo Gorski. And trouble here as the rest of the drivers trying to take evasive action. 17 stranded on the track there, Luca Narroway, but gets away. But the 25 and 46, Austin Gibson there. One of the drivers caught up. Marshall on hand to get those drivers untangled and back on their way. At the front, though, Laurenti looking good. The gap goes up to 2.8 seconds, staying out of the midfield trouble. Meanwhile, the 22 of Jensen Walker looks like he's putting Dio in second place on the 82. Under a bit of pressure here. They've just gone through Christmas Corner, down the hill towards Ashby. Not really close enough to go down the inside there. There's a bit of an off-camber on that corner, so got to be brave on the braking moves, but there is the 82 of Manav Diu in that battle for second place. And oh, there we see, now we had the mechanical flag out earlier for the number 44. A bumper missing from that machine. And here we see that battle again for second place. Laurenti pulling away all the time, but at the moment, Walker is really closing up on Diu in second place. Can't find a way through at the moment as we look further down. That was the 53 of Green there in sixth place. So Will Green, Jack Jones in there as well. Jensen Short, as we saw there, mechanical flag for him. And again, we're looking at the 22 of Manav Diu going up towards Christmas corner, that uphill braking zone. Diu very nice and smooth through that corner, looking a bit further back though. The 84 of Harry Curry setting a very good lap last time round, 58.74. And well, Harry Curry is starting to close up on Jensen Walker now. If these two start battling for second place, one would suspect that Harry Curry could be getting involved in this one. There you see the 22 Jensen Walker, and all over the back now is Harry Curry, 84. And I think he could be looking to try and make a move as they go towards Boot in the final corner. There we see Diu in second place. Manav Diu 4 seconds adrift of the leader, who's just gone through past the line now, and Daniel Miron Laurenti setting the fastest lap of the race, 58.25. Diu, Walker and Curry all very close. A little bit further behind in fifth place is Will Green. Jack Jones has gone up to sixth from Jarlath Sayer. And now down the inside, going up towards Christmas corner, goes the 84. And Curry into third place, Luca Narroway, running a bit further down the field. Up to 17th place now, picking up the mechanical flag. I wonder possibly if that's damage from one of those incidents at the start of the race. Man on the move here, though, is the 84 of Harry Curry. Now up to third place. And started to put Manav Diu in second place under some pressure. Nice line around the outside. He's going to try and cut back. Down the back straight. Can he get the momentum out of the corner as they head towards the boot section? Lovely move down the inside there from Harry Curry now. Can he make it stick? Yes, he can. So clear in second place now. Harry Curry round the final corner. Trouble there a little bit further down for the 70. I believe that was Jack Jones looking at the number, who was running well. We'll check that on the lap chart at the moment, but I think that may well have been Jack Jones that went off the track. Yes, it is, because he has tumbled all the way down the field. And the 16 actually running well. Leo Gorski, after that trouble early in the race, up to 9th position. Sukmani Kira as well on the 57. He's up to 10th, but all our eyes on the battle here now, because Manav Diu is fighting back here along with Jensen Walker. Well, there's Diu on 82. And those, well, we looked at Harry Curry early. He did seem to be closing up on these two at a rate of knots. And one would have thought he could have pulled away, but it doesn't seem to be the case, because at the moment, Manav Diu is sticking in there. Now, of course, he's just got to try and look for the lines here and try and find a way through. Curry is pulling away slowly. But Diu can't afford to relax here, because we have got Jensen Walker right behind as the clock ticks down. Final few laps of the race. And these heat races, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. At the moment, Daniel Miron Laurenti, the race leader, has got things under control. Looking down the further part of the top 10. We saw Curry in second place, Diu and Walker fourth. Will Green running strongly in fifth place. Jensen Chalk on right in the number 9 cart. Moving up the field a bit now, up to 6th position. And we've got Luke Millward. Leo Gorski still on the move in 8th place. Freddie Denton's dropped a couple of positions as well. And here we see the number 82 of Manav Diu losing a little bit of ground on Harry Curry, who's putting in some nice laps now in second place. There we see a bit further back. I think that may have been the number 44 of Jensen Short. About to go a lap down from the leader. Miron Laurenti looking good, putting in some consistent laps, 58s, very much in those regions really, 58 second lap times. Harry Curry, fastest lap of the race with a 58.19. And looking further back, the 16, who's been on the move, Leo Gorski, Sukmani Kira in number 57. Also looking good in 9th, just got past Freddie Denton in the 98. And here we see this battle just on the edge of the top 10. Millward and 57 Kira battling away. Oh, nice move there from Sukmani Kira, switching back. as they head down towards Ashby now. Can he make the move? Not at the moment. Kira, again, just nice legs out of the corner, nice smooth line. 88 just behind there as well. 98, sorry, Freddie Denton. And 35 here, Ronnie Ray Carter going down the inside of Freddie Denton, but can't make the move. Denton's got the line as they head towards Boot, and now towards the final corner. 77 getting involved in this one as well. George House. He crossed the line now, I believe I think we're on the last lap now. The 8 minutes have now been completed. Oh, was rattling the curbs there was Sukmani Kira, 57. Freddie Denton still in there as well, and 38, Luke Millward. But look at this three-way battle just behind them. Ronnie Ray Carter, George House, Ilan Owen all in there. The 77 of George House, a little bit further behind. 35, Ronnie Ray Carter, putting Freddie Denton under a bit of pressure down towards Ashby, but can't find the move down the inside. Meanwhile, we wait for our leader. That is the 85 of Daniel Miron Lorente. It's been a faultless race and crosses the line to take the last lap board. 1 lap to go then for Lorente. Just got to keep it pointing straight, really, because he has got a 6-second gap at the front, 6.5 seconds now, as the impressive Harry Curry fighting through to second place. But realistically, the leader is out of sight at the moment. 49, a bit further back there. That's Jala Sear making the move up to 20th place past Charlie Clough. So 1 lap to go, and there we see Lorente, the blue flags going up there as he picks his way through some of the back markers. 49 there, just going a lap down. That is Jala Sear, currently in 20th position. But it's been a faultless race for Daniel Miron Lorente. 85 heading towards Boot for the final time. 6.5 seconds ahead going into that final lap. And Lorente through Boot down towards the final corner now. Checkered flag now being readied, and the first race win of the day goes to Daniel Miron Lorente. Fantastic race for him there. Sear just behind, 1 lap down in 20th place in the number 49. Harry Curry second. Marnav Diu resisting the pressure from Jensen Walker and Will Green. Jensen Chalk a bit further behind in 6th place. And he would say Daniel Miron Lorente looks pleased with that one, and who can blame him, because it really was a textbook race for him. Bit of trouble on the first lap further down the pack, but he just looked for lines and kept it nice and smooth. So, of course, 2 more heat races to go, plus the final. But in this early part of the day, Daniel Miron Lorente certainly looking in good form and throwing down a marker. A bit further down in the top 10, Jensen Chalk was 6th, Leo Gorski 7th, Sukmani Kira 8th in that close battle. Luke Millward and Freddie Denton rounding out the top 10, just ahead of Ronnie Ray Carter. George House down to 12th, Ethan Owen 13th. The rest of the drivers on the lead lap making their way through. So that was the Bambinos for race number 1. Moving on very shortly, of course, the Cadets. You'll probably see them just to the left of your screen in the dummy grid area, and they'll be out on track in just a few moments. Heat number 1 of the Omani Cadets in the dummy grid area at the moment. Sky Parker first from Rami Drame in 2nd position. Oscar George Cartmile 3rd from Freddie LaRosa, Lawrence Finn and Fred Green in the 98. Ethan Woodward, Jacob Beecroft 8th, Jesse Phillips 9th, Jack Mowat in 10th place, Zach Green and Daniel Amore in 12th. Joseph Katsatonis rounding up the field on the number 12 in 13th position. Just a reminder, of course, that things have been running very well here at Whilton Mill this morning, and the event starting a little bit earlier than anticipated. So we appreciate you may have just missed the Bambino race. Pop over to the YouTube channel if you want to catch that first heat race. Meanwhile, out onto the track, for the first time in race action today are the Cadets. And as we mentioned earlier, very good conditions here at Whilton Mill. Temperatures around 18 degrees, nice, bright and sunny. Low forecast of rain, so one would say that this is pretty much prime conditions for racing today. And the Whilton Mill circuit, as you can see, looking in prime condition for this fourth round of the championship. Drivers just making their way through the Ashby section for the first time, that downhill braking section. Very demanding circuit this, as we mentioned earlier, of course, is the first block of the races. We have got 3 heat races for all of the race categories, plus the finals later on this afternoon, and it's all on Alpha Live. Drivers just getting into grid position now as we go through boot, and we'll be underway in just a moment, making our way down towards the final corner. And Cadets now underway for their first heat race of the day. So Daniel Amore looks like the 41, guarding that inside line going up to Christmas as the 98. Fred Green sweeping round the outside. Now, did he make the move stick? Oh, evidently not, because there he is in the middle of the field, facing the wrong way. And the unfortunate 83, Ethan Woodward, caught up in the melee, and he has come off worse. He doesn't look too happy. Unlucky for him there, because it was just a bit of bad luck there. And now, number 98, Fred Green, tried that brave move round the outside, but got a bit of work to do. Buried now towards the bottom of the top 10. 23, though. Looks pleased with that one so far. Jack Mowat, nice and smooth through boot for the first time. Second position now. That could well be Ethan Woodward in there as well. 41 going, having a good move there. Daniel Amore as they cross the line for the first time. So Jack Mowat first position. Daniel Amore and Castantonis in third position on the number 12. Cartmel fourth, number 80, as they make them up towards Christmas. Down the inside, the 26. Upping up on the lap charts at the moment. We'll have a look at that in a moment. Daniel Amore still in there as well. So Daniel Amore just behind there in second place now after that very close first lap. There's a bit of trouble there, of course, in that first lap. So Jesse Phillips, I believe, the 26. Into the pack at the moment, and Moore just know it there as well. Daniel Amore and number 80. That's Cartmel having a look there, going around the final corner. Down the inside there goes number 80, Cartmel. On 41, Daniel Amore. Nice little move there going through Christmas corner. Lawrence Finn just behind as they go down towards Ashby. A little bit further behind, they look like Zach Green and Jacob Beecroft in there as well. 53 there. Zach Green fending off the number 19 of Lawrence Finn. So Green having a little nip down the inside, but 41 the machine there of Daniel Amore. Losing out, they're going into boot, but he's got the inside line and will hold on to that position. Zach Green having a look, great move there from Zach Green as they go down towards the final corner, and Green positioning that kart nicely on the apex, and a double sweep there, moving up to fourth position on our lap charts. There's Mowat there, 23. Katsantosis down the inside, they're going into Christmas corner. Number 20 just behind, but Katsantonis, nice little move there, up to second on the track. Oh, it drops to third. And just a little bit rough there on the outside line, but maintains the momentum. Looks good. And trying to fight back now on Katsantonis as they head towards boot. A nice smooth line there, Mowat just peeking, trying to find a way through. So Phillips just a bit further ahead on the number in the 26. Rest of the top 10 settling down a bit now. It is very close indeed, though. Not much between them as we head towards the halfway point in this heat, plus the one lap, of course, at the end. And, down the inside there, number 80. Cartmel having a look at 53. Down this battle now going down towards Ashby, and Zach Green in there as well. Daniel Moore just lost a couple of places, but still very much involved in this battle. Number 19, Lawrence Finn, trying to get involved as well, as the 53 of Zach Green all over the back now. There's Fred Green there, Zach Green in there as well. Number 80, Oscar George Cartmel, really getting involved in this one too. Leaders going through boot, and here we see this battle filling out the rest of the top 10. Fred Green closely followed by Zach Green. Oscar George Cartmel in there as well. And Cartmel with his fastest lap of the race, 54.05. Jack Mowat, incidentally, with that fastest lap, 53.60 of the race so far. Very close going into Christmas corner as the 98 of Fred Green fends off this battle. No margin of error here as they go down towards Ashby. And 41 just on the edge. Daniel Moore starting to get involved as well. But 98, Fred Green doing a great job here. I'm sure he knows that there's traffic close behind. Joseph Katsantonis a little bit further ahead, closely followed by Jack Mowat on the 23. Fred Green though going into boot. Nice smooth line. But all over the back here is Zach Green in the 53. Cartmel and Lawrence Finn just behind there as well. Daniel Moore, they all cross the line with 2.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining. And impossible to say who's going to come out on top in this one. There has been a contact warning for Cartmel in the 80. So evidently the steward's deciding it's getting a little bit rough out there. Just a reminder to Cartmel just to keep things under control as they head down towards Ashby. Katsantonis looking good at the front from Mowat. So contact warning there for Cartmel, and have to try and fight again. Number 98 fending him off at the moment. Fred Green. And Zach Green just with a little glance over the shoulder. Trouble here though. There's the 98. Hand goes up. And Fred Green evidently has some sort of a problem looking over towards the engine. Oh, and he'll be gutted with that because he's running so strongly in that top 5 position. And for whatever reason, the engine has evidently cut out. He's pushing it away down towards the pits. What a shame there for him as Fred Green drops out of contention. Meanwhile, the action further up here as the 23 of Jack Mowat having a look down the inside into Ashby. Not close enough to go down the inside. Oscar George Cartmel looking good as well. So here's Katsantonis, closely followed by Mowat. Green in there as well, who was, of course, earlier in the race. And again, Jack Mowat having a look down the inside as they head towards boot, but not able to find an opening. Just looking a bit further behind there. The number 20 also involved in this as well, as, oh, just drifting a bit wide there was Mowat over the final corner, but doesn't lose much time. Katsantonis, 53.44, fastest lap of the race so far. Just on his tail as they go through Christmas corner. Just trying to find an opening right on the rear bumper of that Kart as they go down towards Ashby. Very difficult to get a braking zone on the inside there because it is a steep hill down into that corner, but it can be done. Katsantonis are doing very well here, just covering those lines, not leaving an inch to get through. Next time round will be the last lap of this heat race. Katsantonis through into boot now. Mowat just trying to find a way through in the 23. So around they go towards the final corner. Last lap board going out. Number 20 in that battle, Sky Parker, showing up here 12th in the race so far. So there's Parker in this one as well, down towards Ashby at the final time they go. Nice and neatly through that tricky right-hander. And Katsantonis now pulling away. Still Mowat in there. And Sky Parker, number 20, just shadowing this battle at the moment. So there first on the track is the 26. heading towards boot for the final time. And that's showing us Jesse Phillips around the final corner, and we'll take the checkered flag from Katsantonis. Moment in there in that thrilling final lap battle. Sky Parker just going through there. And after an eventful race, Oscar Cartmail, 4th position, closely followed by Finn and the 41 of Daniel Moore. Very close first race then for the cadets in their first of the 3 heat races. Rest of the top 10 making their way through. Jacob Beecroft in 7th place in the 42, closely followed by Ethan Woodward. And this should now be Rami Germain, 91 going through, will finish in 9th place. Running at the top 10. Any moment now, coming down towards the final corner, should be Freddie LaRosa, number 16, flying through that final corner for the last time in this heat race, and will take 10th position. That draws to a close then our first race of the day for the cadets. First of our heat races. In just a few moments, Honda cadets lining up ready in the dummy grid at the moment. We'll cut to those in just a few moments' time for their first of the 3 heat races. Honda cadets coming up in just a few moments. Here we are then at Whilton Mill. If you're joining us, we are running a little bit ahead of schedule here today. We are already through to the first of the Honda cadets. My name's Chris Czora, delighted to join you here at Alpha Live and take you through the day's race action here at Whilton Mill for this 4th round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Let's have a look at the grid for Honda cadets. Lucy Wilden, 99, with Mayan Patel, 2nd place. Brendan James, 87, 3rd. Jack Price. David Viscachaw in 5th position from Charlie Mills. Rocco Leon Shenton, 7th place. Joshua Bugemi, 8th. Mason Thurlow, 9th. Callum Wilson, 10th. Jake Schulz, 11th. And Hayden Gray, 12th. Jake Humphrey, 13th from Leo Billingham. Jensen Pugh. Adam Hill, 16th. Oliver Sander in 17th. Ashton Wiggins in 18th. Ethan Wielden, 19th. Harry Higgs in 20th place. Harrison Whitcomb, 21st. Ben Simpson, 22nd. Dalton Hayward, 23rd from Oliver Meek, 24th position. Hugh Roche in 25th from Oliver Gibson. Marley Parejo, 27th. Harrison Morrow, Harry Friel, and Hugo Majewski, 30th position in number 41. And the final few positions taken up by Oliver Majewski, 31st. Riley Bishop, Kai Clark, and Jack Owen Drawbridge, number 72, rounding out this very busy field of Honda cadets who are in the waiting zone at the moment in the dummy grid area. They should be out in just a few moments for their first of the 3 heat races. So very busy grid here. This first lap is going to be very important just to get a good clean start, stay out of trouble, especially when you look at the braking zone going up towards the top of the circuit into Christmas Corner. It's an uphill drag to that 3rd corner, and very easy to get a good late jump down the inside in that uphill braking zone, but very important to stay out of trouble. So we're just waiting now for the Honda cadets to make their way out onto the circuit for their formation lap. As mentioned, of course, we are running a bit ahead of schedule, so check out the action on the YouTube channel if you want to catch up with the previous 2 races. We're already onto our 3rd race of the day so far, so we've already had the Bambinos and the cadets out onto the track. So if you want to catch that action, it is available on the YouTube channel a little bit earlier in this program. Practice went very quickly this morning, no incidents, so touch wood. We hope that that's the case for the remainder of the day. Already through into the race action. Just a brief delay here before the cadets make their way out. You can see them there just to the left of the screen here on the dummy grid at the moment. Whilton Mill, of course, a very popular circuit, and we've got a big entry in this Honda Cadet class, the just over 1,100 meters long, and with Whilton Mill, it's got a real mixture of everything here. We've got the fast and slow corners, and there is the element, of course, of gradient in there. When you look towards Christmas and Ashby, you've got the uphill and downhill sections. So a real mixture of challenges for the drivers here. There's got a bit of everything here at Whilton Mill, and certainly is popular with the drivers weather conditions, as we said before, looking very good. We're looking about 17 degrees at the moment. It is predicted, of course, to warm up a bit as the day goes on, but certainly not sweltering hot. You would say that it would suit the drivers well, though. Slightly lower temperatures, and there is always the aspect of the karts running better when it is a little cooler. So the Cadets, those Honda engines out on track now, having a look as they go through Christmas and down into Ashby. Things quite serene at the moment as they make their way back towards the grid, but I'm sure it'll get exciting in a few moments' time. Big entry of Cadets in this race, and the first lap or so will be very important. So the grid will be forming up in just a few moments. Drivers now making their way around the centre of the track. The first few drivers on the grid making their way towards boot in a few moments, and we'll see them in just a moment down on the line. So Honda Cadets, this is of course a static start. The drivers will line up on the grid, and then from that standing start they'll wait for the lights to go out. A little bit further back there we've got Dalton Hayward, 69 as well, Harrison Whitcomb, all lining up in their locked positions. Welcome to Alpha Live and round number 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. My name is Chris Czora, delighted to be joining you for this afternoon of race action. And right in front of us now, the Honda Cadets lining up for heat number 1. Big group of drivers, and with just some final preparations taking place on the grid. I think one driver maybe in the wrong position there, just sorting that all out. So that was I think that's the number 20, Mayan Patel possibly. A bit of a mix-up here on the grid, just to make sure Patel's in the right position. I think somebody may have taken his space, so just a few moments here just to sort the Cadets out, make sure everyone's in the right positions. Adds to the tension, of course, for those sitting especially towards the front of the grid. They can't see all this happening behind them. They've just got to be patient and wait for things to clear up a bit further back. Everyone, of course, in their own mind looking to how they're going to strategize and get through those first few corners in a good position now. I think we're about ready to go. The grid about to be cleared. Drivers receiving their final instructions. So the stewards is making sure everyone is clear of the grid before the first heat of the day for Honda Cadets gets underway. Looks like everything is ready to go. Honda Cadets, heat number 1, first of 3 heats for the day. Final later on this afternoon, and this could be a very close race, I would say. Quite a few top drivers got to try and fight their way through on the opening lap or so just to get through, get a good position. We've seen a couple of incidents on the first lap in the opening 2 races, so you would say that the first few corners, especially with such a big group, will be vitally important. Drivers ready now as we wait for the lights. 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat race about to get underway. Lights go out and we are away. Into the first corner they go. Honda Cadets, race number 1. Oh, trouble further back there, number 39. Took a real clattering into the tyre barriers there. Seems to be okay. The race goes on as they make their way through Christmas for the first time. The front runners mostly appear to have got through cleanly down towards Ashby for that first time. And 72, I think that's Jack Owen Drawbridge, the early leader. As we get through, everyone filtering through the centre of the track now, and all looking very close. Hugo Roche in the 70. 37, Charlie Mills a little bit further behind, but 72, Jack Owen Drawbridge leading through boot for the first time. Ashton Wiggins, 57, right on the tail there. The rest of the top 10 go charging through this first corner for the first time, and we'll check the early running order then. So Jack Owen Drawbridge, your early leader. Ashton Wiggins second. Harrison Morrow in third. Adam Hill fourth. Hugo Ross, Jake Humphrey, David Wisjaw, 47 in 7th place, Charlie Mills, Riley Bishop and Hayden Gray, as down the inside, great little move there into Christmas corner, goes Ashton Wiggins. Steals the line there from Owen Drawbridge. He tries to fight back going into Ashby, but not able to get down the inside, as the drivers further down the top 10 all having a bit of a peek there, having a look down the inside, but can't find a way through. Harrison Morrow, 75, trouble further down though for 81. A bit further down the field, getting the contact warning. 47. That's David Wisjaw with the fastest lap of the race, incidentally, 58.24. Having a little look there with Jake Humphrey as they go charging through. Look how wide they're going further back there. And Harry Higgs getting a warning as well. Number 45, he's a little bit further down. Relatively local driver. And Higgs just getting that warning. It is fast and furious further down the field, and it is at the front here as well. Nice little move there for 32 into Christmas corner, Riley Bishop. Still though, it's 57, Ashton Wiggins at the front. Jensen Pugh getting a penalty, so evidently there's trouble further down. A little bit of contact, one would suspect. But look how close it is with the 37. This is all towards the edge of the top 10. Down the inside goes 52. So that's the 52 there. Joshua Bugembi making his way through the field. 69 also having a look as well. So Whittingham, look how close it is at the edge of the top 10. They go charging through fast and furious. Certainly no margin for error whatsoever. We've still got half the race to go here. 5 minutes plus the one lap. As David Wisjaw, 47, having a peek, but there, 70 into Christmas corner. Hugh Roche. So Hugh Roche getting up a position now, 70. Owen Drawbridge still there, the early race leader. Second place, Ashton Wiggins, your race leader, but it's all very close. 1 second covering the top 4 last time round. So Hugh Roche, number 70, now clear into second place. And now let's see if Roche can challenge the race leader. There is 57, Ashton Wiggins, that great move early in the race to take the lead. Owen Drawbridge, 72, the early race leader, dropping to third position, closely followed by Riley Bishop, who is picking his way through the field. 37, having a look down the inside there. But Ashton Wiggins, still your race leader. And as they go through, Dalton Hayward, 53.62, fastest lap so far. There's Bishop on the inside. Oh, it looks like he's actually got past Owen Drawbridge, up to third place now. So Riley Bishop up to third. Roche still there in second, but can't do anything about the leader at the moment. Ashton Wiggins with a whole train of karts behind him. This is turning into quite a feat here for Ashton Wiggins. Still got 3.5 minutes plus the one lap to go. As Bishop now looks like he's up to clear in third place. Owen Drawbridge having a look on the exit of boot and has got the line into the final corner. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but now, of course, going into that first corner, Riley Bishop has got the inside line, holds on to that third place. All incredibly close here, as Hugh Roche having a look down the inside into Christmas corner, not close enough to go for the pass just yet. Certainly no margin for error here, because we have got about 5 or 6 drivers right on the tail here. Track limit warning there for the Brendan James, running a bit further down the field. And you would say very close action here. Any one of these 6 or 7 drivers could feasibly win this heat race, but Wiggins just trying to pull away here. And Wiggins will certainly be hoping that these drivers just behind him start battling and block each other, get in each other's way, allow him to pull away a bit. But at the moment, it's still incredibly close. There are still 2.5 minutes to go, plus the one lap. As Owen Drawbridge having a look down the inside going into the final corner. Wiggins crosses the line in the lead. Riley Bishop with his fastest lap of the race, 54.05, running very wide there, trying to find an opening going up to Christmas corner. Looks like Hugh... Oh, down the inside there goes 68 of Dalton Hayward, who is fighting his way through the field. And Hayward certainly is the one to watch in these closing stages. Down to Ashby they go. So Riley Bishop, now your new race leader. All change here, but Dalton Hayward looking very strong in second place. Ashton Wiggins drops to third. Looking at the clock here, I think they will have another lap before that last lap board comes out. We've still got 1 minute, just coming up to 1 minute 40 on the clock. They will cross the line before that time. There is the early leader. A little bit further behind now. Jacko and Drawbridge dropping a few places now down to 6th place. It's all very close indeed. So effectively here we've got 2 laps to go, and this is turning into quite a fight at the front here. Dalton Hayward all over the back of Riley Bishop. Going to try something into Christmas corner. Nice little move there. Takes the inside line, and a textbook pass there from Dalton Hayward to take the lead in the closing stages. I think next time round, realistically, I think there's 1 minute to go, so they may squeeze. It's going to be tight. They may squeeze through, actually. Before the 8 minutes is up, it's going to be tight. And certainly, I think Riley Bishop will be hoping that he'll find an opening here as the race draws to a close. Dalton Hayward has done very well in the second half of this race to fight through into the lead and is looking very smooth at the front. But Riley Bishop, 32, certainly not throwing in the towel here. Previous leader Ashton Wiggins just a little bit further behind in third, still very close as the rest of the top 10 filter their way through. And they have got through actually before the 8 minutes is up, so we're going to go for another lap before we see the last lap board. Plenty of action here. So Wiggins in third, David Wishaw in fourth, 47. Joshua Bagembi has been slowly moving through the field, now up to 5th place, 52. Hurosh drops to 6th place, Harrison Whitcomb, 69. And Jacko and Drawbridge, the early leader, now down to 7th position. Lucy Wilden picking up a penalty. Charlie Mills and Harrison Morrow rounding out the top 10. So let's have a look at the leaders. Just over 1 lap to go here. And Dalton Hayward, fastest lap of the race last time round with a 53.48. But Riley Bishop looks threatening in second place. These top 2 drivers now pulling away from the rest of the top 10 as the last lap board goes out. And at the moment, it looks like a fight between Dalton Hayward and Riley Bishop as the impressive David Wishaw moves up to 3rd position, picking his way through the top 10 throughout the race, and now into that top 3 position. There we see with 52, Joshua Bagembi, another impressive driver here. He's had a good race so far, now in 3rd place as our leaders nose to tail on this final lap. Dalton Hayward, 53.19 last time round, fastest lap of the race. Wishaw and Bagembi, 47, 52, battling away for 3rd place here. Come our 2 leaders towards boot for the final time, and Bishop having a peek down the inside. Can't find an opening. Dalton Hayward makes his way through boot for the final time, down towards the pit bend, the final corner. And looks like we'll take the checkered flag. Wishaw in 3rd place. Checkered flag goes out. And a great win there for Dalton Hayward, just ahead of Riley Bishop. Oh, and a drag race to the line there between Wishaw in 3rd, Bagembi 4th, and nothing between those. Ashton Wiggins, Harrison Whitcomb in 6th, Hugh Roche in 7th, Hayden Gray 8th, Owen Drawbridge 9th, Mills in 10th position. Mason Thurlow, Harrison Morrow, it is as close as that. Action-packed Honda Cadets there. First race, and very well done to Dalton Hayward. Fastest lap of the race on that final lap, 53.16. Riley Bishop only a few hundredths of a second slower. So just goes to show what an incredible pace that was in that Honda Cadets first heat race of the day. Coming up next, we have the Mini X30s and the Mini Max there in the dummy grid at the moment, and it'll be out on track in just a few moments. Mini X30 and Mini Max out in a few moments. Let's have a look how they line up. Bobby Rosier from Woody Radford, Oliver Kerr in 3rd, Oliver Smith in 4th, Mac McFarker 5th, and Gabriel Stilt. Alfie Briggs 7th, Kyle Slee, Morgan Hill, Aidan Hassan in 10th, Kieran Garrity 11th, Harry Ewell 12th, Ty Major 13th from Ryan Ward, Jack Hobson, Henry Gregory, Kira Harris in 17th, Charlie Webb 18th, Leo Brown 19th position, Shravan Shanmugavel in 20th, and Rylan Ekberg rounding out this 21 grid field. So drivers in the waiting zone, we have the Mini X30 and the Mini Max out on track. Of course, they will be scored separately. There we see the Honda Cadets just making their way back into the pits after that thrilling first heat race for them. And I'm sure they'll be Plenty more action from the Honda Cadets a bit later on. That was a very close first race at this fabulous Whilton Mill circuit. Really very well turned out, and of course there's a lot of development here at Whilton Mill over the past few years. You'll see the impressive new clubhouse facility to the left of your screen at the moment. A lot of investment into the infrastructure here. It's always been a very well turned out, very challenging circuit, but certainly very befitting location for this fourth. Oh, was somebody perhaps on cold tyres there, the number 14. Just pirouetting round as they go out onto the track, but nothing serious, and I'm sure that will be nothing damaged there except for the driver's pride as somebody else. Oh, that's the 71, I think. So there we go, at least he's not alone. Mini Max drivers also making their way out onto the track. Now, it's a bit embarrassing, you would say, but of course, relatively cold tyres, not quite up to temperature. And on these fierce two-stroke power bands, it's very easy to put the power down and lose things. As, again, one or two others a bit further down. Just going through Christmas. So we've got the X30s and the Mini Max all lining up. They all will start in two separate bunches, depending on the groups. And here we go, round towards the pits corner. And there you see the pre-mix smoke flying in the air as they get underway. Alfie Briggs leading them through, Ryan Ekberg in there as well. Mini Max should be underway in a few moments. There they go through towards the final corner. So we are underway. X30 and Mini Max all racing now, and already the leading group making their way down to Ashby the first time. One driver spinning out just on the approach of the downhill section, but seems to get away okay. Wave yellow's there, but track is now clear as the first of the Mini Max drivers make their way through. 74 then, your early leader, Ryan Ekberg, with a good start. Back end stepping out slightly into boot, but certainly had that under control. Gabriel Stilpin there as well as they go charging through for the first time. So Ekberg, your leader, Stilpin second, Jack Hobson third from Leo Brown. Alfie Briggs also running strongly. And Sean McGarville, 24. Should see there, just in there as well, just ahead of the 25 of Charlie Webb. Morgan Hill also in there as well. They go down towards Ashby. Very close action at the front of the X30 Mini. Meanwhile, the number 10, Gabriel, still starting to close now on Rylan Ekberg. There's Ekberg, 74, got the jump early on. They go charging around the final corner, but still is looking strong in second place. I think we've had trouble for Kira Harris a bit further down, but the race goes on. Still having a look down the inside, going into Christmas corner, and takes the lead. So Gabriel still 47.9, fastest lap of the race, and the new leader. A bit further down in the Mini Max, it's Bobby Rosier leading from Oliver Kerr and Oliver Smith. But very close action here at the front as the 74 of Rylan Ekberg starts to fight back. Still just looking over the shoulder there, going into boot. Very, very close action here as they make their way around the final few corners back towards the finish line. And those two now pulling away. Looks like Jack Hobson. I think Hobson was the one who, one of the ones who pirouetted out on the sighting lap there, but certainly has regained his composure and looking good in third place. Leo Brown, Alfie Briggs, and one to look out for at the moment is the 64 of Aidan Hassan. You see they're running in sixth place, fastest lap of the race, 47.49, and starting to close up on Alfie Briggs as the rest of the field go through. It's still the 49 of Bobby Rosier leading the Mini Max. Oliver Kerr, Oliver Smith in there as well. So 64 there, we see that's the one we mentioned at the moment ago, Aidan Hassan. And Hassan starting to catch up on Alfie Briggs, fastest lap of the race last time round. And let's see how Hassan gets on. So there we see the number 49 currently in the lead of the Mini Max. That is Bobby Rosier. starting to catch up on the number 17. That is Ryan Ward. So this Mini-Max race is still pretty close, and they are starting to close up on some of the tail enders from the X30. Charlie Webb with the 71 of Henry Gregory and Morgan Hill right behind. They go down towards Christmas Corner, sorry, towards Ashby, I should say. And we see 24 just breaking away shot. Now that was Sean McGarville, who dropped a few positions a little earlier on. Still the 49 of Bobby Rosa leading the Mini-Max as Gabriel Stilp goes through. Ryan Eckberg right behind as we head towards the closing few laps. Aidan Hazan still on the move, still with the fastest lap of the race, 47.04, as the rest of the top 10 make their way through. Leo Brown, Charlie Webb, Henry Gregory currently in 7th place, Alfie Briggs, Morgan Hill, Ty Major rounding out the top 10. There's Hazan with a whole group of drivers behind him. Still, Gabriel Stilp, number 10, your race leader. And now starting to pull away ever so slightly from Rylan Eckberg. But here's all the action, because it looks to me, it certainly is, yes, it's Aidan Hazan now up to 3rd position from Jack Hobson, and Hobson coming under a lot of pressure now from Leo Brown as they go around the final corner. Hazan breaking away now. Gabriel Stilp with the fastest lap of the race, 46.88. The pace going up the track, you would almost say, almost perfect conditions really, and they really are getting to pace here in this opening heat race. There's Aidan Hazan in 3rd now, starting to pull away from this battle for 4th. Hobson now coming under some real pressure from Leo Brown. Charlie Webb could be a factor in this battle for 4th place. And Hobson all the time losing ground on Aidan Hazan, who is pulling away in 3rd, as down the inside goes Leo Brown. Had a look there, but couldn't find a way through. Going to fight back into the final corner, not quite. Hobson got the line into that final corner. Currently in 4th place, a little bit further back is Charlie Webb. In 6th, Henry Gregory and Alfie Briggs also involved in this close battle, as Hobson has a quick look over the shoulder. Hobson still good in 4th place. A little bit further back, the 49 of Bobby Rosick still leading the Mini-Max from Oliver Kerr, Oliver Smith in there as well, Woody Radford and Mac McParker just crossing the line, as again we look at this battle, and a great move there down the inside from Leo Brown to get past Jack Hobson. Nice neat move as they head towards Boot. Still a couple more laps to go, plenty of time for action further down the field, but at the front it's starting to settle down a bit here as Gabriel Stilp gets into a nice rhythm here. Another fastest lap, 46.68, and the gap now goes up to 1.67 seconds from Rylan Eckberg. Aidan Hazan currently alone in 3rd, but closing on Eckberg. But all the action is here as they go through Christmas Corner in 4th place. Leo Brown, Jack Hobson is now fighting back. Charlie Webb and Henry Gregory just a little bit further behind. So it looks to me like Jack Hobson may just have been looking at some of the lines that Leo Brown was using. Seeing where he's losing time maybe. And now fighting back here. At the moment, Leo Brown can't quite shake off this group of drivers. Charlie Webb looking threatening in the 25 as we head through. Oh, I think they may well squeeze through here just before the clock goes down for another lap possibly. We'll check in a few moments. Let's see if Hobson gets through. Not quite as they go through to Christmas Corner. Charlie Webb just behind as they go down towards Ashby. 4 abreast going through the corner, and that was Alfie Briggs, 47, just a bit further behind. So Leo Brown currently in 4th place, holding off this train of drivers. At the moment, Hobson can't find a way through. We go through Boot once again. Oh, a little bit clattered the curb there from Jack Hobson. Just a little bit of time there, but not too much. Still stays very much in contention. So the clock now down to 0. 2 laps to go effectively in this X30 Mini and Mini Max Heat 1. Here we see the 22 of Oliver Kerr. 2nd from the Mini Max with 49 Rosier just a bit further ahead. starting to pick their way through some of the back markers in the X30 class. These two groups, of course, racing together, but they are scored separately in their own respective championships. And actually, Oliver Kerr is starting to close slightly on Rosier. We've still got this great four-way battle here as the number 14, looks like he's got through actually, just out of shot. So back into fourth place now goes Jack Hobson as we go into the last lap, but it's all very close behind here. We've got Leo Brown, Charlie Webb, Henry Gregory involved in this one as well. Alfie Briggs goes through. It should be Keon Geraghty, 73. Morgan Hill and Ty Major going through. Oh, the action in Christmas Corner. I think there was a bit of a contact there. Now, did they all get through it? Looking at those front runners, I think everyone stayed on the track as the 22 there, Morgan Hill and Ty Major having their own battle. But here we see the number 10 of Gabriel Still. All the action behind him, but he has established himself at the front through the final corner for the last time, and the checkered flag goes out for the first heat race. Gabriel Still, your race winner. Rylan Ekberg, early leader in second place, and impressive drive there from Aidan Hazan, charging through that field to third. Oh, and it's all very close there as Jack Hobson just holds off Charlie Webb. Henry Gregory and Alfie Briggs just a bit further behind Leo Brown. I think that was the driver that was caught up in that contact just after Christmas Corner, drops to 8th position. Kieran Geraghty in 9th, and now we look at the leaders of Mini Max, and round the final corner they go. Bobby Rosier is your race winner, just ahead of Oliver Smith and Oliver Kerr in that very, very close battle. Kyle Slee goes through with Harry Gould, and it looks like Mac McParker, number 87, will take fourth in the Mini Max. And some more close action there. We move on to Junior Max in just a few moments. Whilton Mill Clark Club, round number 4 of the championship, and we are about to get underway with the Junior Max. Drivers in the dummy grid area at the moment: Finley Harrion in first from Luke Ringham, Kyle Dunford third, Spencer Brom in fourth, Jack Davis in fifth from Tommy Edmonds. Seventh is Jensen Giles, Zane Khan in eighth, Harrison Crook ninth, Jensen Weston rounding out the top 10 from Jack Cooper and Callum Davis. Charlie Ellis in 13th, and Joshua Burton rounding out the 14 driver field as they make their way out onto the circuit for the formation lap. And actually we were looking at the weather forecast earlier, some lovely bright morning here at Whilton Mill, but looking out the window of the commentary booth, it has clouded over a bit now. There was a slight forecast of rain. I don't know if it's going to come through just yet, but certainly conditions far from sweltering hot today. It's a very pleasant day out there. Good conditions for driving, I would say, but we'll have to keep an eye on those rain clouds because that could certainly throw a curveball into things as the drivers make their way through on this formation. I think there is one driver actually left behind in the dummy grid area looking out the window, so maybe some trouble here for one of our drivers. Couldn't quite pick the number up. Meanwhile, the race will go on, of course. The drivers now getting into formation as they make their way through boot, and we will be underway in just a moment for this first heat race of the Junior Max. Here they come then, drivers ready. The pace picks up, and heat race number 1 for Junior Max is underway. 8 minutes plus 1 lap as they charge through, making their way towards this uphill drag towards Christmas Corner. One driver on the grass there, but nothing serious as they make their way through. Jensen Giles picking up a penalty, so evidently a bit of an issue further back in the field. And there we see that's the number 53. I'm not sure that, I think that's racing for the next race, but there was a driver left behind in the dummy grid. So 47 looks like getting a good jump on the field as they make their way through towards the centre of the circuit for the first time. So I think that's Zane Khan. Yep, there's 40. Kyle Dunford looking strong. Looks like Dunford pulling away. There's Zane Khan in second place, just a little bit further behind. So Kyle Dunford, your early race leader, Zane Khan in second, Finlay Harrion in third, Jack Cooper. Great start actually from Finlay Harrion, gaining 6 places already up to third place. Jack Cooper from Jensen Giles. Tommy Edmonds, Harrison Crook goes through, the 79 of Jack Davis in there as well. And then just a bit further behind actually is the 34, there he is, of, it's a first time here at Whilton Mill actually, Jensen Weston and number 34, gaining 4 places on that first lap. And actually Jensen Weston representing Thailand. He's come up from Essex this morning to race, and somewhere in the paddock we've got the Thai flag flying high. Of course, the notable flagship name, you might say, for Thai drivers, Alex Albon. So who knows? Jensen Weston currently in 9th place. Could that be a star of the future for Thailand? Wishing the best of luck here in his first visit to Whilton Mill. And in that very distinctive Senna liveried kart there, we've got the 23 of Tommy Edmonds. Starting to put Jack Cooper under some pressure here. There's the 77 of Cooper, doing all he can to keep Edmonds behind. Just ahead there we've got Zane Khan, 47, who's dropped now to third place. Kyle Dunford, meanwhile, is clear at the front. Finlay Harrion setting a good pace though on that previous lap, but all the action here is between Tommy Edmonds, putting Jack Cooper under all kinds of pressure here. Harrison Crook and Jensen Giles charging through. Jensen Weston, Spencer Braum now up to 10th place in the 65 from Luke Ringham. And here we see down the inside, 23, Tommy Edmonds gets through. Lovely move through Christmas Corner. Now clear in third. There's the 2 leaders on in third. And so Edmonds now up to 4th place. Let's see if he can put Zane Khan under some pressure. So Kyle Dunford has led most of the race, but look out for this driver here in 2nd place. 38, Finlay Harrion, who has been setting a string of fastest laps here, 46.3 last time round, and is just starting to eke that gap out. Meanwhile, look at Tommy Edmonds in third, putting Zane Khan under some real pressure as the rest of the top 10 make their way through. Harrison Crook, Jensen Giles, Jensen Weston, now being overtaken by Spencer Braum in 65, moving up to 9th position. And the leaders now going down towards Ashby. Action all the way through the top 5 as, well, there we see number 23, Tommy Edmonds, has now gone through to 3rd place. There is 47, Zane Khan, dropping to 4th. And an impressive couple of laps here from Tommy Edmonds, who moves into 3rd place. There we see the number 11, a little bit further down, Charlie Ellis closing up on Luke Ringham as down there goes 34. That's the driver we mentioned earlier, Jensen Weston. The Thai driver, now he's looking neat in the edge of the top 10. And the number 60, Luke Ringham, just behind there, Charlie Ellis. So this battle on the edge of the top 10, Luke Ringham actually getting a warning from the race stewards. Number 20, Joshua Burton, just a little bit further behind. The action very close at the front there. There was Finlay Harrion. Starts to put Dunford under some pressure here. So Finlay Harrion, who has run very strongly in the first part of the race, has now taken the lead. So just in the middle of that section of the track there, Harrion has gone through into 1st place. Kyle Dunford drops to 2nd. And Finlay Harrion, who looks in great form, he's been slowly picking away on the leader. And change at the front here. Finlay Harrion, your new leader. Kyle Dunford 2nd. And looking at Tommy Edmonds in 3rd, just pulling away slightly from Zane Khan. As Finlay Harrion takes the lead. There's Edmonds 3rd, Khan 4th. Cooper closely followed by Jack Davis. Harrison Crook and Jensen Giles a bit further behind. There we see Tommy Edmonds, though, he is pulling away from this battle of 4th place as Zane Khan does battle with Jack Cooper and Jack Davis. At the front, though, Finlay Harrion looking very neat at the front. Nice and neatly through in towards boot corner. Dunford not really able to live with him at the moment. He's keeping track, just perhaps looking at the lines here, just trying to pick up the pace and stay on that lead pace as they both go through. And incidentally, Kyle Dunford, fastest lap of the race for him there, 46.5, so his own personal best. So it would appear that Dunford is just picking on to Finlay Harrion's pace. As always, we see a bit of very close action there. Jack Cooper and Jack Davis, Zane Khan, all still battling away. So Khan looking neat in fourth place as Jack Cooper and Jack Davis do battle. There is the 79 of Davis. Now it looks like he's got through past Cooper. Pulls a small gap, and now looking down the road at Zane Khan, trying to find a way through. One would suspect if he can just get a little bit closer. But Zane Khan has done very well so far in that fourth place as the two leaders go through. There we see 79 Jack Davis just trying to close on Zane Khan, but they are very evenly matched on pace here. Khan knows that somebody's behind him as they go towards Christmas Corner. But Davis not trying anything at the moment. Can't find a way through just yet, but just trying to find an opening somewhere. Tommy Edmonds, meanwhile, 23, just pulling away again from this battle for fourth place. A bit further down, we have Harrison Crook and Spencer Brougham now up to 8th position. There is the number 40, second position, Kyle Dunford. Looks like he has matched the leader for pace now. He's just picking up on that leader, Finley Harrion, who has looked very neat at the front. There is Edmonds in third. And Zane Khan, that battle for fourth as they make their way through. Still got a couple of laps to go in this one, as Finley Harrion looks very neat as they go towards Christmas Corner. Tommy Edmonds now clear of this battle for fourth, and this time Jack Davis has a look down the inside of Zane Khan and takes the position. I think he had that one weighed up over a couple of laps. And let's see if Khan can fight back as they go down towards Ashby. There's Edmonds in third. And there we see that train of drivers in fourth position. Davis now leading the group. And it looks like a good bit of tactical driving there, I would say, from Jack Davis, who was just shadowing Zane Khan for pretty much a lap, and now has made the move, and Khan's got to fight back again. As down the inside goes Jack Cooper. He's got to make this move stick through the boot corner. Oh, and the unfortunate Zane Khan just seemed to lose momentum there and has lost a couple of positions. As we go through towards our penultimate lap, Finley Harrion, incidentally, has set the fastest lap of the race, 46.14. Dunford in second with a 46.3. So those two drivers at the front really getting a tow and pulling away from the rest of the field. Tommy Edmonds currently alone in third position. But Finley Harrion looking very neat at the front. Still, you see Kyle Dunford shadowing in second place. Those two pretty much evenly matched for pace at the moment as they head towards boot for what will be the penultimate time. And it looks like Dunford is starting to close now as we head towards the final lap. Let's have a look at the lap charts when they go through. And yes, I don't know what happened to Finley Harrion there, but he lost half a second to Kyle Dunford. So Dunford has been shadowing for pretty much the entire race, but now as we go into the last lap, has found a second wind of pace here. I think he's found some good lines here and is starting to put Harrion under some pressure. They go through Ashby for the final time. Both drivers drifting a little bit wide out of the corner. Harrion realistically has just got to keep those lines covered going through boot for the final time, but let's see if Dunford has got something in the bag here. Here they come towards boot for the final time. Harrion leads. Dunford still there in second. Two more corners to go. Dunford, gap on the inside there, but it's not going to be enough. Finley Harrion round the final corner and by the slenderest of margins takes the checkered flag. Dunford in second, Edmonds third. It's going to be Jack Davis in fourth. Jack Cooper overtaken by Harrison Crook on the final lap, and trouble for Jack Cooper's dropped a few places on that final lap. There we see a battle now between 11 and 34 going to the line here. Charlie Ellis and Jensen Weston neck and neck to the line there. Joshua Burton will round out the field in what's been a very close Junior Max race. Junior X30 is coming up in just a few moments' time for their first race as we make our way through the first group of heat races at this fourth round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. We were mentioning, of course, earlier about some of the recent investment here at Whilton Mill over the past couple of years, the new clubhouse and facilities. And if you're enjoying what you're watching here today, Whilton Mill, you can come along and have a go at the karting yourself here. There's a good fleet of corporate karts and plenty much more going on at Whilton Mill. So here we go with Junior X30, heat number 1. Charlie Field from Alex Johnson rounding out the grid from Sam Longley in 3rd. Jude Ferniehoff in 4th. Will Howells 5th. Daniel Hackett in 6th position. Alex Moody from Kai Carrington. Jake Yanagazawa in 9th from Remy Gilbert. Hugo Gilbert in 11th from Luke Weston. 13th for Christian Brooks from Ellis Bourchier. Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain 15th. Thomas Mullett, Kyle Gohill and Miles Turnbull in 18th place. Lucas Ellingham 19th from Macy Hitter. Luke Watts, Lorenzo Cordell, Joshua Patch and Oliver Algieri. Zaki Hussain, Benjamin Watts, Milo Pilford 27th from Jaden Gregg. Jerome Phillip and Keon Gamio 30th position. Benedict Davis, Mackenzie Stevens, Harvey Rigby and rounding out the 34 driver field is the 36 of Sam Baker. So X30's another big grid of drivers currently on the dummy grid area and will be out on track in just a few moments. So as we just saw, of course, plenty going on every day here pretty much at Whilton Mill, both on and off the track. You can enjoy a bit of quad biking, shooting as well, also going on here. So check out Whilton Mill for more details. And if you want to get into karting yourself, you've always got the option of popping down here. Even for some of the younger drivers, you'll see just behind that clubhouse area is a junior circuit as well for some of the beginners. And we've seen plenty of drivers coming through the rental kart series as well and making a name for themselves in karting. So if you like what you see, pop down to Whilton Mill and come and have a go yourself. Here we go then. Out onto the track now for the formation lap. Junior X30 and what looks to be a fast and frantic first lap. Big grid of drivers once again in this group. Bit of trouble there on the form. Oh, he's in the grass as well. That's the number 13, Zaki Hussain, I think, in trouble. Yeah, that's Zaki Hussain. And unfortunately, Hussain on the grass, so we'll get a bit of help from the marshal. Hopefully, should be able to rejoin the race. The rest of the drivers making their way through onto the formation lap now. So drivers now just getting the tyres warmed up, ready for this first heat race. Here we go then, through boot. Everyone in position. And heat race number 1, 8 minutes plus 1 lap for all these heat races, of course, for the Junior X30. They make their way round the final corner, and here we go. Full start, so there's been some trouble. So the flag's out, full start. The drivers will ease off here and get back into formation. Whatever happened there. So here they come through for the first time, and drivers will have seen the flag now and immediately just start to ease things down. So we are under a full start here. The race will be restarted. Not too sure as to the reason why at the moment. Now we did see, of course, the 13 of Zaki Hussain at trouble, but seemed to be able to rejoin the pack. So whatever the reason, they go back to grid position. Keep the tyres warm, and let's hope that we get a clean start this time round. They go through in towards boot. On the inside line there is Johnston in the number 48. Will lead them through. Alex Johnston round the final corner, and we start again. Oh, again, full start flags are up. So not happy with the grid as they make their way through. Full start once again. And the marshals immediately with those flags with the instructions from the stewards, and the drivers aware of that, of course, so we will try again. And it always is worth saying, big shout out to the marshals for all their hard work at these events. Without the marshals, you simply couldn't get these race events underway. It's not always the easiest of jobs. They've got better weather for it today, but marshals always on hand doing a fantastic job looking after the safety of the competitors. And here we go then, so drivers for the 3rd time in this X30 Junior Heat 1 will try and get this race underway. So here we are back towards the grid positions. So let's see, will third time be the charm? 8 minutes plus 1 lap, one driver hitting trouble there. 49, a bit further down the field. The rest of the pack make their way through towards the final corner. That was Sam Longley in trouble there. And here we go, X30 Junior, and this time it looks good. So we are underway and racing as we make our way up towards Christmas corner for the first time. Charging into that first corner, Johnston guarding the inside line as they pile through Christmas corner for the first time down towards Ashby, that's downhill section. Good clean start on those first few corners, everyone piling through Ashby. Ellis Bourchier, 58. Second position at the moment, receives a penalty. So trouble there on that first lap of Bourchier. Will receive that on the matrix board when they make their way through for the first time. All very close as they go in towards boot. The 53 of Jude Fernyhough holding off a whole stream of drivers here as they come charging through for this first time. And at the end of the first lap, it's Sam Baker that gets the jump on the field. Alex Johnston not too far behind in second place. Lorenzo Cordell in third, number 20. Here they come through Christmas. Oh, and 3 abreast. I don't know how they got through there without somebody spinning out, but they all did. Very close action on the edge of the top 10 here. Alex Moody, Luke Watts, Jerome Phillip all in there on the edge of the top 10. Christian Brooks a bit further behind. Good start actually from the 82 of Christian Brooks. Now breaking into the top 10. And here we see bumper to bumper action here. It's all incredibly close in this top 10 as they filter their way through for the first time. That's the 75 in the thick of action there. Jerome Phillip, and then we've got Christian Brooks. Jude Phillip on the move up to fourth place. Lucas Allingham, 99. Getting through this group of drivers now up to fifth place. Luke Watts and Christian Brooks. And down the inside. That looked like the 238, I believe, of Oliver Algieri, who has been picking his way through trouble here, though, for the number 80. Now, that's at Christmas corner. Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain just losing the back end, it looks like, but Oliver Algieri on the move here, but has just been monitored by the stewards here, getting a warning, so you're going to have to be careful for the rest of the race as action still goes on here. 66 there. Just on the edge of the top 10, that's Benjamin Watts. As the midfield runners go charging through, no margin for error whatsoever in this very close first race. Still Sam Baker, the race leader, very close so from Alex Johnston. Everyone else further down the field piling through, very, very close indeed. Mackenzie Stevens, Benedict Davis, 63, a bit further behind. The rest of the top 10 make their way through Ashby. And here we see the 63 just there battling away with 65. Those two drivers a little bit further behind the field there, just on the edge of the top 10. Benedict Davis and Luke Weston battling away. The top 10 making their way through. Lucas Allingham, 99, with the fastest lap of the race. But here we see 36, who has led pretty much the entire race now. Sam Baker going through Christmas, but this race certainly far from over because we've got Alex Johnston, Lorenzo Cordell, and just a little bit further behind, Lucas Allingham, fastest driver on the track at the moment, but is fourth on the track, so he's got a bit of work to do there to try and get through towards the front. We've got Luke Watts, Jude Fernyhough, Christian Brooks, Alex Moody and Oliver Algieri in ninth place, Jerome Phillip. As down the inside into boot goes the number 20 of Lorenzo Cordell. Looks like he made the move stick, 34. Just a bit further behind, that is the Kart of Jaden Gregg. This battle just on the edge of the top 10. They're making their way through as the leaders make their way up towards Christmas, and it looks like Sam Baker has got a very small gap at the front, but nothing much between these top few drivers. Lorenzo Cordell, Alex Johnson, Luke Watts, Lucas Allingham all going down towards Ashby. Alex Moody and Jude Fernyhoff in there as well. Look how close they are now. Very close action indeed. There's Jude Fernyhoff, number 53. Lucas Allingham. And there is your race leader, Sam Baker. Just trying to break away from this group, but at the moment, Lorenzo Cordell, number 20 in second. Looks threatening. Let's see as they go through. And yes, indeed, Lorenzo Cordal is quicker at the moment, not by very much, but just trying to get a little bit close to Sam Baker. Alex Johnston and Luke Watts in there as well, third and fourth. And there we see Lucas Ellingham and Jude Ferniehoff as they make their way down towards Ashby. Sam Baker, nice and neat racing line through that corner, not allowing Cordal to get too close. And this is going to go all the way down to the wire as we see a move, nice little move there for third place. Luke Watts on Alex Johnson, so Watts up to third. There's Oliver Algieri, Christian Brooks 82, Jerome Phillips 75. These drivers just on the edge of the top 10. Philip currently in 10th position from Ellis Bourchier. Macy Hitter a bit further behind. The leaders make their way through now up to Christmas Corner, and Lorenzo Cordal looks threatening on the inside. Not quite close enough to go for the pass though. Sam Baker, 36, still your race leader. The top five all incredibly close. Oh, Alex Johnston with a wheel on the grass there, but doesn't lose too much time. And 99, Lucas Ellingham in the thick of things here. Nice and neat as they make their way towards boot for some of the closing laps of the race now. Oh, down the inside goes 99. Lucas Ellingham makes the place. Nice little move there through boot and heading towards the final corner. So Lorenzo Cordal dropping now to fourth place. So a small mistake. It just goes to show really how close things are in this heat race. Smallest mistake and you're looking at losing 2 or 3 positions. This is all good news, of course, for Sam Baker. As Oliver Algieri goes for a move through Christmas Corner, down towards Ashby go the leaders. And all of a sudden, Luke Watts, 37, looks threatening. Lucas Ellingham on the move as well. But Sam Baker in first position as, oh, and again, Luke Watts likes that corner. Down the inside again. Great little move there. And now your new race leader, Luke Watts, 37. Oh, look at that though, in second place. A very opportunistic move there for the 99 of Lucas Ellingham. 1 minute to go, so realistically we're looking at 2 more laps after this one. And still anyone could win this, but Luke Watts has timed that move to perfection. Let's see if Watts can try and break away, because the good news for him, of course, is second place still looking very close indeed as they make their way down towards Ashby. There, the red and white machine of Watts leading the way. So Luke Watts leads. Lucas Ellingham after that great move in boot in second position. Lorenzo Cordal now regaining his composure up to third position. Sam Baker just goes to show again how close this race is. Sam Baker actually dropping to fourth position. As we bit of trading paint here through boot, and it's all getting a bit close. I wonder what the stewards have to say about this one. So 2 laps to go. We've got 12 seconds left on the clock. And Sam Baker drops to 9th place. Here they come up towards Christmas. There's your leader, 37 Watts. Ellingham in second, Cordal third. And the man on the move here in these closing stages is the 238 of Oliver Algieri, sitting on the edge of the top 10 for most of the race. And Algieri now up to fourth place past Jude Ferniehoff. There's 82, Christian Brooks. And Brooks, 8th position at the moment, but very, very close heat race here at the moment. Anyone could win this one, you would say. Alex Johnston dropping a few positions now down to 8th place. But Johnston still looking strong as they go through towards the final lap. Here come the leaders then, 1 lap to go. Watts leads, Ellingham second, Cordal third, Algieri fourth. And realistically, you would say any one of those drivers could win this race. Algieri having a look down the inside into Christmas Corner. Great move there on Lorenzo Cordal. So Oliver Algieri moves into third place. Still Luke Watts that leads the way, but the main threat here is coming from the 99 of Lucas Ellingham. This is the corner that Watts made his moves earlier in the race. Ellingham looking threatening as they go towards boot for the final time. Watts covers that line and down the inside. Again, Ellingham, that little move down the inside almost came off for him, but looks like he's going to have to settle for second place. They make their way around the final corner. And after that very close X30 Junior Heat 1, it is Luke Watts that takes the win from Lucas Ellingham. Very well done there to Luke Watts, your race winner. Ellingham second, Algieri with that late fight back through to third place. Lorenzo Cordal in fourth, Alex Moody fifth, Jude Ferniehoff, Christian Brooks, Sam Baker, Alex Johnston in ninth, and Ellis Bourchier rounding out the top 10. So yet again, some very close karting action in the heat race. The rest of the field make their way through in that midfield. This, of course, the first of 3 heat races. Heading towards the final few groups now. We've got the X30 juniors just coming to a close. Last few drivers making their way through. We'll see those drivers a bit later on this afternoon. Senior X30 are on the dummy grid at the moment, and they'll be out on track in just a few moments. Here we are then for Whilton Mill Kart Club and the X30 seniors, who are out on track in just a few moments. Headed by Rihanna Regan, 43, James Otto, Adam Sirrett, Mason Weir, Thomas Byrne and Louis Diamond. 6th position, Carly Atkins, Ryan Benton, Joseph Ahrens, Harry Torpy, Joshua Torpy and Nathan Ames in 12th. Amir Nathan from Lucas Romanek, Samuel Hawthorne, Vishal Patel, Oliver Henwood and Axel Laflamme, 18th position. 19th, Cameron Coombs, Anki Stenning, Brendan Matchell, Thomas Glyde, Caelan Burbage, Nathan Herbert in 24th. Matthew Herbert, Thomas Pegram, Roy Johnston, Archie Forber and Jordan Brown, rounding out the 29 driver field, who are currently on the dummy grid at the moment and will be out on track in just a few moments. So here we go, just waiting now as the drivers make final preparations. Track should be good to go in a moment. There is the there's a shout out here for Jensen Weston we spoke to earlier, and there we see the Thai flag flying, fluttering in the sky. It's a bit breezy out there today, so the Thai flag certainly is flying high today. Did very well in that first race, battling in the top 10 for his first visit here at Whilton Mill. Good selection of drivers. It's not just the locals, there's people from all over the UK and 1 or 2 international drivers, Netherlands and Poland represented here as well. As now we see the senior X30 just taking to the track now. And as you can see, the customary getting those tyres warmed up and up to track temperature. They'll get onto the grid in a few moments. This is the penultimate race of the first of the heat groups. We've got the Tilletson T4s coming up in a few moments after this one, but in the meantime we've got the senior X30s now into position as we head towards boot, down towards the start straight in just a few moments time. Everyone appears to be good to go. Let's hope we get a clean start this time. Had some trouble, of course, with the junior X30s. Seniors now making their way towards the final corner, and we'll be underway in just a moment. Here we go. Oh, full start again though, so they're going to have to try again. The flag straight out there for the full start as we go towards Christmas corner. So senior X30, again just under warm-up conditions now. We will try again in just a few moments. Just to let you know before this race gets back underway, we are due a lunch break, which has been put off a bit until the end of the second heat. So we were due to break for lunch after the next race, the Tilletson group, who are currently on the dummy grid at the moment. But we're going to go straight through into racing and heat number 2, running straight through. So plenty of action about to be underway soon. Meanwhile, we've got the senior X30s now warming up. Let's see if we can get a clear start this time. Here we go then, around the penultimate corners. And senior X30s. Harry and Joshua Torpy at the front of the grid. Here we go, around the final corner, and we are underway. Trouble further back, but it's a good start. Everyone gets away well. So it's Harry and Joshua Torpy side by side going into Christmas corner, and it looks like Joshua has got the line on the inside. Caelan Burbridge, Oliver Henwood and James Otto also well placed as they make their way down towards Ashby for the first time. And a bit of a rallycross there almost from the number 46, Mason Weir. Went right off the track there, but didn't lose any real positions. Certainly kept it pointing the right way. 49, James Otto. Let's have a look what he can do here with 28. Brandon Matchell in there as well. Another very close first lap as the X30 seniors make their way through for the first time. There we see the number 89, Cameron Coombs, a bit further back as they all make their way through. Relatively good start. They just had one or two drivers dropping off the pace on that first lap, but everyone else staying out of trouble. And again, it's Joshua and Harry Torpey, two of the big names in the X30 senior in this class, both getting away well. Matthew Herbert, 39, already up to third place. There we see the number 25 of Carly Atkins. Atkins on the move early on, breaking into the top 5 from Oliver Henwood. And almost formation driving here from Joshua and Harry Torpey. Joshua number 70, Harry 73. Now I wonder at the moment, they almost look to be formation driving here, but it's a case of just trying to maintain the pace at the front and try and break away from the rest of the field, because it is very close. There we see Harry Torpey just glancing over the shoulder. Well, these two just want to try and pull away from the rest of the field rather than battling for position and holding each other up, because third place Matthew Herbert looks threatening. Oh, trouble here further back though. 82 getting the point in the right way now. Let's have a look. I think it was Jordan Brown hitting trouble there. Certainly nothing serious. Both drivers continuing in the race. Meanwhile at the front here, it's still Joshua and Harry Torpey that lead the way down towards the final corner. Not too far behind though is the combination of Matthew Herbert and Carly Atkins. Third and fourth breaking away now from Caelan Burbridge, Oliver Henwood and Anki Stenning. And down the inside into Christmas Corner goes the 25 of Carly Atkins. Nice move there. And Atkins now through to third. Herbert drops to fourth, just shadowing the rear of Atkins. And let's see what Carly Atkins can do. At the moment is a lockout at the front with Joshua and Harry Torpey. Third and fourth, these two drivers here though, certainly within striking distance. They can just close a little bit of ground. And here we go down towards the final corner. There is the number 17, Oliver Henwood, Anki Stenning, Brendan Matchell also in there as well. Axel Laflamme in 9th, Roy Johnson rounding up the top 10 in the number 18. Thomas Glyde on the move here with Joseph Aarons, and a track limit warning here for Brandon Matchell. Now one would speculate that may well be on that final corner where it really is, some drivers really do seem to be running wide there, so the steward's certainly on that one, and there will be track limit warnings for any drivers who relatively stray off the racing line. Carly Atkins, incidentally, fastest lap of the race last time round as the two leaders make their way through. Still Joshua Torpey that leads, Harry Torpey in second. But look out for that third place, number 25, Carly Atkins again with the fastest lap of the race. Almost 0.2 of a second quicker than the two leaders here, so third place 25, Carly Atkins is looking threatening here. 25 down towards Ashby. Still plenty of time here for Carly Atkins and possibly even Matthew Herbert to get involved in this battle for the lead. But Atkins, fastest driver on the track at the moment, third place, starting to close up on Joshua and Harry Torpey. It's Harry Torpey in second place. These two drivers have dictated the race pace so far. Caelan Burbridge, 32, battling with Brandon Matchell as the leaders make their way through. Still pretty close on the edge of the top 10. Oliver Henwood, Anki Stenning, Axel Laflamme and Roy Johnson rounding out the top 10. But here is 25, Carly Atkins. Still the fastest driver on the track here and closing up on the two race leaders. As we know though, of course, in motorsport, catching up is one thing. Getting past can be another. So let's see what Atkins can do. Closing up all the time on the two leaders as the rest of the top 10 make their way through. Just saw the 34 there. Thomas Pegram battling on the edge of the top 10. Meanwhile, Atkins again is closing up here. Here they come down towards the final corner, and Atkins closing up all the time here. Looking very quick indeed, and another fastest lap of the race, breaking the 45-second barrier here. Joshua Torpey, 70, still leads the race. Harry Torpey now trying to have a look and takes the lead. So change of lead at the front here. Harry Torpey takes the lead, and immediately Joshua Torpey is coming under attack here from Carly Atkins down the inside. Great move there from Atkins up to second place. So the unfortunate Joshua Torpey drops from first to third in around half a lap. And I think Harry Torpey perhaps was sitting there and now making the move as Torpey fights back on Atkins. Carly Atkins trying to break away here. Torpey has a look down the inside, but Atkins has got the line. Harry Torpey pulling away at the front here. Atkins now having to defend here as Joshua Torpey tries to go through on Christmas corner. Look out for number 39, though, of Matthew Herbert. Matthew Herbert setting his fastest lap of the race and started to close up on this battle for second as down the inside. Fighting back into second place and immediately guarding the line there. Joshua Torpey knew he was open to be repassed there, so very neat move there from Joshua Torpey. And this all means that number 39, Matthew Herbert, is starting to close now as Atkins fights back. Still got 1 minute and 10 in this race, so plenty of time to go as Harry Torpey, 73, breaks away at the front. All the action now for second place as the rest of the top 10 goes screaming through there. Oliver Henwood, number 17, on the edge of the top 10. Here's the battle for second through Christmas corner down towards Ashby. Still number 70, Joshua Torpey. And Carly Atkins having to fight back here. There we just saw going out of shot the race leader, 73, Harry Torpey, who very quickly made the move and got through into the lead to pull away in this second half of the race, leaving all the action for that battle for second place. And there's Torpey, Atkins still there, and still Matthew Herbert, 39, trying to get involved in this one. Next time round will be the last lap. Oh, somebody was in the infield there, but not one of our leaders, I think. But no, it wasn't Henwood, he went through. So one of the drivers further down the field hitting some trouble, but the race goes on. There we see the number 30, just very briefly, Anki Stenning and Axel the Flame battling away just on the edge of the top 10. Stenning currently in 8th position. Joshua Torpey still in second place, though. Carly Atkins just trying to find a way through here, heading towards boot now, but Torpey's got that line covered. Here they come down towards the final corner. So this will be the last lap, and it's still Harry Torpey that leads the way. Joshua Torpey in second, Atkins, Herbert, Matchell, Caelan Burbridge up to 6th place, Thomas Byrne, Anki Stenning, Axel Laflame and Thomas Pegram rounding out the top 10 as we make our way towards the final lap. Torpey 1-2 at the moment, and this battle for second is starting to close on the race leader. Carly Atkins all over the rear wheels here of Joshua Torpey. Very close to it. Atkins down the inside. Lovely move there from Carly Atkins to take that second place. Let's see if Torpey can fight back down the inside going in towards boot. But has got to be careful here because Herbert is right behind him there. This is not going to affect Harry Torpey. The final corner, and 73. Harry Torpey takes the checkered flag. But Carly Atkins certainly well rewarded for his perseverance there in second place. Joshua Torpey in third, Matthew Herbert fourth, Brandon Matchell, Caelan Burbridge, Thomas Byrne, Anki Stenning in 8th place, Axel Laflame in 9th, Samuel Hawthorne fighting through to 10th on the final lap from Thomas Pegram, Oliver Henwood, Lucas Romanek, Nathan Ms, Thomas Glyde and Mason Weir all fighting through on that final lap. And then we've got, they're all charging through here, Vishay Patel, James Otto, Cameron Coombs and Jordan Brown in 20th. Very close first senior X30. The final race of our first heat block is coming up in the moment. Heat number 1 for the Tilletson T4s, and they will be underway in just a few moments' time.
We're here testing today the Tilletson T4 kart in Leelstad in Holland. This is our new project which Tilletson have created, aimed to create an affordable karting category. We're having huge success. We started the project in Ireland, and this year we're starting in Holland, Belgium, UK, USA, and amongst lots of interest from other countries. And we're building towards the T4 World Finals in Italy at the end of this year, so we're excited for a good season.
So we will be welcoming onto the track the Tilletson T4s to round out the first group of the heat races. These fantastic four-stroke machines, and like we saw in the promo there, it's all about value for money, affordable racing. And here they come out onto the track for the first time for the formation lap. So Tilletson T4s will round out the first group of heat races. Lawrence Newman, number 5 from Richard Kinloch. Third is Rhys Ushijima. Lars Sexton, 4th position. Soy Lee Pascoe, 5th. Kian Lee, 6th. Dan Blackledge in 7th. And Mal Quest in 8th, number 32. So Tilletson T4. Relatively new race category. And as mentioned, of course, it's all about close value for money racing. The Tilletson machines launched across Europe in a bit last year and then rolled out into 2020. And here we go then, so they'll be underway very shortly. Just a reminder, of course, we were supposed to be breaking for lunch after this race, but things running quite ahead of schedule at the moment, so we're going to go straight through into the second heat races very soon. So if you want to catch the Bambinos and Cadet races in particular, stay on the channel as they'll be coming up very shortly. But firstly, of course, we have got the Tilletson T4s making their way round the final corner. And away they go. So close competitive racing and not many drivers on the grid, but that doesn't always equate to a processional race. You don't need that many. It's all going to be close hit. Oh, and trouble at the start for Sol Lee Pascoe. Spinning out on the approach to Christmas corner, but straight back onto the track now. A bit of work for Pascoe to do here as the rest of the field make their way through towards Ashby for the first time. And we said, of course, we don't need always need that many drivers to make a close race here, because there's already been action as we've approached the third corner. Very, very close indeed. So the Tilletson machines making their way through. These, of course, identical karts. So it's all about the drivers in this one. There is the 72. And Lee Pascoe. Oh, not really been his race so far in the grass on the first lap. So as they charge through for the first time, it's Rhys Ushijima that leads the way. Lars Sexton second, Lawrence Newman in third, Mal Quest, Kian Lee, Dan Blackledge, and Richard Kinloch running at the field. And the unfortunate Sol Lee Pascoe yet to complete the first lap, hitting trouble. So here we see Mal Quest 32. A bit further down, waved yellows there for Lee Pascoe, still receiving assistance from the marshals. The hands go up just to acknowledge the following traffic about the yellow conditions, and Rhys Ushijima leads the way. There's number 16, Kian Lee crossing the wave yellows. So Ushijima now with a clear track. Gap around 1.2 seconds at the moment from Lars Sexton, and there is the unfortunate Sol Lee Pascoe still getting a bit of help from the marshal and getting out of the cart now. So looks like it's race over for Sol Lee Pascoe as Kian Lee drops a few positions. Meanwhile, Rhys Ushijima looking good at the moment, but look out for Lars Sexton in second place, 54.152 last time round. So Sexton is starting to close on the leader, breaking away now from the third place Mal Quest. And West just going through Ashby now. Richard Kinloch and Dan Blackledge, Kian Lee running at the field as the leaders go through the wave yellow sections and back towards us now. There's number 13, Rhys Ushijima. Through boot once again, nice and neat. Oh, spin out there. Don't know who that was. We'll try and pick up somebody even further down the field, span the cart, but leader's getting through okay. Oh dear, and it's the unfortunate Sol Lee Pascoe. It's really not been his day today. Well, I think that kart is beached on the grass verge as well, so once again the marshals will be helping him out. Meanwhile, all the time Lars Sexton is closing up here. The gap was half a second last time round. Malk West, incidentally, with the fastest lap of the race, and there is Sonley Pascoe back onto the track. And finally will complete the first lap. Really has been a difficult race, but still keeping going, has to be said. Certainly not throwing in the towel here. So we've now got a clear track as the 16 of Kian Lee goes through. Meanwhile, all the time, Lars Sexton closing up on Rhys Ushijima, who has led pretty much the entire race, but still with 4.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap. This could go down to the wire. A bit further back is Malk West. Let's have a look at the lap charts as they go through. And West, again, with the fastest lap of the race. Malk West in third is looking strong here. Rhys Ushijima, though, 13, your race leader as they go into Christmas corner, still holds on to the lead. Tips it through that uphill corner nice and neatly down towards Ashby once again. It's Lars Sexton still in second place. Malk West closing on these two leaders all the time, though. The top 3 really breaking away now from the rest of the field. Lawrence Newman, number 5, down in 4th from Richard Kinloch. Dan Blackledge and Kian Lee just crossing the line in 7th place. Here is the number 72, though, second position. Lars Sexton was closing up on the leader, but things seem to have settled down in these closing stages. 3.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap. And Malk West still there in third, but not really closing up quite so much. Top 3 clear from the rest of the field now, with 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Just 2.1 seconds covering the top 3 as they make their way up towards Christmas corner. Ushijima looking neat as they go through into Christmas corner, as Lars Sexton just trying to find a few tenths of a second here and there. Incidentally, Rhys Ushijima, the race leader, number 13, has set the fastest lap of the race, 52.987. There's Sexton, 72, still in second place, looking out for the 32 of Malk West. You'll see with the black overalls just a bit further behind. And West, there he is, looking threatening in the early part of the race, but it does seem to have settled down a bit now. Here, there's West. Through boot down towards the final corner. Ushijima has picked up the pace. There's the 17 of Sonley Pascoe going through. And Ushijima looking strong at the front. There's Malk West in third. Ushijima again with the fastest lap of the race. Malk West looked threatening at the start of the early part of the race, but the race has settled down a bit now. Richard Kinloch has just gone through in 4th. Lawrence Newman and Dan Blackledge still in 6th position. Kian Lee just a bit further behind. And they're just nipping past Sonley Pascoe. There's the 32, Malk West. Just trying to close up on Lars Sexton there. Just bulked slightly there by Sonley Pascoe. Just Lee Pascoe holding the line there. And they should... Oh, look at that. The blue flags go up and the opportunistic Malk West nips through into second place as they go through boot. So bulked by the back markers slightly there, second and third place. And sometimes that's what it takes, just to nip in there and make the move stick. This has all benefited Rhys Ushijima, who has pulled away now from these two drivers. And now Lars Sexton is fighting back as they go up towards Christmas corner. Not close enough to go for the pass at the moment, though, but he's certainly tagging on in there. West holding on to that second place. Ushijima clear away at the front as they go down towards Ashby. Once again, the leader now clear. There is Sonley Pascoe a bit further behind in 8th position. So West holding on to that second place. Certainly can't shake off Sexton in third, 72. And these top 3 really pulling away now from the rest of the field. It's still Richard Kinloch, number 7 in 4th place from Lawrence Newman, Dan Blackledge and Kian Lee. Ushijima pulling away all the time. The battle now for second place. There's Ushijima going through as we look now. Fastest lap of the race once again, though, for Rhys Ushijima, who really has picked up the pace as the race has gone on. West setting his own personal fastest lap, and Lars Sexton still there in third. Just trying to find a way through. Richard Kinloch, Lawrence Newman and Dan Blackledge have just gone through. A closer battle further back between those drivers as Sexton tries to find a way through here. Let's watch this battle for second place. So Malk West just covering those lines. looking neat as they head towards boot. Let's see what Sexton can do. Ushijima clear of this battle of a second place. Through boot they go. Oh, it's going to be close on the time here as the clock goes down. I think, Ushijima just going through with the last lap. So effectively, good timing there, certainly for Ushijima. As if it had been a couple of seconds slow, we'd have gone on for another lap. So Ushijima setting a good pace, and certainly from his point of view, looking to wrap this up nice and early. And there we see the number 13, Rhys Ushijima, setting a nice pace into these closing stages. Closing up now on the 7th place Kian Lee, as all the action still for 2nd place. Sexton trying to get past Malquest. Ushijima looking very strong at the front, number 13, but look at this battle of a 2nd place. Malquest nipping through a bit earlier in the race when they were lapping the slower driver, and that's all it's taken so far, because at the moment Lars Sexton can't find a way through, but this has been the driver of the race, nipping down past Kian Lee. Number 13, Rhys Ushijima, will take the checkered flag round the final corner, and a great drive there from Ushijima to take the first heat race victory. Kian Lee goes through in 6th, the lap down, and Malquest, fastest lap of the race on the final lap, 52.754, taking 2nd place from Lars Sexton. It'll be the number 7 of Richard Kinloch in 4th position, just going through. Lawrence Newman a bit further behind, number 5, and this is getting close now with Dan Blackledge. And Sol Lee Pascoe, you have to say full credit for completing the race after that difficult start, running out the field in 8th position. So that is the end of the first group of heat races, but we are going straight through into heat number 2. The Bambinos are in the dummy grid area at the moment, and they'll be out on track in just a few moments' time. Here we go then for heat number 2 of the Army Bambinos. George House from Jensen Short, Alfie Davidson, Lucan Arroway, Freddie Denton and Austin Gibson. Luke Millwood 7th from Leo Gorski, Ethan Owen, Ronnie Ray Carter, Jensen Walker and Marn Abdiu. Teddy Porter, Giles Sayer, Jensen Thomas, Jack Jones, Daniel Miron Laurenti, Harry Curry 18th. And looking further down the grid, it's Will Green, Sukmani Kira, Jensen Chalk, Charlie Clough, Christopher Isomba, Archie Rutter in 24th position. And that's your grid as we get underway for our second heat race of the day. 3 heat races plus the final, of course, for the Whilton Mill Kart Club events. This is round number 4 of the championship. My name is Chris Czora, and delighted to be taking you through the afternoon's race action here as we get underway with our, straight underway, of course, with our second heat race of the day. If you're following the schedule from the Whilton Mill Kart Club website, you'll be aware that we should be having a lunch break at the moment, but the event has run very quickly this morning. Delighted to say there's been very little incident out on the track, so the schedule is running through quite quickly. So the organisers have opted to continue with the heat races. We're going to go straight through into the second heats, and we'll be pausing a bit later on after the second Tilletson heat race, a bit later on this afternoon, before we go through to our third heat races and the final. So heat number 2 about to get underway, and starting things off are the Bambinos. These drivers, of course, with a standing start, so they'll make their way down onto the grid. And the army of parents and mechanics and helpers just there making sure everyone is set up and in the correct position on the grid. This, of course, earlier on today was fairly close action at the front in heat number 1, so I'm sure that heat number 2 will be much the same. The last few drivers just getting into position on the grid, making sure that the karts are ready to go. And now, of course, start the engines, get them fired up, and the grid cleared for heat number 2 of the Army Bambinos. About to get underway. Drivers looking for the lights. Lights out, and away we go. Oh, trouble there for the one of the drivers on the front there, number 44, I think, not getting away particularly well off the grid. So here they go around the first few corners. That was Jensen Short with a very slow getaway. The race goes on, and up towards Christmas for the first time, it's number 77, George House, that leads them through. Very close in the midfield, though. And there we see the 85. Daniel Miron-Laurenti ran so well in the first race, looking to get through towards the front very early. But 77, your early leader, George House, as the Bambinos make their way through Ashby for the first time. Second place, number 17, Luca Narroway. 25 in there, Austin Gibson, as they make their way up towards Boot for the first time. Still 77, George House, your race leader, trying to break away, but the top three all very close indeed. And George House just guarding that inside line as they make their way through towards the final corner. Here they come for the end of the first lap of the Bambinos. Let's have a look at the lead order. So it's George House that leads, Luca Narroway second place, Gibson third, Miron-Laurenti fastest lap in fourth, Leo Gorski in fifth, Freddie Denton, Ronnie Ray Carter, and it's all getting close here. There is the 85 of Miron-Laurenti. Great move into Christmas corner and takes the lead. Fantastic driving there from Daniel Miron-Laurenti. Fourth to first place in less than about 200 metres, and now trying to clear away. So lovely first lap there from Miron-Laurenti, and oh, trouble there as a driver spins out. Didn't quite catch a number on there. Just lost the back end, but doesn't appear to be anything serious. Yellow flags are out at the moment, but hopefully that driver will get back out onto the course. It was one of our front-running drivers. We'll pick that up on the lap charts in a few moments as the 35. Down the inside, Ronnie Ray Carter of the number 98, Freddie Denton. Battle for fifth place, and already there we see 35 Carter just guarding that inside line to prevent being repassed as the leaders go through. So it's Miron-Laurenti leading, House in second, Narroway third, Gibson, and I think the driver we lost may well have been, I think it was Will Green possibly that span out earlier on, so drops way down the field. There we see the early leader, 77, George House, having to play the defensive game at the moment here because Luca Narroway and Austin Gibson looking very threatening in third and fourth place. Leo Gorski also getting involved in this battle for second place. As Miron-Laurenti pulling away now, number 85. 17, Luca Narroway having a little peek down the inside of George House here. They go to boot, and House has got the line into the corner. Heading towards the final corner now. Let's see what number 17, Luca Narroway, can do as they cross the line. None of this, of course, is bothering Daniel Miron-Laurenti. Another fastest lap, 58.27. Rest of the top 10 making their way through. Ronnie Ray Carter goes through. And the driver to look out for at the moment, who's been scything through the top 10, is Jensen Chalk, up to 7th place, as down the inside having a look there was Luca Narroway. Remains in 3rd place, so the leaders making their way down towards Ashby. Still remains as you were. Leo Gorski involved in that one in 5th place. Jensen Chalk, number 9, fighting through the top 10 and starting to close up on this lead group. Wave Yellow's heading up towards Christmas corner there, so I think there's a bit of trouble further down the pack. And none of this, of course, bothering the number 17. Oh, was a driver in trouble here, 22. That's Jensen Walker. Another driver, well, he can't miss the helmet there, the fluorescent yellow helmet, but a driver in the grass. That's on the approach up to Christmas corner. Both drivers appear okay, so the race goes on. But they will be under Wave Yellows in just a moment as they head towards Christmas corner. 2 drivers getting together. That's 22, that's the one we saw a moment ago, and the other driver was number 40, Jensen Thomas. Both drivers appear to be okay, though, so that's good to see. The race goes on. And at the moment, the 77 of George House doing a great job of holding on to this 2nd place as they go through Ashby once again. The rest of the top 10 piling through. Jensen Chalk now up to 6th place, trying to close up on this lead group. Daniel Miron-Laurenti took the lead early on, but George House certainly not throwing in the towel in 2nd place. Trying to keep with the leader, but having on all sorts of pressure here for 3rd place with Luca Narroway, who has a look down the inside going into boot. And again, George House, that aggressive line on the exit of the corner, guarding that line. And there we see the 2 Jensens who hit trouble. Both okay. That's always good to see. Mini Jensens, you would say. Here we go then. rest of the top 10 make it. Oh! And that's, it's not, what do they say, Robin's racing there for second place with Lucan Arroway trying to find a way past George House, who's doing a great job of holding on to that second place. This is all allowing Daniel Miron Lorente to pull away here. George House putting that kart exactly where it needs to be at the moment. There we see 25, Austin Gibson can't find a way through at the moment. And Leo Gorski and Jensen Chalk trying to close up, and again Lucan Arroway has a look going into boot, but House has got the line. And let's see if he takes that line again. House very aggressive on the exit of the corner, guarding that inside line. And that's making life very difficult there for Lucan Arroway going into the final corner. Here they go to start another lap. I believe there's still the waved yellows, but kart's on the track. But no, the track's clear now as Arroway has another look going into Christmas corner. Oh, and this time makes the move. Now, can he make it stick? House trying to fight back, round the outside, going down into Christmas corner. And here they go. So House was trying to fight back there, but it looks to me like the 17 of Lucan Arroway has made that move stick and is clear in second place. After so many laps of pressure, finally getting through to second place. George House still in third place. Austin Gibson and the number 16 of Leo Gorski having a look down the inside as they go in towards boot. And here we go, so Arroway finally clear in second place as the leader goes through. Daniel Miron Lorente did all the hard work in the opening couple of laps and has now taken the lead. 2.1 seconds the gap. And has got the track all to himself at the moment, as now House is having to fight here from Austin Gibson going into Christmas corner. And certainly George House not giving this one up, trying to close back up on the number 17 of Lucan Arroway. Daniel Miron Lorente nice and clear at the front. Got the track all to himself. Looking at the clock here, I think we will be running for 2 more laps at the moment. So Lorente still with a bit of work to do here. Number 85, your race leader. But all the action for second place still as the number 16 having a look down the inside there. Leo Gorski on Austin Gibson. Didn't quite make the move stick. And again, Gibson having a look at George House as they go through towards the final corner. So seconds left on the clock. So effectively, we're going for another lap of action here. Arroway with the fastest lap of the race, 58.03. And the number 16 of Leo Gorski trying everything to get some drive up the hill towards Christmas corner as down the inside, Austin Gibson goes through into third place at Christmas corner. And 77, George House trying to fight back, going down towards Ashby. Can he make the move under braking? Not quite, not enough momentum to get down the inside. Still number 17, Lucan Arroway with the lead, 2 seconds adrift of the race leader. This is the penultimate lap of the race. Such a fast pace in this race that we went through just before the clock went down to 0. So effectively going for another lap here with the action here for second place still very close. Here we go down towards the final corner, and the race leader is still the number 85, Daniel Miron Lorente. Lucan Arroway looking good in these closing stages. Another fastest lap, 1.3 seconds the gap between first and second place. And 17, Lucan Arroway, there he is. Fastest lap of the race as 77 House fighting back into Christmas corner. That's where he lost out earlier in the race. Ooh, close moment there, just nudged the rear bumper and almost lost the back end. There is a back marker here, just the blue flag's going out. That's the 51 of Charlie Clough. Holds his line and allows the faster drivers to go through. So now, well, in the middle of all that, it looks like George House has made the move on Austin Gibson. Meanwhile, of course, 85, Daniel Miron Lorente is being closed on, but looks like he's going to hold on for victory. Here he comes, number 85, Daniel Miron Lorente, closed on all the time here by Lucan Arroway, but I think it's going to be 1 lap too far for him. And Miron Lorente takes the win. Lucan Arroway, a hard-charging finish, but holds on to that second place. And, well, George House punching the air as he goes through in third, and looks pleased with that one. Who can blame him? Because that was a good fight from George House to get through back into third place. And there's somebody who's very pleased with the victory. Daniel Miron-Lorente pointing number 1 as he goes through. He had to work hard for that one because certainly Luca Dare was closing up in the final stages. Let's just have a quick look at the top 10. It was George House in 3rd, Austin Gibson, Leo Gorski, Jensen Chalk in 6th, Harry Curry got through to 7th in the closing stages from Jensen Short, Ronnie Ray Carter in 9th, and Luke Millward rounding out the top 10. So that is the second of three heat races for the Bambinos. Imani Cadets are in the dummy grid at the moment. They'll be underway in just a few moments. And there we see the 2 unfortunate drivers in that race, Jensen Walker and Jensen Thomas, going back to the karts and back to the pits. They'll be hopefully get those drivers back on track. Bit of superficial damage there by the looks of things on the number 40 kart, but hopefully that will be nothing too serious, and both drivers appear to be okay. As you can see, the young driver certainly well protected with the Leot net braces and the rib protectors as well. So both drivers appear to be okay. And heat number 3 a bit later on, of course, for the Bambinos. We're now through into our second group of heat races, and underway in a few moments are the Imani Cadets. They're in the dummy grid at the moment and will be underway shortly. In just a few moments, we'll be underway with the second heat race for the Army Cadets, and Jack Mowat at the front from Ethan Woodward, Oscar George Cartmail 3rd, Lawrence Finn in 4th, Zach Green, Daniel Lamore in 6th place, Joseph Katsantonis 7th, Fred Green in 8th, Jesse Phillips 9th, Freddie LaRosa in 10th from Sky Parker, Rami Jermaine, Jacob Beecroft, number 42, rounding out the 13 driver field. And as you'd always expect in karting, it's always very close, very fast and competitive. This was a very good first heat race, so I'm sure that heat number 2 will be just as close. Drivers are currently located on the dummy grid. There may be a short delay because we had that incident in the Bambinos between Jensen Walker and Jensen Thomas. Pleased to say, I'm sure you saw, if you noticed that race, both drivers okay, but they're just, I believe, just a case of making sure those drivers are clear from the circuit. The track should be ready to go in just a few moments' time for the drivers to go out on for their sighting lap. And don't forget, of course, we're running straight through the afternoon. Heat number 2 for all race classes now underway, running through the schedule. And the scheduled lunch break has been put off a bit until the afternoon before the third heat of races. It's all been running very swimmingly this morning, delighted to say. Let's hope that it all continues to run so well. There's been relatively few incidents out on the track, which is always good to see, and hopefully we'll be underway very shortly for Heat 2. We're just waiting for those 2 karts to be clear from the Bambino race, and we should be underway in just a few moments. So just waiting now for heat number 2 of the Army Cadets to get underway. The engine's fired up and drivers about to make their way onto the track for heat number 2. And what's been a good day's racing so far. Weather conditions still good. It was very bright and sunny this morning. It does seem to have clouded over. Keep an eye on the weather forecast this afternoon because it has clouded up. There is a small chance of rain later in the afternoon, but certainly conditions in the 20s at the moment and looking good for racing anyway. Not so good for sunbathing, you'd say, but certainly the kart's running well today. Let's just hope that forecast rain, it is a very low chance of rain, but let's hope that stays off because the track is looking in prime condition as we go through for the afternoon at this 4th round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Drivers now getting into formation now for the second of the Army Cadet races. As we go through boot, they're all looking good. Grid looks good, drivers ready, and we should be underway any moment now for heat number 2. They make their way down towards the final corner. And heat number 2 is now underway. It's a good start. They make their way through. Jack Mowat looking good. Oscar George Cartmel also running strongly as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner for the first time through that fast right-hander up the hill. 53 in there, Zach Green, as guarding the inside line. The top few drivers very defensive. They make their way through down towards Ashby now. Penalty for Fred Green in the opening stages. And Jack Mowat, the race leader, aggressively guarding that inside line as Cartmel tries the outside. He's going to try and sweep on the outside. And 23, Jack Mowat, great start to the race for him here and very aggressive in guarding those inside lines, certainly not leaving a gap for anyone to get through. A bit of trading paint there between Zach Green and Oscar George Cartmel. Nothing too serious though, both drivers get through okay. Here we go through Boot for the first time. And here they come down towards the final corner. Let's have a look at the lineup as they go through. So the early leader still the 23 of Jack Mowat. But look out for the number 12 here. There he is, second place. Joseph Katsantonis, fastest lap of the race and had a good first lap. Has a look down the inside into Christmas Corner and makes the move stick just about. Oh, I tell you what, Jack Mowat fighting hard to try and hold on to that lead, but has to yield into the next corner. And that allows Fred Green up into second place. So Mowat drops to third and he's got the number 80. Oscar George Cartmel right on his tail in fourth. First and second now very close. Here we see the new leader then, Joseph Katsantonis. And, oh, again down the inside there, Fred Green trying to get through. Here we go down towards the final corner. Katsantonis from Green. Both getting through on Christmas Corner against a hard fight from Jack Mowat, who has to settle the third place in these early stages. And at the moment, the top two breaking away. So it's Mowat third, Cartmel fourth, Green in fifth, as Fred Green has a look down the inside into Christmas Corner, but no way through at the moment. Over the top and down to Ashby. And again, Green just trying to tag on the back there. Couldn't find an opening going down into Ashby. There we see a bit further down the number 41 of Danny Lamore, Ethan Woodward, Jesse Phillips, Lawrence Finn in ninth place. Jacob Beecroft rounding out the top 10. And there we see the number 20 battling away. We've got Oscar George Cartmel trying to get through. 23 though, Jack Mowat with the 53 of Zach Green right behind. They go charging through and it's still a battle between Joseph Katsantonis and Fred Green for first and second place. Rest of the top 10 all very close. Danny Lamore, Jesse Phillips 7th, Ethan Woodward, Lawrence Finn in 9th, Jacob Beecroft just crossing the line, and Freddie LaRosa, Raimi Germani a little bit further behind in the number 91. As the 53 of Zach Green goes through into that third place. Mowat trying to fight back into Ashby, but not close enough to go for the pass at the moment. Cartmel in there and more a bit further behind, 83 as well. Ethan Woodward starting to battle away with Jesse Phillips. And down the inside goes Jack Mowat back into that third place. So Mowat fighting back as they go towards Boot. And it's got a little bit of a gap as they go through towards the final couple of corners. Green in there as well. There we see the 80 of Oscar George Cartmel. Just under 4.5 minutes to go, plus the one lap in this second heat race. And at the moment, it's Joseph Katsantonis that leads, but not very much in it at all because Fred Green in second place. And here again, good run up into Christmas Corner from Zach Green. Lovely move there back into that third place. Nice exit out of the second corner, leading up the hill. And let's see if Mowat can fight back down the hill. Cartmel in there as well. Jesse Phillips, Danny Lamore, Ethan Woodward, Lawrence Finn a bit further behind. Jacob Beecroft in 10th, number 42. For all the action still for third place as Mowat looks strong as they head into Boot once again. And Zach Green looking this way and that. He knows he's under pressure here as they go into Boot. Mowat trying to find an opening going into the final corner. Cartmel in there as well, number 80, just behind the two leaders, very close indeed. And incidentally, Fred Green, his own personal best, 53.44. Jesse Phillips a little bit further behind, sixth position, number 26, with the fastest lap of the race so far. But Katsantonis and Green very close first and second place. There's the 26 of Phillips down the inside and moves up another position. So Jesse Phillips, fastest driver on the track at the moment, currently in sixth place. There we see Phillips trying to close up on this battle for third place. We've got Zach Green holding on to third place from Jack Mowat and Oscar George Cartmail just a bit further behind in fifth. Phillips closing up all the time on this one though. They head towards boot, and again Zach Green coming under pressure into these final few corners. Mowat just trying to find a way through number 23 as they go towards the final corner. Look out for the 26 though. Jesse Phillips starting to close up on Cartmail, and another fastest lap there for Phillips as they go through just under 2.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap. Leaders now making their way up towards Christmas Corner. And Katsantonis holds on to the... Oh, down the inside there. Good little move there from Jesse Phillips, trying to just show a wheel there, putting the pressure on Cartmail, number 80. And there we see again, 26. Jesse Phillips putting the pressure on that. Down the inside once again on Cartmail, and this time makes the move stick. Sometimes it's all about that, just putting a wheel in there, just keeping the pressure on that following driver. And 26 looking good now. The machine of Jesse Phillips and that Kart now starting to close up on the lead group, trying to break away from Cartmail. Now the next driver's ahead. That's the battle for that third position between the 53 of course of Zach Green, Jack Mowat, 23 just behind. The two leaders now, 1.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, and it's still pretty close now. To me, let's have a look at the chart. I think third and fourth are closing up slightly, being pushed on possibly by Jesse Phillips and Oscar George Cartmail. There's the two leaders, and 53, Zach Green not too far behind. Green having to drive really fast here because coming under a lot of pressure from Jack Mowat, so looking to put some fast laps in here. And last time round they did close up on the leaders slightly. Going to be close here how long we have left to go in this race. We've got 52 seconds on the clock now, so realistically I think next time round will be the last lap. 2 laps to go therefore in this race, and another fastest lap, 53.1 this time for the 26 of Jesse Phillips, looking strong a little bit further down the field. Meanwhile, all the action for first place going into Christmas Corner. 98, Fred Green can't find a way through past Joseph Katsantonis, the race leader at the moment. Down they go into Ashby. And Phillips with a nice little move there down the inside of Mowat. So Jesse Phillips now up into 5th position. But with 1 lap to go next time round, I think time may be on the... may not be on Jesse Phillips' side here. The two leaders locking up those first 2 positions. There is the 26 of Jesse Phillips, now up to 4th place, closing up on the 3rd place driver. Zach Green, 53, has held on to 3rd for most of the race. 1 lap to go this time round for Joseph Katsantonis, the race leader. And let's see what Fred Green can do. The two leaders pretty much identical pace at the moment. But Green not quite close enough at the moment to find an opening. There is 23 Mowat on number 80. Cartmail, so Mowat up to 5th place now. Cartmail fighting back on the drive down to Ashby and takes the line now. Can he make the move stick? Because Mowat's going to come back here. Yes, he does. So Cartmail holds on. Good little move there. Katsantonis leads the way. Green in 2nd. Mowat trying to fight back. Katsantonis holds on to the lead meanwhile, coming in towards the final few corners through boot for the last time. And number 12, Joseph Katsantonis is your race leader around the final corner. Katsantonis will be your race winner in heat number 2. Fred Green in 2nd place. And Jack Green holding off Jesse Phillips to the line. Very close battle for 5th place with Cartmail, Mowat, Ethan Woodward, Daniel Amore in 8th position, Lawrence Finn in 9th. And it's going to be the number 42 of Jacob Beecroft. Should be coming around the final corner now. We'll round out the top 10. Rami Germain and Freddie LaRosa just a little bit further behind. So that was our 2nd heat for the Army Cadets. Honda Cadets are in the dummy grid area now. They'll be out on track very shortly. So as the remaining few drivers cross the line, I think that was Freddie LaRosa just going through from the Army Cadets. We move on to our Honda Cadet race, heat number 2, where Riley Bishop will lead them out from Oliver Meek, Marley Parejo in 3rd, Joshua Bagembe in 4th, Harrison Whitcomb and Oliver Majewski. Hugo Majewski in 7th, Dalton Hayward 8th, Rocco Leon Shenton in 9th, Mason Thurlow in 10th, Ben Simpson 11th, Brendan James in 12th, Jack Owen Drawbridge 13th position from Adam Hill, Harrison Morrow, Ashton Wiggins in 16th place, Lucy Wheeldon in 17th and Jake Humphrey 18th position, Hugh Roche in 19th, Hayden Gray 20th, Leo Billingham, Harry Friel 22nd, David Wishaw in 23rd, Charlie Mills in 24th position. And of course, in this very busy grid of drivers, it's going to be Jack Price in 25th, Harry Higgs 26th, Oliver Gibson 27th, Oliver Sander, Jensen Pugh, Ethan Wheeldon in 30th, Callum Wilson, Mayan Patel, Jake Schulz and Kai Clark in 34th. So some pretty big names in this group. A little bit further back, so the first few laps in this second heat race could be very interesting indeed. And for those drivers looking to make their way through, they're just going to have to get really busy in those first few laps and make their way through, because it's going to be tight as the Honda Cadets make their way out onto the track for heat number 2. As we saw in the first heat, the first lap really is very important indeed. It gets very busy, especially onto this section here into Christmas for the first time. So may well see quite a bit of action. Drivers make their way round. This, of course, Honda Cadets heat number 2. They make their way down towards Ashby, making sure the tyres are nice and warm, as we mentioned a little bit earlier. The track looking in great condition. Superb for racing today here at Whilton Mill. And as we say, we just hope that that possible rain forecast will stay away, because the track is looking really good. Prime conditions here on this late August afternoon for round number 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. So the Honda Cadet drivers now making their way around the final corner, and will line up on the grid in just a few moments. Honda Cadets, of course, have a standing start, so it looks like the grid forming up quite nicely. Everyone remaining in position. There's Riley Bishop, 32 in there. Oliver Meek, 52. Joshua Bagembe ran well in the first heat, looking good in 3rd on the grid, so we're looking to get a good start. Marley Parejo, Oliver Majewski also amongst the front runners. As we mentioned, though, looking at the grid lineup, 1 or 2 drivers who ran very well in the first heat, starting a bit further back in heat number 2. So they'll certainly have a bit of work to do. And these first couple of laps for Honda Cadets will be very important indeed. Drivers are ready. The grid is now clear. And we wait for heat number 2 to get underway. So once the grid is clear, we should be ready to go for heat number 2. Drivers certainly are ready. Here we go then, waiting for the lights, and heat number 2 of Honda Cadets. The red lights go out, and away we go. Drivers further back, furiously trying to get some power down to the rear wheels to get a good getaway. But looks like Riley Bishop getting away well. So 32 Bishop, your race leader, immediately guarded the inside, as down the inside, having a look there, was Oliver Meek. And a lot of defensive driving into Christmas corner for the first time. Drivers looking to hold on to their position. Here they come, leaders now into Ashby. And it's Riley Bishop, Meek in 2nd place, Harrison Whitcomb. Whitcomb getting away well in 3rd position from Marley Parejo. Number 32, Riley Bishop, is your early race leader as they make their way towards boot for the first time, trying to pull away now from Oliver Meek. Harrison Whitcomb dropping a couple of places. There's the 68 right on his tail there. Dalton Hayward, who ran strongly in the first heat. And Hayward looking to get through nice and early to get towards the front. 69 down the inside. And that was Harrison Whitcomb fighting back as the leaders crossed the line for the first time. So it's Bishop from Meek, Majewski in 3rd place. Oh, trouble here on the exit of boot corner. 47, one of the drivers in trouble there. 20, that's Mayan Patel. And trying to pick up that may be 41, possibly Hugo Majewski, the 3rd driver. And 47, that's a shame. That was David Wishaw, who ran very well in the first race. And David looks to be in a bit of discomfort there. Patel gets away. And this is just on the final corner. Hugo Majewski beached on the grass at the moment, but the race goes on. There will be wave yellows going out of boot. It looks like Vistraw's out of the kart and out of the race. So there we see the incident, and drivers just, they can see, just acknowledging to each other that they are under wave yellows conditions. The race goes on. Down towards the final corner they go. It's still Bishop from Meek, Whittingham in third, Hayward in fourth, Shenton now in fifth place, and the 21 of Mason Thurlow into sixth position. Joshua Wagembe drops to seventh, so looks like we are under, certainly are under full course yellows now, so racing just pausing at the moment. There we see drivers holding position. Just looking at that incident on the final corner, so drivers at the moment under wave yellow conditions, full course yellow here, and holding their positions. So we saw a three-driver incident a couple of laps ago there. Drivers involved: David Vishkor, 47, the 41 of Hugo Majewski, and 20 Mayan Patel. Patel is back into the race at the back of the field, but the other two drivers, there you see them just on the infield, out at the moment, and the field just driving around in formation at the moment. We are under a full course yellow condition here. They make their way through past the line once again. Everyone just holding position. This will make for a very close final few laps if we can get the track clear very shortly. I think at the moment it just appears that David Vishkor just getting a check over from the medics. Doesn't appear to be, well, it's hopefully not badly hurt. He's certainly up on his feet there with the white helmet. And Hugo Majewski, number 41, still sat in the kart at the moment on the grass. The other driver we mentioned was Mayan Patel, who was involved in that incident, number 20, and Patel able to get back onto the track and has rejoined, currently 31st at the back of this group. Still the 32 of Riley Bishop leading the pack round there. We see, I believe that is the 41 of Hugo Majewski. Driver doesn't appear to be badly hurt. I think he's just taken a knock maybe in that incident just after boot corner that's going in towards the final corner. And Majewski, helmet off now. We're still under yellow flag conditions. Riley Bishop is still your race leader from Oliver Meek. There's Meek in second. Harrison Whitcomb in third. Dalton Hayward fourth. It's Rocco Leon Shenton in fifth. Mason Thurlow sixth. Joshua Wagembe seventh. Ben Simpson, Marley Parejo ninth. Harrison Morrow 10th place. Oliver Majewski in 11th place. Hayden Gray, Charlie Mills, Hugo Roche, and Jack Owen Drawbridge. Rounding out the top 15, Harry Higgs, number 45, currently in 16th place. Gibson 17th, Callum Wilson in 18th. Now it looks like we may well be getting back to racing here. Let's have a look at the flags as they go through. All still in formation. The race order has stayed the same. As the injured driver just taken away for a little cursory examination. Let's hope it's nothing serious. The driver's still not under race conditions as such at the moment. It's still Bishop leading the race from Oliver Meek in second, but they've just got a whole formation at the moment. Whittingham in third. The race still goes on, of course, and the caution conditions. Dalton Hayward and Leon Shenton in there as well. Down to Ashby they go once again. So Riley Bishop leading the drivers round as the injured driver, that was Hugo Majewski, just walking away and appears to be going back to the medical centre just for a check over. Hopefully it's nothing serious and we'll see him a bit later on. Adam Hill has rejoined the event and currently in 31st place. Number 66, so Hill, late start to the race for him, but has got back underway, looking to just get underway in this heat race. But now the green flag goes out and we are back underway. 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. So this is going to be a dash to the flag here. And Riley Bishop tries to break away as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner. Still Meek in second place. And somebody having a look there for a move through the field. That's the 52, Joshua Wagembe, moving up another position. Back marker a bit further behind there. That may well be the 66 of Adam Hill. The rest of the pack make their way through. Good, clean start back to racing here. Everyone staying out of trouble on this first flying lap. and Bishop. Good start, breaking away now from the rest of the field. It's still Oliver Meek in second place. 69, Harrison Whittingham having a look down the inside as they go into boot, but can't find a way through at the moment. And Oliver Meek driving defensively here, got a whole train of drivers behind him. Meanwhile, 32, Riley Bishop pulls away. Looking at the lap charts here, I think we will get 2 more laps after this under race conditions, as immediately Oliver Meek guards that inside line, but he can't do that forever, and there's a train down the inside here. Whittingham having a look. Oh, they bang wheels. It's getting tight here at the top of Christmas Corner, and the recipient of that is the 86. Shenton now up to second place. Everyone banging wheels there. Drivers battling across the track there, and it looks like Rocco Leon Shenton has got through to second place. Number 30 also in there, Ben Simpson. It's all very close in this battle for second place. There's the 52, Joshua Bigembe. He's also been on the move as well. Now getting ahead of Oliver Meek. So it's a real shuffle for positions here. And 12 seconds on the clock. It's going to be 2 laps to go, including the lap they've just started. Riley Bishop really getting to work here. 53.81 for Riley Bishop. Breaking away from this real battle for second place, as down the inside goes the number 68 of Dalton Hayward on 86, Shenton. Bigembe in there as well, but Dalton Hayward now into second place as they make their way down towards Ashby. Hayward in third. Bishop trying to break away at the front, but the gap only 1.1 seconds, so certainly no margin for error for the race leader, as Dalton Hayward, 68, looking threatening in that second place. Shenton having a look down the inside as they go in towards boot, but Hayward certainly has got that advantage in second place. There's the race leader, Riley Bishop. This will be the final lap. So 32, Riley Bishop, your race leader as we go through to this final lap. Hayward in second place, but Dalton Hayward with the fastest lap of the race. The gap under 1 second. There's trouble here a bit further down the field. That's the 57. A little bit further down the pack there, Ashton Wiggins, who ran strongly in the first heat, but really has been a difficult race for him now. Ashton Wiggins crossing the line down in 29th position, just ahead of Mayan Patel. Jake Humphrey and Kai Clark also dropping position. I think there was a bit of trouble further down the field on that penultimate lap. Meanwhile, Riley Bishop, 32. There he is, leading the way. Let's see where Hayward is. At the moment, doesn't look like Hayward's close enough to cause any trouble here as Riley Bishop makes his way around the penultimate corner. There's Hayward in second, really keeping the pressure on, but it's not going to be enough. Riley Bishop round the final corner, and heat number 2 goes to the number 32. It's Dalton Hayward in second place, Shenton third, Bigembe fourth, Meek in fifth place, Whittingham sixth, and then running at the top 10, Ben Simpson, Mason Thurlow, Marley Parejo, Harrison Morrow in 10th, Oliver Majewski just a little bit further behind, and the midfield runners charging through there. Owen Drawbridge, Harry Higgs in 15th place, Hugo Roche in 16th position, and of course the caution conditions for most of that race meant we had a very close finish. Coming up next, of course, we have the Mini X30 and Mini Max. They'll be underway in just a few moments. Heat number 2 for the Mini Max X30 and Mini Max. Harry Yale will lead them away from Ryan Ward, Kyle Slee third, Charlie Webb in fourth, Aidan Hazan in fifth, Ty Major in 6th position. 7th will be Henry Gregory from Kira Harris, Alfie Briggs, Gabriel Stilp in 10th, ran so well in the first race, Rylan Ekberg and Leo Brown in 12th, Jack Hobson, Shan McGarville in 14th, Morgan Hill in 15th place, Kian Garrity in 16th, Bobby Rosier and Woody Radford in 18th position, Oliver Kerr, Mac McFarker and Oliver Smith rounding out the grid for the Mini Max drivers. They're all on the grid now, of course. These are 2 race groups starting and racing together, but they are scored separately in terms of the championships. Drivers now in the dummy grid. They'll be underway in just a few moments' time. This is the second heat of the day for all these race groups. 3 heats plus the final later on this afternoon. Pleased to say, of course, that we are running very well today. We're running ahead of schedule as well. And if you're following the race program, just a reminder that we are running quite ahead of time here. There would normally be a lunch break at the end of the first heat, but that will be a bit later on after this second heat of races. And then the afternoon program consisting of the third heats and the finals for all of the race groups. X30 and Mini Max drivers currently on the dummy grid at the moment here at Whilton Mill. Great conditions for racing here. Drivers just getting ready and will be out onto the track in just a few moments' time. Certainly is looking good conditions here at this Whilton Mill circuit, just on the outskirts of Daventry in Northamptonshire. Sometimes you'll see, if you look closely at the centre of the screen, you'll see the traffic going through on the neighbouring M1. And it's pretty much in the central part of the country. Silverstone, not particularly far away. So very much in the motorsport heartlands here in Northamptonshire. And this challenging Christmas corner, of course, it's quite a steep, relatively steep uphill into that corner. When you stand at the bottom down by the clubhouse, you see just how steep that hill is. And then down into Ashby here, it's a good opportunity for overtaking. But you've got to be very careful not to outbrake yourself there, because it is a downhill braking zone as well. So both groups of drivers now on track. We have the X30 and the Mini Max drivers all out onto the track. The X30s, the Mini's getting into position now, and they'll be underway in just a moment. Rolling start, of course, for this group. And at the front, of course, we see the number 17 of Ryan Ward. 65, Harry Hill, just alongside 25, Charlie Webb. Also in third. Here we go, around the final corner. Green flag is out. Oh, it's a full start, I believe. Yeah, so that's a full start. Drivers, we'll have to try that again in a few moments. So the X30 Minis have just gone through. Mini Max, of course, by definition, that will be a full start as well. The drivers automatically wave through on a full start. And there they go. That's the Mini Max also through as well. So we shall make our way back to the grid as the leading group make their way through Ashby, and we will try again in just a few moments' time. And there's the Mini Max group, headed by the number 49, Bobby Rosier, Oliver Kerr and Oliver Smith in there as well. So here we go, we'll try again. X30 Minis now making their way up towards boot once again. Once again, of course, it was Ryan Ward, Harry Gould, Charlie Webb, Kyle Slee amongst the top 2 rows, 64 in there as well. Aidan Hazan, who ran very strongly in the first heat. Let's see if he can get any close to the leaders in heat number 2. Very threatening in the second part of the race. Here they come around the final corner. And oh, they were struggling for position there. Didn't look a clean start at all. And it's no surprise to see that we have another full start. And the drivers make their way back towards us. Of course, both groups will be under the full start conditions, and the start has been abandoned here. Stay out on track, of course, and we'll try again for the third attempt. Didn't look a very clean start at all, to be honest, on that final corner. Drivers really falling out of position quite badly there, so it's no surprise to see the full start flags go out. And let's hope that we can get a clean start this time. Looks very competitive at the front. And of course, 1 or 2 drivers further back in this grid as well, looking to get through to the front early on. So not really surprising to see a lot of jostling for position. So here we go, our top 2 drivers lining up. So we've still got the number 11, Kyle Slee, Ryan Ward, and Aidan Hassan in there as well. Here we go, towards boot, and 25 also, Charlie Webb. So the leading row making its way now towards the final corner. And let's hope the third time is the charm here. Here they come around the final corner. And it's a good start this time. Away they go, headed by number 11, Kyle Slee. The Mini Max drivers come around the final corner any moment now as the leaders make their way. Oh, trouble here though for number 65 on that first corner. .47 also in trouble as well, Alfie Briggs. So that was 65, and a bit of trouble there. And a penalty for Ty Major. So whatever that incident was there, looks like Major has been adjudged to be the cause of it. Here they come, the leaders though. And on that eventful first lap, there go the Minimax drivers down towards Ashby. Looks like Bobby Rosier in the lead. Meanwhile, at the front, Kyle Slee leads. Oh no, he doesn't actually. That's a change of leader. 71. Henry Gregory after that eventful first lap. Here they come. They jostle for position. Very busy first lap there, and a great start for the 71 of Henry Gregory. Up to first place, Kyle Slee in second, and there we see Aidan Hazan having a look down the inside of the 25, Charlie Webb. And great move there. Hazan makes the move stick and moves up. I think it was almost 2 positions there. Bobby Rosier leading the Minimax drivers, but Henry Gregory trying to get away from this really close battle of a second place. There is the 64 then. Hazan clear in second place now. Looks like number 14, Jack Hobson's moved up a few positions as well. Oh, really close. Wheel-to-wheel action here as they go into boot, as the number 10 has a look down the inside. Oh, lovely move there from number 10. Gabriel Stilp, who ran so well in the first race. He's got to fight his way through in heat number 2. And a lovely little move there going through into boot corner. There we see the 25 of Charlie Webb, closely pursued now by Leo Brown. 17 in there as well, Ryan Ward. Gabriel Stilp, number 10, looking threatening a little bit further behind in 7th place. Meanwhile, the 71 of Henry Gregory, fastest lap of the race, and incidentally, Aidan Hazan in second, both with identical lap times last time round, 48.3. So the pace of the race very strong at the front so far. Still plenty of time to go in this second heat as we look at the number 33, Leo Brown, having a look at 25, Charlie Webb, as they go through boot, heading towards that final corner. So Gregory leads Hazan in second. It's Jack Hobson breaking away a bit now in third place. Charlie Webb, Leo Brown, Gabriel Stilp. Hazan's looking strong into Christmas corner, down the inside of Henry Gregory. And Aidan Hazan takes the lead. He's looked very good at the start of this race and getting to work to the front of the field. Meanwhile, the 71 of Gregory trying to fight back. Hazan just eking a small gap at the front of the field. Meanwhile, the Minimax drivers, we see Bobby Rosier still leading the way from Oliver Kerr and Oliver Smith there, the 22. Oliver Kerr, 49, Bobby Rosier, your race leader, 29 of Oliver Smith. Battling for second place now. So these drivers, of course, a little bit further behind, 17th and 18th on the track, but this is the battle for second place in the Minimax. Rosier leads. And down the inside, oh, having a look there was the 29 of Oliver Smith. Macklemore Parker and Woody Radford a bit further behind. And there they go, rounding out the field, 4th and 5th in the Minimax group. So at the moment, it's Aidan Hazan that leads the X30 Minis as the leading group have made their way through Christmas corner and towards the centre of the circuit now. They've gone through Ashby. And there we see the 49 of Rosier leading the Minimax group of drivers, and still that battle for second place there. Oliver Kerr and Oliver Smith, 22 and 29. Back to the front though, and the man on the move, we just saw him go through there, number 10, Gabriel Stilp, 46.98, fastest lap of the race. He's in 4th place, but meanwhile, the 64 of Aidan Hazan leads the way through Christmas corner. It's still Henry Gregory in 2nd place. Jack Hobson, 14th, and the number 10 of Gabriel Stilp, fastest driver on the track at the moment, and looking strong in that 4th place. The rest of the top 10 make their way through. There's the number 14 of Jack Hobson. And lovely move down the inside there from Stilp. Into the left-hander, off towards boot now. Gabriel Stilp now clear in 3rd place. Just over 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. And trying to close up on Henry Gregory. The race leader is still the number 64 of Aidan Hazan. Henry Gregory in 2nd. Gabriel Stilp still the fastest driver on the track, getting faster again. 46.83 last time round. So look out for the number 10 as he seems to be pulling along the machines of Charlie Webb, Leo Brown and Ryan Eckberg in there as well. 33 Leo Brown we just saw there as the leaders make their way through Ashby. So Hobson losing a little bit of ground there on Gabriel Stilp, but not to be surprised really, because Gabriel Stilp in his closing stage looking very quick, and with consummate ease there, goes through to second place, makes the move stick. Kira Harris picking up a warning as well. Here we go then, just over 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. I think there is still time here for Gabriel Stilp to try and close up on Aidan Hassan. So clear in second place now, Gregory in third. We've got the number 14 of Jack Hobson through Christmas Corner. 1.6 seconds last time around, the gap between first and second. Aidan Hassan got to the front very early, looked very strong, but still with a late fight back here, fighting through the top 5, now through into second place. Henry Gregory holding off a whole train of drivers there. We've got the number 14, Jack Hobson, Charlie Webb, Leo Brown, Rylan Ekberg just a little bit further behind at the moment. Closing stages of the second heat, the X30 mini drivers making their way through. It's still Hassan leading from Stilp, Gregory, Hobson, Webb, and the 33 of Leo Brown, Ekberg, and Keon Geraghty making the way through to 8th position. Ryan Ward getting past Ty Major. As down the inside goes Hobson. Jack Hobson through into third place from Henry Gregory. Gregory tries to fight back as they go down into Ashby, but no line at the moment. Still clear, number 10, trying to close up on Hassan, the race leader. All very close indeed here, as Henry Gregory again trying to fight back on Jack Hobson as they make their way through in towards Boot. Hobson doing a great job of holding on to that position as they charge through the final corner. The gap still 1.4 seconds between the two leaders. A little bit further back, it's still Bobby Rosier leading the Minimax drivers. Oliver Kerr and Oliver Smith in third. And all the action here going into Christmas Corner as Gregory has a look on the inside of Jack Hobson, but not close enough to go for the pass. Down they go towards Ashby. Leo Brown looking threatening in 6th position. Charlie Webb in there as well. And a track warning there for Alfie Briggs a bit further down the field in the number 47. As the rest of the pack make their way through. 87, Mac Rafarka and Woody Radford battling in the Minimax group. All the action still for third as 25, Charlie Webb goes down the inside. Oh, and a great little move there as well from Leo Brown. Both drivers sneaking past the 71 of Henry Gregory, who drops down to 6th position. 1 lap to go, and there is 1 second between Aidan Hassan and Gabriel Stilp at the front. All the action still for third as they go through Christmas. Here we see a little bit further back. That's the 29 of Oliver Smith, second in the Minimax. And looks like he's going to overtake Kira Harris. Bobby Rosier still leading the Minimax as we see this great battle for third position. Charlie Webb, Leo Brown, Henry Gregory all in there as Aidan Hassan looks to hold on to this second heat as they make their way down towards the final corner. Still plenty of action in the Minimax. There is Rosier, the race leader, as the leading group go on to the final lap. So it's still Rosier leading the Minimax group, number 49. Here we go, last lap of the race. 33 guarding the inside line into Christmas Corner. Leo Brown, oh, as 25, Charlie Webb, nice little move on the outside going into the corner. Gabriel Stilp still trying to close up on Aidan Hassan. But look at this battle for third place here. Charlie Webb. Oh, trouble there though for 74. Rylan Ekberg lost the back end going out of Ashby. Driver's okay and gets back into the running. And hopefully should be able to stay ahead. Oh, I think that may have been Ryan Ward a bit further behind. Meanwhile, down towards the final corner they go. Aidan Hassan will take the checkered flag from Gabriel Stilp in second place. Jack Hobson third, Charlie Webb in fourth, Leo Brown, Henry Gregory in 6th, and Keon Geraghty fighting through to 7th place on the final lap. The unfortunate Rylan Ekberg, despite that spin, will still take 8th place. Ryan Ward in 9th, and Morgan Hill rounding out the top 10. We wait for our leaders of the Minimax to make their way through. It's Bobby Rosier that takes the win, number 49. Oliver Smith just about taking second place from Oliver Kerr, and coming around the final corner any moment now should be Woody Radford from Max McFarker. There they go, 4th and 5th respectively in the Minimax heat number 2. Junior Max are in the dummy grid area at the moment. They'll be underway in just a few moments' time. Here we are then for round number 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Junior Max Heat number 2 is about to get underway. Drivers in the dummy grid at the moment, headed by Jensen Giles from Luke Ringham, Charlie Ellis in 3rd, Spencer Brom in 4th, Callum Davis and Jensen Weston in 6th place, Finley Harrion 7th from Jack Davis, Kyle Dunford in 9th, Tommy Edmonds in 10th, Zane Khan 11th and Joshua Burton 12th, Jack Cooper in 13th, Harrison Crook in 14th position. So much like the previous race, we've got some top names from the first heat starting a little bit further back in this one. So the first few laps will be interesting as they try and fight their way through to the front. So heat number 2 getting underway very shortly for the Junior Max. We're about halfway through this program now of the second heat. We've got the Junior X30s, Senior X30s and the Tilletson T4 groups to come up a little bit later on for the second heat of races. 3 heats for all of the race classes plus the finals a bit later on today. Junior Max drivers then making their way out onto the circuit now for their second heat. Saw some trouble in that previous race with full start, so let's hope we get a clean start this time round as the drivers make their way out onto the track. Through Christmas Corner into Ashby. Track looking in great condition in this late August afternoon. Prime conditions for racing, and certainly at the moment the threat of rain appears to have held off this afternoon, so let's hope that certainly stays the same. Drivers now taking their positions as we head towards Boot and the final corner. We should be underway very shortly for Junior Max heat number 2. Drivers are in position. So the number 60 of Luke Ringham, Jensen Giles alongside, heading round the final corner. And it's a good start. Away we go. Heat number 2 for Junior Max. They make their way up towards Christmas for the first time. And it looks like the 27 of Jensen Giles getting an early jump. Down the inside, though, goes Luke Ringham. Tries to go for the lead. Doesn't quite come off, though. Jensen Giles had the pace through Christmas Corner and holds on to the lead as they go down towards Ashby. Again, Ringham down the inside. Oh, good move there. And he outbraked himself, though. Jensen Giles holds on to the lead, and that move has allowed 38. Finley Harrion has had a great start to the race, already up to second place. And it looked like Luke Ringham getting pushed out a bit there, but already Finley Harrion, number 38, has gone through into the lead. So a great first lap there from Harrion. And will look to try and pull away some of the main rivals still fighting through the field. But the early leader making 4 places on that first lap. Finley Harrion from Jensen Giles, Spencer Brom up to 3rd. Jensen Weston, the tie driver, newcomer, good start for him in 4th place. There he is, number 34, about to be passed though by the number 40 of Kyle Dunford, who gets through. 79 Jack Davis as well. Down they go towards Ashby. Looked like Weston trying to fight back there down the inside, but there we see the 79 of Jack Davis, I beg your pardon, in 6th place, 79. All very close, though, for this battle, just on the edge of 2nd place, 23. Tommy Edmonds, oh, and trouble there for number 60 in that battle, Luke Ringham, who started out at the front and has come off worse here in that incident going into Boot, pushed onto the gravels, kept the engine running and gets back onto power, but all the way down the field, down in 14th place now, so bad luck. Mechanical flag there for Callum Davis, currently in 8th place, number 95. There we see, looks like the rear bumper hanging loose from that machine. So he'll have to come in to get that rectified, one would imagine. Certainly looks, hanging very loose there, number 95. Number 11 just behind there, Charlie Ellis. 65, Spencer Brom now up to 2nd place in the middle of all that action last time round. At the moment, Finley Harrion, number 38, there he is, pulling away from the rest of the field. It's Brom in 2nd, Dunford 3rd, and just a little bit further back. It's all very close. There's the 34 of Jensen Weston, still in that 7th place behind Jensen Giles, the early front runner. Callum Davis, Charlie Ellis, and Harrison Crook rounding up the top 10. The leading group make their way through Christmas Corner. So there we see 34, Jensen Weston, putting the 27 of Jensen Giles under pressure. Tries to have a look going down into Ashby. Goes wide on the exit, just trying to find a bit more momentum into the next left-hander. Potential overtaking spot here, but it looks like the 27 of Giles has got the line. Guarding the inside as they head towards Boot. Weston right on the rear wheel here. So Jensen Weston, the tyre driver, travelled quite far, based in Essex, and has travelled quite a way to be here today at Whilton Mill. First visit, and looking good at the moment in 7th place at the 72 of Harrison Crook, just behind in 8th place. Finley Harrion looking good. Still that battle gets underway. There's 72, and Harrison Crook starting to put Jensen Weston under a bit of pressure, going down towards the Ashby corner. 27 though. Jensen Giles looking strong. Jack Davis, incidentally, fastest lap of the race last time round in 4th place, 46.76. Jack Cooper 9th. Zane Khan, incidentally, now getting up towards 10th place. He ran strongly in the first heat race, breaking into the top 10. 4 minutes to go, plus 1 lap remaining of this second heat for the Junior Max. No surprises to see Finley Harrion running strongly at the front, extending the lead. All the action behind, though. Here we see the battle for second place. 65, Spencer Braun in second place. Kyle Dunford third. And Dunford all over the back of Braun here as they go down towards Ashby. Not close enough to go for the pass. Here we go down the hill. Oh, and bar banging, well, trading paint there with 72. Harrison Crook, Jensen Weston and Jack Cooper all very close. Looks like Harrison Crook has got through on the previous lap. There we see 27 Jensen Giles clear in 6th place now. Leaders making their way through. There goes the race leader Finley Harrion. It's all very close for second place though. Dunford having a look down the inside of Braun. Up the hill they go towards Christmas Corner. Let's see if Dunford can get down the inside. No, they have to just follow through there at the moment and try and find an opening elsewhere on the lap. 40, Dunford in 3rd. Trying to find a way through. Jack Davis in there as well. Jack Davis looking quick at the moment and is closing up on this battle for second place. At the moment, Kyle Dunford can't find a way through from Spencer Braun in 2nd. Here they come up towards Boot once again. And Dunford, again, has to follow. Just keep the line there, try and find a way through. The leading group make their way through. Still Harrion leads. Braun in 2nd, Dunford 3rd, 65 then. Spencer Braun, the driver in shot now, making his way up towards Christmas Corner, holding on to that 2nd place, has a glance over the shoulder, knows that Dunford's there. Has the line covered. Look out for Jack Davis and Tommy Edmonds there. There's 23 of Edmonds, not too far behind as they go down towards Ashby. And it looks to me like Tommy Edmonds is starting to close up on this battle. Jack Davis and Kyle Dunford still battling for that 2nd place. None of this, of course, bothering Finley Harrion, who is clear away at the lead at the moment. Braun in 2nd. Let's see what Dunford can do. And there we see Braun guarding that inside line going into the final corner. 79, Jack Davis. Tommy Edmonds still closing up in 5th place, number 23. Harrison Crook a bit further behind. And again we see Braun guarding that inside line into Christmas Corner as Dunford has a look. Not close enough to put the wheels in there though at the moment. All over the back wheel. Look how much these drivers are working as they go down into Ashby. Braun holds on to that 2nd place. Jack Davis, 79, now well and truly involved in this battle for 2nd place. Tommy Evans, 23, just a little bit further behind this group as Davis trying to just find a line to get through. Dunford, it appears, is being held up by Braun here at the moment. Can't find a way through, though. Braun doing very well to defend that 2nd position because Kyle Dunford, number 40 in 3rd, looks quicker at the moment. He just can't find a way through. Here they go into Christmas Corner. Braun holds at 9, nice and neatly going down towards Ashby now. And still Braun. There we see the race leader, Finley Harrion, cleared away at the front at the moment. It's Braun still 2nd, Dunford 3rd. This is the battle we're concentrating on at the moment with Davis in 4th. Tommy Edmonds was closing up in 5th place, but not really getting involved in this battle just yet.
Just looking at the time here, we've got just over 12 seconds plus the 1 lap, so Finlay Harrion should get through. Yes, he does, before the clock goes down to 0, so 2 laps to go in this race. And still time for Dunford in third. This is where the battle's been now, as Jack Davis has a look now. Oh, having to really fight into that corner. Dunford in third, really having to hold off Davis now, who's trying to find a way through. This is all going to benefit, of course, Spencer Brougham in second place, if this battle of third hots up. And Spencer Brougham is doing a great job of holding on to that second position throughout the heats. Throughout the heat so far. Harrion clear away at the front. So Spencer Brougham looking neat in second. The battle now starting with third, because Jack Davis is starting to put Kyle Dunford under some pressure. 1 lap to go for Finlay Harrion, who sets the fastest lap of the race, 46.31. Brougham still in second. Dunford, Davis and Edmonds. It's as close as that. Here they come towards Christmas corner. Dunford guarding the inside line, but Davis around the outside. Gets a wheel in front, but he's going to have to yield into the next corner. And Dunford holds on to the position. This allows Tommy Edmonds to have a look down the inside going into Ashby. But they hold their positions. This is all benefiting Spencer Brougham in second place, the 65, as the battle hots up for third place. Finlay Harrion's got this race under control, going through Boot for the final time, and the final corner, number 38, Finlay Harrion. 1 more corner to go. He's had a fantastic race and will take the checkered flag. Looks like it's going to be Brougham in second, and very close for third. Kyle Dunford third, Jack Davis fourth, and Tommy Edmonds in fifth place. 6th position for Harrison Crook. And the rest of the top 10, Jack Cooper, Jensen Giles, Jensen Weston and Charlie Ellis through into 10th. We seem to have lost Zane Khan on the final lap, so difficult race for Khan. But very well done to the race winner, Finlay Harrion, and a great battle for second place, headed by Spencer Brougham. So that draws to a close the second heat race for the Junior Max drivers. We have Junior X30 coming up in just a few moments, as we see the 34, Jensen Weston, who'll make his way back to the pits. Seems to be enjoying his first visit here to Whilton Mill. Very good battle with Jensen Giles in that Junior Max race. So we're waiting now for the X30s. They're down in the dummy grid at the moment. And as the Junior Max drivers make their way back to the pits, we'll be back on track in just a few moments. Here we are then, Whilton Mill for the 4th round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. X30 Junior Heat number 2 is about to get underway. And let's have a look at the grid. Charlie Field in first from Macy Hitter, Christian Brooks in third, Will Howells, Daniel Hackett and Mackenzie Stevens in 6th place. Milo Pilford 7th, Jake Yanagisawa in 8th position, Joshua Patch in 9th, Miles Turnbull 10th, Vinnie Lloyd Chamberlain 11th and Benedict Davis 12th position. Further back we have Oliver Algieri in 13th place, Sam Baker 14th, Alex Johnson 15th from Lorenzo Cordell, Luke Weston in 17th, Jude Verniehoff in 18th position, Avery Rigby 19th, Ellis Bourchier in 20th, Benjamin Watts, Jaden Gregg, Jerome Phillip and Lucas Ellingham in 24th position, Alex Moody, Luke Watts, Thomas Mullett, Kyan Gohill, Kai Carrington and Keon Gamiar in 30th place, Zaki Hussein in 31st, Remy Gilbert in 32nd, and the final 2 drivers made up of Hugo Gilbert and Sam Longley, number 49, in 34th position. So another big grid of drivers, and this is the second heat of the Junior X30. All groups, of course, having 3 heats, and then going through to the finals later on this afternoon. 2 more races to go in this second heat. After this, we have the Senior X30 and the Tilletson T4s. We'll then pause for a lunch break before joining you for the final afternoon action here at Whilton Mill. But in store here, we have an exciting 8 minutes plus 1 lap in store here for the Junior X30s. Drivers still on the dummy grid at the moment. They'll be out on track very shortly indeed. And once again, some of the favoured names a little bit further back on the grid. in this second race, so one would suspect that the first couple of laps could be very busy indeed. Drivers just making their final preparations. Everything seems about ready to go, so we should be seeing the drivers out on track in just a moment. Engines firing up now, and out onto the track go the junior X30 drivers here at Whilton Mill. Incidentally, here at Whilton Mill, we will be back here with Alpha Live next weekend. The action goes from 4 wheels to 2. It's the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championships here at Whilton Mill, right here, and I'll be here next week to take you through the 2-wheeled action here at Whilton Mill. Certainly hope the weather will be as good as it is today, because the track is looking in great condition this afternoon. The junior X30 drivers making their way through Ashby. Out on the sighting lap, they will take their positions for the rolling start in just a moment. So the senior X30 is just lining up now for their race, which will be coming up very shortly. But we will start now with the junior X30s. Drivers now making their way towards boot and the final corners past the pits. Here we go. So everyone seems to be in position. So here they come through to the final corner. Charlie Field, Christian Brooks, round the final corner they go. Full start though. Trouble further back, and the start has been abandoned. Full start. We will go around once again. Everyone gets through cleanly, but a bit of an issue there further back, and we will start again in a moment. Drivers just keeping the tyres warm there. We see the flags just indicating to the drivers that was a full start. They all seem to know though, and will hold their positions there. We see the 23 of Charlie Field, Macy Hitter, Christian Brooks, Will Howells and Mackenzie Stevens all very close as they go back into position. Headed by the 23 of Charlie Field. So drivers just keeping the tyres warm, anticipating this restart now. We did have a full start there, so we'll start again this time. 23 Charlie Field and Macy Hitter leading the drivers round. And onto the final corner, you can see the premix. Two-stroke fumes floating in the air, back underway now. Let's have a look at the marshals. No, this time again it's a full start. Did see the clock start there, but nonetheless the race director opting to declare a full start there. We will start once again, so the drivers again have to recompose themselves. Tense moments, of course, especially for those drivers at the front of the field here looking to get a good start and hold the chasing pack on that opening lap. So X30 Junior Heat 2, we will try once again as the drivers make their way down towards the final few corners. We're just going through to the boot section of the track, that sharp left and right hand combination past the pits. And there again we see the 2 lead drivers on the grid in this race, Charlie Field and Macy Hitter. Around the final corner we go, and let's see if we get a clean start this time. All eyes on the marshals. No, the flags stay in. It's a good start, and X30, no trouble there for number 33. That was Macy Hitter that went off. And the unfortunate Macy Hitter goes pretty much from the front row to the back in the space of 1 corner, coming off worse as they battle for position on that first lap. So Junior X30 is now underway. 26 well placed there. Will Howells just holding off the number 38 of Milo Pilford. There's Pilford there. Looks like a good start for Christian Brooks. Appears to have got away well. There also is Oliver Algieri, number 238, who had a very fast finish to this first race earlier on today. But as they make their way through, it is indeed Christian Brooks who got the jump on the field. 47.48 leads them round. Charlie Field, early pole sitter, in second place. Milo Pilford in third. Howells, Lloyd Chamberlain, Jake Yanagisari also in there. Number 19 in trouble into the pits. And that's Mackenzie Stevens. So just looking to see if there's any obvious faults there for Mackenzie Stevens, but appears to be out of the race, and a penalty for the number 48 of Alex Johnston. So there was trouble at the start of the race, of course. Lost a couple of drivers at the start of the race as well. Macy hit a span out, and Mackenzie Stevens, as we saw, is out of the race, but things go on with Christian Brooks leading the way. Charlie Field also well placed, and it's all very close amongst the top 5. So Brooks leads, Field in second, Pilford third, Lloyd Chamberlain in fourth, Will Howells drops to 5th place, Lorenzo Cordal now up to 6th place, Jude Ferneyhoff in 7th, Oliver Algieri number 238, who we just saw a moment ago, currently the fastest driver on the track, and the 84 of Jake Yanagisawa, currently in 9th place, just ahead of Sam Baker. And I'm sure that Sam Baker will be looking to try and get back amongst the leaders as we go towards the second part of the race. There's Algieri down the inside of the number 53, Jude Ferneyhoff. So good move there from Algieri. Now goes up to 7th place. Oh, and riding the wheels there was the 84, who comes off worst. That's Jake Yanagisawa. Rode up over the back wheels and can only wait. Oh, and number 54, the unfortunate driver caught up in the melee there. Remy Gilbert, I think, saw the stationary driver a bit too late. Both drivers okay in that incident at Boots, but the unfortunate 84 there of Jake Yanagisawa has got to rejoin pretty much at the back of the field now, down to 31st place. So effectively out of contention, but 82, Christian Brooks, got a good start to this race. Leads by 1.2 seconds last time round. And let's have a look how things are developing a bit further behind. We've got the 38 of Milo Pilford, 20, Lorenzo Cordell looking strong. Algieri, and I think Ferneyhoff in there as well, as Christian Brooks goes through. 1.5 seconds the gap at the front. Charlie Field in second, Pilford third, Cordell now up to 4th place, as we saw a moment ago. Algieri having a look down the inside, going to Christmas corner. Great move there on the inside of Lloyd Chamberlain. But Lloyd Chamberlain's got the line going down towards Ashby, holds on to the position, and Algieri trying to fight again through Ashby. And another great move there from Oliver Algieri. Certainly seems to have an eye for a pass here. And has got past Lloyd Chamberlain, and down the inside goes the 53. Oh, look at this. Oh, Sam Baker taking advantage there, because we saw Ferneyhoff going down the inside and both drivers going wide. So looks like Sam Baker has jumped a couple of places there. Milo Pilford well placed. Lorenzo Cordell now up to 3rd position. There we see the number 20 as 53. Oh, it's all very, very close through Christmas corner. Jostling for position there as they come down towards Ashby. Braking there down the inside as well with the number 99. Lucas Allingham now going through. Alex Moody, number 88, who we should just see at the edge of this little battle. Fastest driver on the track at the moment. As Oliver Algieri, 238, has now got past the number 20 of Lorenzo Cordell. Still Christian Brooks that leads. Oh, lovely move down the inside there from Lucas Allingham, and Alex Moody getting past Milo Pilford. Leaders now making their way up towards Christmas corner. It's still Christian Brooks that leads. The driver just in front on shot there. Charlie Field in second, as again this battle just on the edge of the top 10. Very close indeed. Number 80. That's Vinnie Lloyd Chamberlain getting a move on Milo Pilford. Luke Watts in there as well. Alex Johnston just a bit further behind. And now towards the front we see Oliver Algieri starting to close up on Charlie Field, going through towards Boot. Vinnie Lloyd Chamberlain, it's been a good lap for him. He gets past number 37, also in there as well, Luke Watts. Watts having a look down the inside on the final corner. Oh, he tried it, but it didn't quite come off. Ellingham with the fastest lap of the race in 6th position, the number 99. Trying to close up on Jude Ferneyhoff. Christian Brooks leads the way, number 82. But oh, here's the action once again on the edge of the top 10. Luke Watts on the move here. He's got past Vinnie Lloyd Chamberlain. Alex Moody also in that battle as well. Here we see the action for 2nd place, so it looks like Algieri now is through to 2nd place. 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. The gap 2.5 seconds between 1st and 2nd place. And a warning here for the driver in shot number 48, Alex Johnston, in this very close battle. Looks like has got through past Finney Lloyd-Chamberlain. Just behind there is the 38 of Milo Pilford. Looking close though is the second through to about 6th position, all very close indeed. Oliver Algieri now clear in second place. There goes the leader, Christian Brooks, through Ashby. The gap was 2.4 seconds. It'll be interesting to see. I think that Brooks will get round in enough time. I think we're going to have a couple more laps to go at the end of this one still. The pace of the race very quick indeed. Just over 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining as we look at the number 20, Lorenzo Cordell. Down towards the final corner, Algieri breaking away slightly now. Charlie Field, Jude Finnehoff all in there. 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining. So Christian Brooks, the gap is 2.3 seconds. Algieri closing on the leader. Let's have a look what Algieri can do. Lorenzo Cordell trying to get a push as down the inside goes Jude Finnehoff on Lucas Ellingham, and Sam Baker also in there as well. Brooks still leading. Down the inside in Ashby goes 99, Lucas Ellingham. Getting past the 23 of Charlie Field. So Field just dropping a couple of places in the latter part of the race. Trying to fight back as the leaders make their way through towards the final corners. We're going to have 2 laps to go in this race, including the one they are just starting. There goes Brooks, the race leader, 2 laps to go. Algieri second, it's Cordell third, Finnehoff, Ellingham in 5th place now. Charlie Field has dropped 2 places to 6th position. They make their way up towards Christmas Corner, and it looks like Algieri is breaking away from this group as down the inside goes number 36. Sam Baker on field as they go through Christmas Corner. Just watching behind that group there is Alex Moody and Luke Watts. Alex Johnston just on the edge of the top 10. A bit further behind is Finney Lloyd-Chamberlain, Ellis Bourchier, Milo Pilford, and Jerome Phillip all on the edge of the top 10. Charlie Field having a look down the inside of the machine there of Lucas Ellingham. He's cleared away now, and it looks like Sam Baker cleared away as the last lap flag goes out. Christian Brooks with 1 lap to go and is maintaining the gap at the front, 2.1 seconds. Meanwhile, all the action here as the 20 of Lorenzo Cordell guards the inside. Nonetheless, though, 53 Jude Finnehoff has a look down the inside, and fighting around the outside is Lucas Ellingham as they go down towards Ashby. Ellingham has got the line, and a nice, well worked move there from Lucas Ellingham. Immediately, Jude Finnehoff tries to fight back. Sam Baker also in this as well as they make their way through towards boot for the final time. Down the inside goes Baker. Oh, banging wheels there, but holds position. Meanwhile, amidst all the action, the race winner is Christian Brooks in the 82. Second place for Algieri, Cordell in third, Ellingham fourth. And then it's Finnehoff, Baker, Moody, 8th position for the 37 of Luke Watts. Charlie Field in 9th, Alex Johnson 10th. Lloyd Chamberlain goes through 11th from Bourchier, Phillip, Pilford, Mullet, Miles Turnbull 16th. Benedict Davis, Luke Weston, Benjamin Watts, all incredibly close indeed in that second heat race for the junior X30 drivers. And as the final few drivers make their way through, well fought race win there for Christian Brooks, number 82. Algieri fighting through towards the end, but couldn't quite close up. Heat number 2 then drawing to a close for the junior X30. Down in the dummy grid area at the moment, we have the senior X30s. They'll be out on track in just a few moments. More X30 action here for the second heat race of the day. It's the senior X30 drivers. They're on the dummy grid at the moment and headed by the 81 of Amir Vadi Nathan. Mason Weir in second, Louis Diamond in third, Axel Laflame in fourth, Nathan Herbert and Vishal Patel, 6th position. Rihanna Regan 7th, Thomas Byrne in 8th, Roy Johnson 9th, Adam Sirit, Cameron Coombs and Samuel Hawthorne in 12th. Thomas Pregram in 13th, Lucas Romanek 14th, Harry Torpy and Joshua Torpy 15th and 16th, Caelan Burbridge, James Otto in 18th position, Oliver Henwood 19th, Matthew Herbert in 20th, Anki Stenning in 21st, Carly Atkins 22nd, Nathan Amaze and Brandon Matchell 24th position. 25th for Thomas Glyde, Jordan Brown 26th, and the rest of the 29 driver field made up of Joseph Ahrens, Archie Forber, and the 31 of Ryan Benton, starting at the back in 29th. So again, we have this scenario, of course, where some of the front-running drivers in heat number 1 have got a bit of work to do this time out to fight their way through down in the midfield. So we will expect some close racing in this second heat. Some of the top names in heat number 1 then with a bit of work to do. Senior X30 about to get underway for their second heat. Just a few moments in the dummy grid now before they get underway. We should expect the drivers through very shortly. One more race to go in this second group of heats. We have the Tilletson T4s coming up very shortly after this race. That will be the final race of the second group of heats. And from there we'll take there will be a lunch break before the third group of heats and the finals get underway at this fantastic looking Whilton Mill course. This is the 4th round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships, and out onto the track now go the senior X30s. So of course, as always, we hope for a clean start as they make their way through the Christmas corner at the top of the hill. Slavik, the cameraman, doing a great job on that third corner, and of course he's used to action behind the wheel as well. Did very well in the British 24-hour Pro Kart series at Teesside very recently as part of Team 303. There he is on the corner there behind the camera. As the drivers now line up, getting underway very shortly for this second heat race of the senior X30. Drivers now heading towards boot and the final corner, headed by the number 46 on the inside there, Mason Weir. Front running driver 81, Mia, Lady Nathan, round the final corner they go. Let's have a look at the flags. It's a good start and away we go. Senior X30 charging through the first corner. Look at the pace as the race gets underway. There are yellow flags though, trouble here. 2 or 3 drivers going off on the first corner. Doesn't appear to be anything too serious. Everyone else is back onto the track. But as you can see, with the incident on the first corner, it has spread the field out somewhat. We've got a big group of drivers further back now. And the 81, Lady Nathan, appears to have got a jump on the field here. Pulling away at the front, we've got 57. Axel Laflame in second place. 52 in third, that's Nathan Herbert. So the top 3 breaking away somewhat. I think there was an incident amongst the, I'd say around the top 10, towards the edge of the top 10 on that first lap. And already the 71 has made a good start in 4th position. Torpy, or 73 I should say, up to 4th place. Patel in 5th, and trouble here for number 31 on the first lap. That's Ryan Benton at the back of the field. So I think it was Rihanna Regan, Thomas Pigram and Cameron Coombs, the drivers who hit trouble on that first lap. They drop all the way down the field. Harry Torpy, though, 73, already up to 4th place, gaining 8 positions on that first lap. But here is the action at the front. It's getting close now because also getting involved in this one is the 95 of Vishal Patel. And there you see Patel as Torpy goes down the inside. Oh, look at Patel, though, there, down the inside of the 81 there. I think the unfortunate Lady Nathan has dropped a few positions. We've got a new change at the front then. Nathan Herbert leads, Laflame in 2nd, Torpy 3rd, Patel in 4th. Fantastic move there from Vishal Patel, and hanging on to the back of Harry Torpy as they go through Christmas corner. So Lady Nathan, early leader, drops down to 5th place. Samuel Hawthorne's on the move in the number 27 up to 6th position. So 73, Harry Torpy, trying to get involved in the leaders, but having a great race so far is the number 95 of Vishal Patel. Great move here through boot last time round. Torpy just trying to close up on the 57 here of Axel Laflame. Samuel Hawthorne putting the 81 of Amir Vadi Nathan under some real pressure for 5th place. So here's the race leader, 52, Nathan Herbert, up towards Christmas corner. Laflame and Torpy, and there's 15 down the inside there. So great move there on the edge of the top 10 as Herbert leads them down through Ashby. Still Laflame in 2nd, Torpy 3rd, Patel 4th. Very, very close indeed. 91 also in amongst the action there. Louis Diamond, Samuel Hawthorne, 27 incidentally. Fastest lap of the race last time round with a 45.44. As Patel has a look down the inside of Torpy. Just trying to find an opening as they cross the line. The top four very close indeed. Still headed by Nathan Herbert. Samuel Hawthorne moves up to 5th place. So Nathan Herbert, 52, still in control of this race as the Flame has a look down the inside. Torpy and Patel in there as well. Diamond, 91, Louis Diamond. Oh, over the grass there. So Louis Diamond mows the lawn there, but gets back onto the track. Stays out of... Oh, coming under some pressure here, though, from number 70, Joshua Torpy. Down the inside as well goes Anki Stenning, and this can happen sometimes, and you just lose the rhythm. Penalty for Axel the Flame, so taking the lead here. But the Flame there hitting a penalty there, so one can only imagine there was some sort of fault issue there with the incident a few moments ago. All very close at the front here as Torpy gets to work into 2nd place now, number 73. Harry Torpy up to 2nd. So Nathan Herbert's dropped to 3rd, of course. Patel and Hawthorne also well placed. Let's see number 73, Harry Torpy, trying to find a way through. Hawthorne still 3rd, Herbert 4th, Patel, Weir, Torpy, number 70. Joshua Torpy just closing up a bit there. In 7th place, Carly Atkins has moved through the field, number 25 up to 8th position. The leading group make their way down towards Ashby once again. There's the 73, 2nd place of Harry Torpy, just trying to close up on Axel Leflem. Samuel Hawthorne still in there as well, just not too far behind there in 3rd. Herbert well placed as Torpy, oh, bit of bar bang in there, the trading paint you would say. Torpy all over the rear wheels there, can't get any closer because he's being pushed along there as well by Hawthorne. Herbert in there as well in 4th. This is all allowing Herbert and Patel to close up here. Fastest lap of the race goes to the 8th place driver, Carly Atkins. As Torpy this time makes the move stick, and Hawthorne's right in there as well. Oh, they're trading paint, they're all over the curbs. And this could get nasty. They all managed to stay on the track though. Patel moves up a position as well. Hawthorne fighting back, but Patel holds it strong on the inside, number 95. Herbert's up a position now. The 52 has got past Laflame as well. In the midst of all this, of course, Harry Torpy has cleared away at the front. So Laflame leads, Torpy 2nd. It was. Let's see how things are this time round. As we head towards the closing stages, so after that drama-filled lap there, Harry Torpy, the new race leader, a warning there from, I believe that's Samuel Hawthorne. Herbert now clear in 2nd place from Axel Laflame, who tries to fight back down the hill towards Ashby, or try that inside line. Not quite close enough to go for the move. So Torpy clear away at the front now. Nathan Herbert 2nd. Laflame has a look down the inside. It's still Hawthorne, Patel. Joshua Torpy a bit further behind. Carly Atkins still moving through as Laflame tries the outside. Nathan Herbert holds that line. And we're close now through the final corner out of boot. Here they come down the finish line straight, and it's still Herbert in 2nd. Hawthorne swinging wide out of the exit as Herbert there goes very defensive into Christmas corner. Hawthorne gets through past Laflame. Down the hill they go, still Herbert in 2nd place, and Herbert really, warning there for Nathan Herbert. Herbert really aggressively guarding those corners, making that kart as wide as possible. He's coming under real siege here. Look at this, there's about 4 or 5 karts behind us. Oh, the flame goes onto the grass. Atkins and Patel both get through. There's the Flame battling now with the 46. Mason Weir in 8th position. They go charging through. Still Herbert in second place. Look out for the 25 though. Carly Atkins has been making his way through the field. Atkins now up into fourth position. So Atkins up to fourth. Samuel Hawthorne, Joshua Torpey also well placed. Still Nathan Herbert guarding that second place. As we move towards the closing stages, there's LaFlame, and down the inside goes Patel. 95 on the 32 of Caelan Burbridge. Really fender banging here. Trading paint, you would say, coming into boot corner. Joshua Torpey in the middle of all this as well. Atkins just behind as we move towards the last lap. It's still 73, Harry Torpey, your race leader. Herbert still in second. Joshua Torpey up to third position now. Atkins, Hawthorne, LaFlame, Burbridge in seventh place. Patel, Weir and Brandon Matchell rounding out the top 10 at this stage. We're all very, very close as we head towards the final lap of the race. Harry Torpey, 73, clear away at the front. But all the action here now for second place. It's Herbert, Torpey, Atkins, Hawthorne, and LaFlame in there as well. A bit of communication between the drivers there, you would say, as we move into this final half of the lap. And can Herbert hold on to that second place? He's done so for pretty much the entire second half of the race, and I think may have done enough. Let's see as Harry Torpey takes the checkered flag. Very close for second, and Herbert holds on. Atkins up to third on the final corner. Atkins just ahead of Joshua Torpey, Samuel Hawthorne, LaFlame. Caelan Burbridge in seventh. Patel drops to eighth in the closing stages. We're in ninth, and Brandon Matchell rounding out the top 10. Thomas Byrne just a little bit further behind. So a very close second heat race there for the X30 seniors. Plenty of fender banging, you might say. There'll be a few tyre marks on some of those fenders as well, I think, on some of the side pods after that one. But very well done to Harry Torpey, who takes the second heat race win for the senior X30. Our final race of the second heat is about to come up. The Tilletson T4 drivers are in the waiting zone. They've gone through to the dummy grid now, and Tilletson T4 will be rounding things off in just a few moments.
We're here testing today the Tilletson T4 kart in Lelystad in Holland. This is our new project which Tilletson have created, aimed to create an affordable karting category. We're having huge success. We started the project in Ireland, and this year we're starting in Holland, Belgium, UK, USA, and amongst lots of interest from other countries. And we're building towards the T4 World Finals in Italy at the end of this year, so we're excited for a good season.
So here we go then with the Tilletson T4. Lars Sexton will lead the drivers out from Sol Lee Pascoe in second, Kian Lee in third, Lawrence Newman fourth, Richard Kinlock in fifth. Richard Gima a bit further behind in sixth, winner of the first race from Malquest, and Dan Blackledge rounding up the field. So Tilletson, we saw the exciting new kart, of course. It's been introduced into racing. For more information, go to tilletson.ie. Tilletson from Ireland, of course, and importing the karts. Making a move throughout Europe, and the Whilton Mill Kart Club running this category for 2020. And let's see what this will mean in the second heat, because Lars Sexton will be leading the drivers round. And Sexton looking good in that first race, but it was all about the 13 of Rishi Jima. Ran very strongly. They make their way around the final few corners. This, as we say, is the final race of the second block of heats. There'll be a pause for a lunch break after this one, so you'll join us a bit later on for the Whilton Mill Kart Club round number 4, third heat races, I should say, and the finals coming up later this afternoon. But at the front is the 72 of Lars Sexton of this Tilletson T4 race. Second heat coming up. Lawrence Newman in there as well. They make their way around the final few corners. And as you can see for yourself, these karts are, of course, identical, really. So it's all down to the drivers. It's a good start. Away they go. Tilletson T4 Heat 2 gets underway. And immediately, Lars Sexton takes the lead. Pulls away already from Lawrence Newman in second. Down the inside goes first race winner, Rhys Ushima, taking that second place. Number 16 in there as well, Kian Lee. They make their way through Ashby for the first time. So Sexton leads Newman, Ushima, Kian Lee, down Blackledge, Mal Quest and Richard Kinloch. Better start this time for Sol Lee Pascoe. Hit trouble in the first heat, but have got away cleanly this time. So let's see what Rhys Ushima can do. Really had the first race his own way, but I've got to make his way through now, because at the front, Lars Sexton looking strong at the front. There's Ushima in second place. And already Rhys Ushima has closed up with the race leader Mal Quest up to third in the number 32. Lawrence Newman drops to fourth. Down Blackledge, Richard Kinloch, Kian Lee and Sol Lee Pascoe rounding up the field. Here's Ushima starting to close on Lars Sexton. We'll have a look at the pace when they come around next time round. It is Lars Sexton, currently fastest driver on the track, but Ushima really starting to put the pressure on now. Look at the number 13 in second place. Now really closing up on Sexton, trying to find a way through as they make their way towards boot. And I think Sexton knows that Ushima's there, but can't really do very much going into boot. Lovely little move there from Rhys Ushima. Made it look very easy indeed as he makes his way down towards the final corner. Sexton still there in second. Mal Quest, I'm sure number 32, will be looking to get involved in this one. 1.8 seconds covering the top three drivers. So Ushima threw into the lead, and now let's see what Lars Sexton can do. Sexton now, it appears, is just watching the lines here from Ushima, just seeing where he can find some pace. Because Ushima closed up very quickly on Lars Sexton in those first couple of laps. And now, as you can see, Sexton not really letting the leader get too far away. So it looks like Ushima really has got a bit of work to do to try and pull away here as they go through boot once again. Trouble here, though, for the, I think that's Richard Kinloch, actually, number 1 on the kart, 7 on the timing screens, and that kart is well and truly stranded in the grass. I think that was Richard Kinloch. We'll just confirm that in a few moments. Mal Quest has just gone through in third. There is the number 1, Richard Kinloch. And, of course, the kart on the grass, so stranded at the moment. That will bump everyone up a place. There we go. We see Kinloch dropping down the field there. So that means that the 46 of Dan Blackledge has moved up to fourth place. Lawrence Newman, Sol Lee Pascoe up to sixth position. Kian Lee and Richard Kinloch dropping out of contention. So a good race so far, actually, for the number 17 of Sol Lee Pascoe. If you remember, in the first heat, had a nightmare. It almost took about 3 minutes to do the first lap. Various spins and excursions. But there we see Pascoe now involved with the race, you would say, battling with number 5, Lawrence Newman, and round the outside of... Oh, Newman seems to have hit trouble. Loss of power. So whether he may well have stalled the machine, possibly. Stalled the engine. There we see, just trying to go for the pull cord. These 4-stroke engines. And trouble there for the number 5 of Lawrence Newman. Now, whether Newman stalled the engine, I don't know, but just couldn't get it restarted and appears to be out of the race. None of this, of course, is bothering Rhys Ushima. 52.431 last time round, fastest lap of the race. So Ushima maintaining a gap now from the 72 of Lars Sexton, who's keeping a close contact in second place. So Ushima goes through Sexton second. Was Mal Quest in third, just a little bit further behind. There's West, number 32 in third place. The top three well clear now of the rest of the field. Rhys Ushima up into the top corner, so we lost Richard Kinloch and Lawrence Newman of the previous 2 laps. Rhys Ushima 13. Can't quite shake off Lars Sexton at the moment, though. The gap was 0.826 last time round, less than a second, and I'm sure you can see for yourself, very much the same at the moment. Not really much in it at all. So Fukushima has really got to keep it pointing straight and not make any mistakes here, because Sexton in second, the driver we're looking at now, number 72, is still poised and ready to get through if there's any trouble. Malquest is watching in third. Here we see the battle between the 17 Sol Lee Pascoe, Kian Lee, number 16. Lee having a look down the inside of Pascoe. So certainly a better race for Sol Lee Pascoe this time. Looks a lot more accustomed to the kart this time, as Kian Lee can't find a way through at the moment. Just a little bit further behind number 16 in 6th place. And Lee Pascoe just guarding that inside line. But compromises on the exit there. That allows Lee to close up again. So this battle currently for 5th position. Lee Pascoe just again guarding the inside line. This may allow Lee to go down the inside in the number 16 as they come around the final corner. And these two drivers will be lapped very shortly, as I'm sure you can see for yourself there. Number 13, the race leader, Risa Shima, going through 52.4. As we watch this battle for 5th position now. Just looking out of the window here at the commentary, we've got a few spots of rain. And especially, look at that on Christmas Corner, it does look very slick on there as well. So we've got 1.5 minutes to go. And of course, now you can see for yourself now, it really is starting to come down. We've had a slight forecast of rain. And this is going to make things very difficult indeed. We've got the dry track, of course, up to this point. Slick tyres, it's very greasy out there as well. So the drivers, and you can see the pace has dropped now a bit now as they cope with the slippery conditions. Oh, and look at the kart squirreling away there under number 72, Lars Sexton. Of course, they are running slick tyres, and although there is still grip out there, just got to be careful and maybe need to change the lines. We've got still got a couple of laps to go in this one. Blue flags go up as the leader goes through. We've got this battle for 5th position as they go to Christmas Corner. This, I think, is about the worst part of the track for the rain. The two leaders go through. You can see the rear wheel scrabbling for grip there as they make their way down towards Ashby. Fukushima still leads, but Sexton looking good with the changing conditions and starting to close slightly. Fukushima won the first heat race earlier, of course. 20 seconds to go until the clock goes down to 0. So it's going to be close. I think we will have one more lap to go after this. It's got 12 seconds to get back to the line. Perhaps Lars Sexton will be hoping that go for 2 more laps. It's going to be tight here. Let's have a look at the transponder loop as they go through. Oh, 2 seconds remaining. So I believe, oh, that was close. I don't think they went through before the last lap, though. Just looking at the marshal, so it looks like we've still got 2 laps to go in this one. Confirm that in a moment, but certainly 72, Lars Sexton in 2nd place, really putting the leader under some pressure. Down the hill they go. Of course, it's going to be very slippery through Ashby on that downhill braking zone with this rain shower. Still Malquest in 3rd, and West dropping the pace of the 2 leaders. These 2 drivers coping very well with the rain at the moment. The pace hasn't dropped by all that much between the top 2 drivers. Malquest has dropped a few seconds. Blackledge going through in 4th just now. May well be lapped by the 2 leaders as they make their way through. So here we go. It is the last lap board now. Risa Shima leads just over half a second from Lars Sexton in 2nd place. They make their way up towards Christmas Corner. The rain appears to have stopped momentarily, but it's still slippy out there. Down the hill they come towards Ashby once again. And West look down the inside. Great driving by these 2. They really didn't drop the pace at all with the slippery conditions. And I can assure you, when it's a dry track and it rains in the middle, that it just changes with the click of a fingers, really gets slippery all of a sudden. And these 2 drivers coping very well with the changing conditions. Rain has stopped now, so the track is drying out. Here they come round towards the final few corners. Risa Shima looks like has done enough round the final corner And Risashima, heat number 2 for the Tilletson Kart is your... Oh, as right on the final corner, Lars Sexton goes off. But last corner of the race and has done enough to hold on to that second place, certainly pulling away from the third position. There's the 32 in third. And you can see, well, there's a Ushijima and Sexton there comparing notes. And there goes West in third. Dropped the pace when it got a bit slippery out there, but did enough to hold on to keep that third position. It'll be the number 46 of Blackledge in fourth. We lost, of course, Lawrence Newman and Richard Kinlock. Kian Lee and Saul Lee Pascoe have already gone through fifth and sixth, respectively. But great driving there from Risashima and Lars Sexton to round out the second group of heat races here at Whilton Mill. And there we see the stranded kart being towed back to the pits. That was the number 5 of Lawrence Newman. Lost the engine midway through the race, so maybe some sort of mechanical fault or just stalled the machine, maybe, I don't know. But hopefully we'll see Newman back a bit later on. Richard Kinlock was also a driver who dropped out of contention early in that Tilletson T4 second heat race. Drivers now making their way back towards the grid. So that rounds things off for the first 2 heat groups here at round number 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. There is still plenty of action here now. Whether Mother Nature will have a part to play in this, I don't know. Just look at those rain clouds. We did have some possible rain forecasts this afternoon, and possibly this afternoon we could be hitting some rain showers. Let's wait and see. But it's been a great day's racing so far. Coming up, we have heat number 3 for all of our race groups, plus, of course, the final to round things off. We will see you at 2 for the restart. Welcome back to Whilton Mill for round number 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. My name is Chris Czora, and I'm looking forward to taking you through the final group of heat races, plus, of course, the finals later on this afternoon. We've paused for lunch, and the marshals and officials have taken their well-earned break, been working very hard out on track. And as you may well see for yourself, much of the drama has been with the weather, as we look towards the Bambinos with Jensen Chalk, who will lead them away from Ronnie Ray Carter, Sugmani Kira in 3rd, Ethan Owen, Will Green and Leo Gorski in 6th position. 7th will be Harry Curry from Luke Millward, Daniel Miron Lorente in 9th, Austin Gibson in 10th, Jack Jones 11th, Freddie Denton in 12th place. Further back we have Jensen Thomas in 13th, Luca Narroway 14th position, Giles Desayer, Alfie Davidson, Teddy Porter and Jensen Short in 18th position. And looking further down through the field, Manav Dio will start in 19th place from George House, Jensen Walker in 21st position, Archie Rutter in 22nd, Charlie Clough and Christopher Isomba in 24th place. So Bambino's currently assembling on the dummy grid area, but as we just touched on a moment ago, the drama here off the track has been the weather. We did mention earlier on today it was very lovely and bright this morning, but there was a threat of rain this afternoon, and as I'm sure you can see for yourself from the camera shots here, the rain has returned. Just listening out onto the circuit public address system, has been declared an open meeting, which means that the drivers can change tyres. And whilst we were waiting for the race to get back underway, the Bambinos were starting to make their way to the dummy grid. And then there was a very quick scramble a few minutes ago when the heavens opened, just to, as we said, they were allowed to change to the wet tyres. And I think looking out of the window down at the dummy grid, pretty much every competitor is sitting on wet tyres at the moment. Now this could throw a curveball here because it's showering at the moment, but the weather forecast this afternoon is a little bit patchy to say the least. There is a possibility of rain and it could come and go, so there will be the gamble, of course, on whether to run on the wets or change back to slicks. As I say, it has been declared an open meeting, so they've got the option to change tyres should they wish. Bambinos, as we say, pretty much all, I believe all competitors now on the wet tyres from what I can see out of the window. They've just changed the tyres and we should be ready any moment now to get back out onto the grid. The drivers just getting ready and making final preparations. Now it has been raining for a good 10 minutes or so now, so it'll be interesting to see how the track develops as the racing gets back underway. I believe the rain is starting to stop now. It's certainly eased off here by the commentary point. But looking out on track, certainly some of the more exposed parts of the track, for some reason it does seem to rain a bit more at Christmas Corner sometimes. And it's a little bit slick and a little bit slippery out there. So let's see how the Bambinos get on for their 3rd heat race. This, of course, is the first race of the group for the 3rd heat races. Drivers will go through to the finals later on this afternoon. So we're just waiting now. Final preparation has been taking place on the dummy grid for this 4th round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. And we look forward to what's been an exciting day's racing so far. Plenty of close action out there. And, of course, the all-important finals coming on a bit later on today. So Bambino's all lining up now. And once again, of course, we've got the situation where many of the favoured runners starting a little bit further back on the grid. So the first couple of laps could be interesting. 8 minutes, of course, plus 1 lap for the heat races, extended slightly for the finals to 11-minute plus 1 lap races a bit later on this afternoon. And as I'm sure you can see down in the grid there, open meetings, so they've got the opportunity to change the tyres. There's been a hive of activity down there, and karts just being wheeled back into position. As I mentioned a few moments ago, looking out of the window at some of the competitors down there, it appears that all of the Bambinos are starting on wet tyres. I don't believe there's any runners on slicks at the moment. That's purely from what we can gather out there, just taking a cursory glance. Possibly 1 or 2 running on slicks, but not many. So let's see, because it is starting to ease off a bit now, the rain. Might be heavier a bit later on today. Drivers now lining up, and coming up shortly, of course, you have the cadets after this race, of course. There is a very brief pause here, the opportunity just to change the tyres, so it has taken a few moments, and drivers should be ready in, as I say, just a few moments' time. I think there are still one or two actually on slick, so it'll be interesting to see how things pan out, because weather conditions are changing all the way through, and we're just having a look now to see what the situation is out there. So we're seeing quite a lot of drivers changing to the wet tyres, and looking out there now, having a proper look down on the grid, we would say there's about 50-50 at the moment, running on slicks, running on wets. It's very much a gamble here, because as you can see, it does look a bit slick and a bit greasy out there, but it's warm conditions, and assuming that it doesn't rain anymore for this race, it may well dry out rather quickly. So this certainly will throw a curveball into this third heat for the Bambinos as the machines fire up and the karts make their way out onto the circuit. As you can see, quite a few drivers on slick tyres, and if you look closely, you'll see that you've got the grooved wet tyres for many of the drivers as well. Sun is starting to shine, as you can see, so let's see what happens in this first of the heat races, group number 3 heats. They make their way out onto the track for the formation lap now. Just having a look at the circuit, it's going to be very different to how it was earlier on this afternoon for the second heat for the Bambinos. It did shower quite heavily a few moments ago, but already the rain seems to have subsided for now. But as we said, of course, it is a bit of a mixed bag here. We've had the weather forecast around a 50-50 chance of rain. And speaking of 50-50, that's what we've said. Just having a look down on the dummy grid, it appears that around half the drivers starting on wets and the other half just retaining the slick tyres. So they make their way down towards the grid for this first race of the third heats coming up. All drivers, of course, having their 3 heat races plus the final, and they make their way down onto the starting grid now. Bambinos on their formation lap. Jensen Chalk, number 9, will be leading them away this time. The last few drivers making their way onto the grid now, and as you can see, if you look closely, you'll see that we've got the mixture of the wet tyres and the slicks. And there's number 17, Luca Narroway, actually, who ran so well in the first race. He's running on wets. George House as well, number 77, also on the wet tyres. Number 20 in there as well, a little bit further back on the grid. But 51 there, Charlie Clough, as you can see, running on the slick tyres. Now, that could be an advantage if this stays as it is, because it is starting to brighten up here, and the rain has certainly gone. So this could be a very mixed bag of a race here. Very interesting to see how the drivers cope with different tyres. Lights go out, and we are back racing. Bambinos, heat number 3, get underway on this damp, slippery track. How quickly will it dry out? We'll find out as they make their way through. And already a little bit cautious on that first corner. Drivers just holding position, just getting used to the track. And now getting to it. Looks like a good start there for Daniel Miron Laurenti. Done so well earlier on today. He's already into the top 10. Jensen Chalk, though, the driver who started at the front, holds on to that lead. 57 in there as well. Sukhmani Kira. But it appears to be a good, clean start. Everyone has stayed out of trouble on the first half lap. And oh, very wide there for Daniel Miron Laurenti off the corner. But managed to keep the momentum going and is still in third place. So it's Jensen Chalk leading the way. Looks to me like Miron Laurenti is trying to get a close look. He certainly seems he's running on the slick tyres. Both those front runners deciding not to change to wets. And here they go for the first time. So Jensen Chalk is your early race leader. Miron Laurenti going for the lead. Was in second place, but runs wide. Now, oh, Chalk trying to fight back, but Miron Laurenti covers the line. Third place is the 35 of Ronnie Ray Carter. Fourth position for Sukhmani Kira. Harry Curry, 84 in there as well. Down the inside goes the 53, Will Green. So certainly a rapidly drying track here. We'll watch the lap times as the race goes on. Some of the drivers going very wide on the exit there of Ashby. There's the 53 of Will Green up to I think he may be up to 6th place now. It's getting close here, though, between Sukmani Kira and Harry Curry down the inside. Curry has a look, but can't get the momentum to get in front there as they make their way through boot once again. And 57 there. Kira guarding the inside line on the exit as they make their way around the final corner. There's a driver at the side of the track there. Now, I don't think that's involved in the race. I think that driver may well have just have missed the start possibly and just joining back on. So it's not much difference between the two. Half a second between first and second place last time round. Ronnie Ray Carter 35 in third place with a good turn of pace as well. 1.15 seconds down from the leaders. There they go down towards Ashby. And then the battle before Sukmani Kira and Harry Curry, very close indeed. Will Green just watching. Ethan Owen goes through. Leo Gorski, Austin Gibson, Luke Millwood in 10th place. Freddie Dent in 11th. And Luke Narroway fighting through the field just a bit further behind in 12th place. But this is turning into a very close early battle here. 84, Harry Curry. Now, well, the pressure's paid off. Certainly here he's got past Sukmani Kira. And he's been very good throughout the afternoon as the 84 of Harry Curry. Let's see if he can close up on the lead group. There goes Ronnie Ray Carter in third place. Miron Lorente setting the fastest lap of the race, 58.37. And Sukmani Kira coming under some real pressure now from Will Green up on the run towards Christmas Corner. And a great exit from the corner there from Will Green, making the pass on the straight, which is quite difficult to do sometimes. You really have got to get that second corner nailed and get the traction out to get the run up the hill. But certainly Will Green has done that and moves into 5th place. Ethan Owen, Leo Gorski, Austin Gibson a bit further behind. Luke Millwood, Freddie Denton all making their way through. We just saw Luke Narroway, Teddy Porter and Jensen Thomas. And of course Jensen Thomas hitting trouble in the second heat earlier on today. So running well in the midfield so far. As the leaders make their way through the boot section, there is the 38 of Luke Millwood. Scrapping away with Austin Gibson. And Gibson holds on to the 9th place. Just watching behind, looks like the 98 of Freddie Denton. Freddie Denton and Teddy Porter in there as still this battle rages. This is the 35 of Ronnie Ray Carter in third. And Will Green certainly does seem to get some traction up the hill. Another one running on slicks. And goes past Harry Curry, who appears to be on wet tyres. And I think as the lap times are tumbling now, I think maybe the people who stuck to their guns and stayed on the slick tyres may well be... I don't know. Oh, look at that. Oh, dear me. The unfortunate 53, Will Green, was pushed out there, tried the outside. It wasn't really going to happen. Squeezed onto the grass and, well, pats his helmet in frustration there. I think he knows that was his mistake, but nonetheless, he's very quickly back on it and back into the action. Let's see whereabouts he is. There's the 25 Austin Gibson, so not too costly a mistake for Will Green there. He's only lost a couple of places. He's got the 25 of Austin Gibson. Leo Gorski in there as well. Freddie Denton, Teddy Porter, all well placed. The midfield runners make their way through past the line once again to complete another lap. Further forward, we've got Jensen Chalk, who started in first and is still running very strongly in that second position. 6 seconds adrift of the leader. 35 Ronnie Ray Carter down the hill as further down Christopher Asomba, Archie Rutter, Charlie Clough all going through. And we just saw the 57 there of Sukmani Kira, now back up to 5th place, of course, after that spin out by Will Green. And it's close here as down the inside goes the 84 of Harry Curry on Ronnie Ray Carter. And still this battle on the edge of the top 10, very close indeed. These two have been scrapping for pretty much the entire race. We've got Austin Gibson in 25, 38 of Luke Millwood, who tries the outside and will try to cut in going into the final corner. Just trying to keep the momentum and get the drive going into the first corner. But looking back now at 35, Ronnie Ray Carter having a look down the inside of Harry Curry. Makes the move. Now, can he make it stick? He's got to be important to cover this corner, which he does so. And Ronnie Ray Carter now up to 3rd position. There goes Jensen Chalk in 2nd, so Curry drops to 4th. Looks like Will Green's back on the move. He's had a
very action-packed race so far, and it looks like Will Green has actually gone through to 5th place. He's putting in some very good lap times, actually, is the 53. Faster than everyone except for the race leader, Daniel Miron Lorente. And still this battle rages for 3rd place. As we look a bit further back once again, and it's still Austin Gibson, Luke Millward battling away. Leo Gorski, Teddy Porter also then there as well. Freddie Denton a bit further behind. And Austin Gibson currently in 8th place, number 25, doing a great job here of holding off the chasing drivers. Still number 35, Ronnie Ray Carter, trying to find a way through past Harry Curry, who has held on to that 3rd place after that move last time round. At the moment, it looks like Jensen Chalk in 2nd in the number 9. Just going through Ashby now is safe in 2nd, but still look out for Will Green, number 53. As we look a bit further down the pack, number 20 and 78. It's Archie Rutter and Christopher Asomba. And those two battling for 20th position with Charlie Clough, number 51, just a bit further behind. And here we see Jensen Chalk going into boot. He's had a relatively incident-free race so far. Started in 1st place, lost the lead early on to Daniel Miron Lorente, but has done well to hold on to that 2nd place so far. But he could be coming under a late charge here from Ronnie Ray Carter, Harry Curry and Will Green. Don't forget, of course, Will Green span out a couple of laps ago and he's recovered well. And actually, Will Green is matching the race leader for pace. He goes down the inside of Ronnie Ray Carter, makes that move stick. So certainly 53, Will Green is the driver on the move at the moment. Down they go towards Ashby. Still Jensen Chalk, number 9 in 2nd place. Harry Curry right behind. Yellow flags, there is a driver off the track. That's the 76. It's hit trouble, that's Jack Jones. A bit further down the field. And looks like he is out of the race. Out of the kart driver, of course, perfectly okay, but it looks like that kart is stranded. We look back at our battle for 2nd place. It's getting close here, last lap. Daniel Miron Lorente leading by 13.2 seconds. But this battle for 2nd is going to get close. Jensen Chalk has drove a magnificent race so far, holding on to that 2nd place, but he's going to come under some real pressure now on the final lap, as down the inside goes Harry Curry, but no. Jensen Chalk holds on to that 2nd place. Curry will try and fight back, and all over the back there is the 53 of Will Green. Certainly coping well with these conditions. Green around the outside. Now, can he make that move stick? Oh, he can. Great move there from Will Green on the outside of Christmas Corner. But it looks like Curry's fighting back. Green, though, round the outside into Ashby. Great move there from Will Green. And as we say, considering he span earlier, he's done a great recovery back through to 2nd position. Daniel Miron Lorente, meanwhile, making his way down towards the final corner. Will Green still in 2nd, and Lorente has taken the checkered flag by a huge margin, well over 15 seconds. We look now for 2nd place, and a great fight back from Will Green, 53, going to take 2nd position. So it's Green in 2nd place. 3rd position for Harry Curry, 4th position for Ronnie Ray Carter, and the unfortunate Jensen Chalk has dropped the trouble on the last lap, actually. Jensen Chalk crossing the line in 6th place, and this very close battle on the edge of the top 10. Ethan Owen, Austin Gibson, Sukmani Kira in 9th, Leo Gorski 10th, Teddy Porter and Freddie Denton in 12th place, all incredibly close indeed. George House, Jensen Thomas, Man of Dio, Jensen Walker, Lucan Alloway in 17th. Number 17, Jensen Short, overtaken by Giles Sayer on the final lap. So a very close Bambino heat number 3. They'll be back for the final later on. Down at the finish line here, we're looking towards the dummy grid, and lining up now are the cadets. They'll be out in just a few moments. So here we are for cadet heat number 3, and looks like most drivers again on the dry tyres. Sky Parker will lead them out from Zach Green, Freddie LaRosa 3rd, Lawrence Finn in 4th, Jesse Phillips and Oscar George Cartmail in 6th place. 7th for Fred Green, Ethan Woodward 8th, Joseph Katsantonis in 9th, Jack Morris in 10th, Daniel Amore, Jacob Beecroft in 12th place, 13th for Rami Dramain, and that will round out the field for the cadets in heat number 3. Again, these potentially changeable weather conditions. The rain has stopped for now, but certainly
we said 50-50 chance of rain for the next hour or so. So again, it appears that most drivers appear to be retaining the slick tyres. It has been declared an open meeting, so they have got the option to change should they wish. And of course, if it does stay dry, this track will dry out rather quickly, especially now racing's back underway and there's vehicles, of course the karts moving around the track will all help to dry things out. And this of course is always part of the guessing game. I'm anticipating the weather, and if you've been watching this throughout the day, you'll see as I think Slavic just opts to get a bit of cover under the camera. The karts meanwhile make their way out onto the track. As you can see from the skies, it was pretty nice and bright this morning, but as you can see for yourself, certainly very threatening out there, and these can be difficult conditions. It's a little bit slippery out there still, so it's just a case of trying to look for the good lines. Sometimes line choice can be important as well in these conditions. So the cadets making their way down towards Ashby, and we'll assume the grid position on the approach to boot for the start in just a few moments time. And well, looks still dry out there, so we'll see how this race develops. And looking out the window, it still seems to be a relatively dry track. So the cadets lining up in position now. They make their way up towards boot and down towards the final corner. Zach Green and Jack Mowat in there, 53. Zach Green will lead them through the final corner. And it's a full start. So drivers straying over the tram lines there slightly, and the start has been abandoned. They'll go through for another lap. Full start flag straight out there, and of course the drivers all seen them. And we'll just ease off a bit just to keep the tyres warm and go around again. We'll start, try and get a clean start this time. So Zach Green, 53 at the front on the long side. Lawrence Finn in there, Freddie LaRosa, Oscar George Cartmail. Good grid position there, so could well be a factor in this race as well as they make their way down towards the centre of the track and up towards the penultimate few corners into the boot complex at the end of the lap. Drivers now back in position. Looks a nice formation out there, so let's hope that we get a clean start this time. So take two for the cadets, heat number 3, making their way towards the final corner. Let's see, will it be a clean start this time? Around the final corner they go. And this time it's good. Away we go for heat number 3. Looked like a good start there for possibly Freddie LaRosa, got away well, and Joseph Katsantonis, who's been in good form. 26 up to second there. It's Edwards and Zach Green appears to have got a good getaway. You can see some of the back markers there offline, just the back end stepping out slightly. Still a bit slippery. Up by Christmas Corner, down through Ashby they go. And, oh, that's the 25 now. Oh, 20, my apologies, still in the lead. Zach Green has a look down the inside. Edwards number 26 in there as well. And a good start as well for Joseph Katsantonis. Looked in good form in heat number 2 and has certainly got away well. Through the boot complex to go up towards the final corner. And end of the first lap, round they go into that fast right-hander that leads down the start straight. So it's Green that leads Katsantonis in there. Warning there for Ethan Woodward on the first lap, currently in 8th position. Up to the top corner they go through Christmas, and oh, it's a bit of very tight there as well with Katsantonis, and that may well have been Mowat just behind in the number 23. And through Ashby they go. So Jesse Phillips, 26, also well placed as Katsantonis goes down the inside of the number 20. Fighting back down the back straight, and Katsantonis now ahead of the 23 of Mowat as they go through towards boot in towards the final corner. Charging through, and Zach Green still running strongly at the front of the field as he completes another lap, 53.77, fastest lap of the race. Katsantonis in second, Mowat in there. Jesse Phillips also well placed.
As they go through Christmas, you can see just a little bit twitchy under braking. It's still a little bit slippery out there. There's Cartmel with a good move there down the inside on the number 80. Good, well, the Edwards down the inside. Oh, and a bit of nudging there. I don't think there was anything intentional there, just a little bit slippery under braking. Quite a steep braking zone into Ashby. And Cartmel certainly got a good shove from behind there, but certainly I don't think it was anything malicious. So looks like Jesse Phillips out at the front, number 26. Now ahead of the 53 of Zach Green. Phillips not showing on the lap charts here, but certainly in the lead on the track. Zach Green then goes through, Katzentonis in there, Jack Merritt, Fred Green. Cartmel in 5th position, number 80. 5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this 3rd and final heat. They'll be out later on, of course, for the final as they make their way through Christmas, and it's still a bit slippery up there. Down the hill they go towards Ashby. I think it may well be just spitting with rain once again, so these changeable conditions, it's a bit greasy out there at the moment. Jack Mowat having a look at the number 12. Joseph Katzentonis did so well in the 2nd heat, but now coming under a bit of pressure. But he is starting to make Zach Green work here in front, the 53. Make their way down towards the final corner. Green still there, Katzentonis and Mowat all very close. A little bit further behind, we've got the 83 of Ethan Woodward. Lawrence Finn has dropped a position. Daniel Amore, 41, just behind as the leaders make their way back up towards Christmas, and 53. Zach Green guarding their inside line. Katzentonis not really able to swing down the inside that time. And 3 in a line as they make their way down towards Ashby. Will we see some outbraking? Yes, we will. Oh, lovely little move down the inside. Katzentonis, but I think, oh, he's held on to it as well. Very easy to outbrake yourself, especially under these slippery conditions. But Joseph Katzentonis has certainly made that one work and holds on to the position ahead of Zach Green. It's just behind that 23. Now starting to pressure Zach Green as they make their way towards the final corner. Still 26, just a bit further behind there. Jesse Phillips looking good. Katzentonis ahead of Green. And Katzentonis looking strong, number 12. 2nd on the track at the moment. Down the hill they go towards Ashby. And looked almost there like Mount was going to try and make a move down the inside. A little bit of action further down. Lawrence Finn and Daniel Amore battling away. Oscar Cartmel still in that 5th place. But Jesse Phillips still leading, number 26. Then we've got Katzentonis, closely followed by 53. Zach Green and Jack Mauer trying to go through as they go through Boot. Still very greasy out there, it appears, and I think there has been a few spots of rain as this race has gone on. Most of the drivers, I think all of the drivers in this one, running on the slick tyres. And Katzentonis runs a little wide out of the 2nd corner. That allows Green through. Oh, and Katzentonis very aggressively blocking into the top corner there. And came off worse. I don't know if he knew that Mowat was there, but drove straight into him. Blocking into Christmas corner and came off worse. So Katzentonis with a bit of work to do as Cartmel holds off a group of drivers here. We've got the 19 in there. Lawrence Finn, Daniel Amore and Ethan Woodward, 83. So Lawrence Finn trying to get through on this one as well, but Cartmel doing a great job of holding them off for now, but it's very close going into it. Oh, and a bit of clash of the fenders there, but nothing too serious. They keep on going. There goes Finn. Tries to look down the inside of Woodward. 1 minute 40 plus the 1 lap remaining. Close battle then on the edge of the top 10 as the leaders make their way through towards Christmas. And coming into these closing stages, actually, it looks like the 23 of Jack Mowat. He picked up a warning last time round. Whether it's because of that incident at Christmas corner, I don't know, but nonetheless, he has picked up a warning. But he is looking strong in these closing stages and is certainly matching Zach Green for pace here. Green guarding the inside line. Mowat looking very threatening, though, behind him. Just tailing the back of that number 53. And will he try something going into the boot complex here at the end of the lap?
Green, you can see, just controlling that kart well in these tricky conditions. Katzenton is still there. So the lap time's around 53 seconds, so I think they may well get round before the clock goes down to 0. Could well be the last lap next time round. We'll find out in a few moments as Katzenton has a look going into Christmas corner. Green holding the line, making the drivers behind him do all the work. Down the hill they go towards Ashby. And they're all closing up on the 26 in front. With Jesse Phillips there. Could be coming under pressure here as Zach Green goes through. Mowatt's still there, trying to get through down the inside through Chapman. Oh, and they clash wheels. Oh, that was a close one there. Green just turned in slightly on Mowat, both going for the same line. But Mowat lost momentum there, and Katzenton goes through into boot, back into second place, leading on the lap charts here. Last lap board goes out. So it's 26 of Phillips that leads. Katzenton still there at the front. Mowat trying to find a way through. Green looking down the inside. And Mowat trying to fight back on the exit of Christmas corner as Green goes to the outside. Now down to the drop-down section towards Ashby, guarding the inside line there from Katzenton, as does Mowat. They're going to lose out on the exit. And a great little move there from Zach Green to move through. So Katzenton and Mowat both guarding the inside so fiercely through Ashby. They lost out on the exit. And I think Zach Green saw that one coming and passed them both on the exit. They're going to fight. Oh, Zach Green almost hit trouble there. Seemed to slow a bit, but took a wide line into the boot section. Phillips goes through, and it's going to be a win for the 26 as Zach Green goes through just ahead of Katzenton. Mowat in there as well. And the 98 of Fred Green, not too far behind that very close battle on the edge of the top 10. Lawrence Finn, Ethan Woodward, Daniel Amore, Jacob Beecroft should be a little bit further behind. But some very close battles out there for Cadets Heat number 3. They'll be back for the final a bit later on this afternoon. We have the Honda Cadets currently down in the driving grid. They'll be underway in just a few moments. Catch us back for Whilton Mill Kart Club round number 4, Honda Cadets, coming up next. Welcome back to Whilton Mill for heat number 3 of the Honda Cadets as the rain returns. And let's see how they line up for heat number 3 Honda Cadets. Jack Price will be the first one away from Brendan James, Charlie Mills, Ben Simpson, David Bidshaw in 5th position, Mason Thurlow in 6th position. 7th will be Harry Friel, Rocco Leo Shenton in 8th, Leo Billingham 9th, Dalton Hayward in 10th, Hayden Gray and Hugo Majewski 12th position. 13th for Hugh Roche, Oliver Majewski in 14th, Jake Humphrey in 15th position, Harrison Whitcomb, Lucy Wielden and Joshua Begembi 18th position, Ashton Wiggins 19th, Marley Parejo in 20th, Harrison Morrow in 21st place, Oliver Meek in 22nd, Adam Hill, Riley Bishop in 24th position, Jack Owen Drawbridge in 25th, Kai Clark, Jensen Pugh, Jake Schulz in 28th, Oliver Sander and Mayan Patel in 30th place. Oliver Gibson, Callum Wilson, Harry Higgs and Ethan Wilden will round out the 34 driver field. And just have a look at this camera footage. The rain has returned with a vengeance. We said 50-50 and well, this is certainly the 50% chance of rain here. It is absolutely chucking it down outside. A lot of rain and not all of the drivers on wet tyres. It really is changeable at the moment. Just a few minutes ago it just seemed like a no-brainer to stay on the slicks. Now it might be a different case, and there is a mixture out there of slick and wet tyres, but the race is already, well, let's say that the formation lap already underway. And a few drivers, especially those on the slick, struggling to get round at the moment. The number 95 has gone off on the approach down to Ashby, beached on the grass at the moment, so the drivers will make their way back to the grid in just a moment. So that was the 95 Leo Billingham back onto the track now. Of course, it is still possible to physically drive the karts on the slick tyres in the wet conditions, but it's going to be very difficult. I'm just looking to see if I think it was very dry a minute ago, and I think most of them actually are on the slick tyres. Now, I'm sure if you've ever been corporate karting here at Whilton Mill or elsewhere before and it's raining, you know what it's like. It's just very, very slippery, and you're almost you'll be very smooth when driving the kart, and you know, nothing too rash, and sometimes maybe squaring the turnoffs, maybe trying to avoid the racing line with all the rubber already on the track. So hive of activity down there on the grid as these drivers line up. What looks set to be a very interesting race indeed, a very tough test for the drivers. And as we see from Christmas Corner, this is the most, you would say, the most exposed part of the track. Just look how much it is raining across the Whilton Mill circuit. As the drivers lining up on the grid now, I think most are ready. Just a couple of drivers getting into position. Now, we have just been informed from the race director that the drivers will be permitted to change tyres because of this downpour, and that's the flurry of activity. That's usually where the dummy grid is. And all the parents and mechanics rushing through with the kart trolleys, and there's going to be some very quick, it's going to be like a very rapid episode of Quick Fit here, I think, on the starting grid, because there's going to be some very quick tyre changes here to stick the drivers onto wets. And I think it would be a brave move to stay on the slick. Now this will be interesting here. Most drivers here would appear, judging by the activity, are changing onto the wets. But looking out of the window here at the commentary point, these weather fronts are going through very quickly indeed. As you can see from the cameras here, it looks like a torrential rainstorm, which it certainly is at the moment. And see, rain risk 10% on the forecast here. It's certainly not at the moment. That's certainly raining with a vengeance, but there is a weather front coming through, and just behind the circuit here it is blowing through very quickly, so you never know. By the time these drivers have all changed the tyres and got the wets on, it may well have stopped raining. So I think looking at the footage on here on the screen and some of the footage on the final corner, most, if not all drivers, I think, are changing onto the wets. It is raining quite heavily, and I think it will stop in a minute, but how quickly the track will dry out, who knows. So certainly drivers erring on the side of caution and sticking the wet tyres. And we already saw on the formation lap a couple of drivers spinning out just under slow conditions getting down to the grid. So here we are down on the start grid now. It is an open meeting, and the race directors have allowed the drivers to change onto the wet tyres. So it really is a hive of activity. All the kart trolleys down there on the track, and the tyres very hurriedly being put on in anticipation of these conditions. So it is still raining very heavily down here. This is the approach down to Ashby, and this will be one of the more difficult parts of the track. So it is a downhill drive into this corner, very quick as well. So important not to outbrake yourself on this corner. And as we say, this could be potentially a very difficult race, and certainly raining very heavily on the circuit at the moment. But just looking out of the windows behind the clubhouse here, northbound, it seems to be a weather front coming through. It is starting to subside a bit now. So I think as soon as these tyres are changed, I think we will be having certainly no rain. But it may be a case of still being a bit wet. As you can see, looks a little less threatening just to the left of the clubhouse here, looking a bit more, perhaps a bit more northeastwards maybe. Still raining on the track at the moment. Question is, of course, how quickly will things dry out? And I think certainly most of the competitors in this Honda Cadet class have opted to play it safe here. Looks like most of the tyres now changed. Drivers making final preparations, ready to go very shortly. Not too sure at the moment whether there'll be another formation that possibly, but the drivers now back in position, or will we just have a standing start and away we go? We'll find out very shortly. Looks like most of the work has been completed. So just to recap, it's absolutely chucked it down as the drivers left the dummy grid onto the track. So race director opting to allow drivers to change onto the wet tyres. Just a few more moments to go, and we'll be back underway racing in a few moments' time. Welcome back to Whilton Mill and final preparations for the third heat of the Honda Cadets. As I'm sure you saw a few moments ago, we had some heavy rain showers whilst the drivers were in the dummy grid, and a last-minute change to wets for most, if not all, of the competitors. It has stopped raining, but the track is still pretty greasy in places, so I think most drivers opting on the side of caution. I think from what we've seen out there on the starting grid, I think most of the drivers actually have changed on to the wet tyres, getting them back into position now. I think most drivers are ready, and as we see, we'll just make sure the grid's clear, and we should be underway racing in just a few moments' time on what is I'm sure it'll be a rapidly drying, but at the moment very wet track. The rain has indeed stopped. We were saying about the weather front coming through and speculating that the rain would stop very soon. So the change to wets seems to be the case for most of them. It'll be interesting to see what happens for the next race coming up, the Mini X30 and the Mini Max drivers, who will be making their way down to the dummy grid very shortly. How much this track will dry out? Will it be a case of staying on the wets or gambling on the slicks? Now the track is quite wet and greasy in places at the moment. I think realistically you would say that wet tyres, even though it has stopped raining, would be the sensible choice. What will happen in the following races, we'll have to find out. So it looks like we are about ready to go. This is Honda Cadet heat number 3, getting underway very shortly. The third and final heat race before the final a bit later on. Last few carts being attended to now, and you see the trolleys being wheeled away back to the pits. Everyone pretty much on wet tyres, and as soon as the drivers are ready, I think we are pretty much ready to go. Grid is now cleared, and I believe we are going to go through straight to the start very shortly. We'll just confirm that in a moment. So oh no, I think we may be having a we are having a formation lap before the race gets back underway. So looks like everyone is on wet tyres. The rain has indeed stopped, but the track has taken a lot of water. It might take a few minutes to dry out. So looks like most people are erring on the side of caution and putting on the wets. And as you can see up at Christmas Corner, it is still rather slippery up there. This is a bit of an off-cambered part of the track, so there is the issue, of course, of losing traction up there as well. And this downhill run to Ashby is a bit slippery as well, but certainly everyone seems a bit more sure-footed than they did last time on the formation. We saw a couple of drivers go off onto the grass when they were on the slick tyres, but certainly on the wets seems to be the way to go at the moment. as the 71, Jack Price, leads the drivers round onto the grid. So this is the formation lap. We'll be back underway very shortly for the start of Honda Cadet Heat number 3. Short delay then before the race gets underway, just to allow the change to the wet tyres. And looks like everyone is ready to go. The last few drivers now making their way round the final corner onto the grid. And just to make sure, of course, they are all lined up in the correct positions. Grid is now being cleared. Honda Cadet Heat number 3 getting underway very shortly. The final, of course, later on this afternoon. And of course the last few parents and officials just getting the instruction to clear the grid. We should be ready to go any moment now. Honda Cadet Heat number 3 lined up. Here we go. We wait for the lights. Drivers looking at the lights now. Goes to red and away we go. Honda Cadet Heat number 3 gets underway in what could be difficult driving conditions. They charge through the first corner. Everyone, of course, on the wet tyres. And it looks like a good start for Jack Price, who immediately guards that inside line now. Christmas corner, they're all bunching up. This could be interesting on the first lap. They make their way through. It's a bit off-cambered here, but certainly Price gets through okay at the front. Everyone appears to have got through that Christmas corner section okay. Oh, and Price outbraked himself into Ashby, ran very, very wide. Almost went onto the grass and loses the lead to the number 30 of Ben Simpson. Looks like Rocco Leon Shenton in there as well. 86 has had a very good start on this first lap. And oh, the unfortunate Jack Price did very well on that first lap. Just seems to have lost the rhythm a bit there, lost a few places. And down the inside goes the number 47 of David Vischaw, who crashed out of the previous heat. So looking to make amends in heat number 3 as they make their way a little bit gingerly around that final corner. It is still a little bit slippery out there. Looking out there now, so Simpson is the early leader. Shenton in second place, and the 21 of Mason Thurlow in third. Drivers going very defensive into Christmas corner at the moment. Trying not to leave a gap, but it's 57 there. The machine of the Kart of Ashton Wiggins found a gap and nips through down the inside of Jack Price. And actually, let's have a look at Ashton Wiggins. He was the quickest driver on the first lap. Let's keep an eye on him. Number 57, he's starting to close up on, looks like David Vischaw, 47. Down the inside he goes of the 47. And certainly 57, Ashton Wiggins on the move here. He's got Charlie Mills, who's incurred a penalty just in front. As, oh, very close battle there with the number 40. Trying to go down the inside there, Oliver Majewski. We're on these very slippery conditions. Number 40 down the inside there. Majewski then forces Price wide, and Jack Price struggling at the moment. He started at the front, but just seems to be losing a few places at this stage. Maybe struggling with the changing conditions. Rocco Leon Shenton, 86 in second, currently running very strongly indeed. 32, Riley Bishop has a look down the inside of Ashton Wiggins. Wiggins now seems to have settled into that fifth place. So they go down towards the Ashby corner, and oh, that's close. Riley Bishop and Ashton Wiggins battling away in 32 there. Then Bishop down the inside of Dalton Hayward. You can see for yourself just how slippery the track still is. It has dried out. The rain has stopped, but it is still a bit slippery out there. And certainly some drivers coping with this better than others. Certainly changeable weather conditions as the race goes on. It's an 8-minute plus 1 lap race, but certainly still time for the track to change as the race goes on. We've had a change at the front though. Rocco Leon Shenton takes the lead. Simpson now down to second place as they make their way towards Christmas corner. There's the 69 of Harrison Whitcomb, who has moved through the field all the way up to 5th position. And there go the leaders. 71 in there as well. That's Jack Price, of course, who's starting to recover after losing a few places at the start of the race. And you can see just how hard it is to get the braking right into Ashby, especially in these slippery conditions. Vischaw Having a look there with Charlie Mills, he's lost a few places there, so there's plenty of incident out there in this Honda Cadet, heat number 3. 72, still looking strong. That's Jack Owen Drawbridge, just on the edge of the top 10 and making his way through. Charlie Mills also well placed, but dropping a few positions. It's all changed in the top 10. Shenton still your leader, and it's, as you can see, the midfield on the edge of the top 10. It really is changing. Oliver Meek picking up a track limit warning a bit further down the field, currently in 30th place. And let's have a look at, oh, nice little move there from the 69, Harrison Whitcomb, who has slowly but surely been picking his way through the field. Seems to be coping very well with these conditions. And has got past Ben Simpson, the early leader. Now, I think that is Riley Bishop in front. Bishop in second place. And trouble for the 99 off onto the grass. That's Lucy Whilton. The kart well and truly stranded on the grass there, and Lucy just trying to get the kart restarted. But very much, you would say, out of contention at the moment. So it's still Shenton that leads Riley Bishop with the fastest lap of the race, 55.07. These lap times are going down quite sharply now as the race goes on. The track would appear to be drying out. Whitcomb still in third position, Ben Simpson fourth, Majewski in fifth. And Ashton Wiggins, after that strong start, appears to have lost a bit of momentum. There we see, that's the abandoned kart there of Lucy Whilton. Lucy okay, but walking away and out of the race. And this we see 40 and 30, very close indeed. Ben Simpson and Oliver Majewski, 72. Also well placed and picking through the field. That is Jack Owen Drawbridge. There's been a lot of changes at the front in this race as the conditions change. Now it is, you can see, it's visibly getting a bit dry and a bit quicker. The 68, fastest lap of the race, personal best you would say, at least for Dalton Hayward in 11th place, 58.05. And as they go into Christmas, 75 looking strong now. Harrison Morrow battling with the number 30 of Ben Simpson. Oliver Majewski in there as well. They go down towards Ashby. Very, very close indeed. Oh, 75. Oh, just touched the back there. Harrison Morrow lost all traction and straight off onto the grass. Now, can he get back on, keep it in one piece? Yes, he can. Lost a few places, and Morrow, he was very close to Ashby there and just seemed to nudge the kart in front slightly. Just lost all traction and straight off the track. Doesn't look too happy. But that's racing, unfortunately. Penalty for Callum Wilson. I think that's unrelated, of course. Wilson a bit further down the field, currently in 15th place. Adam Hill also falling foul of the stewards in 29th place. You see on the matrix screen there, just by the finish line. The right driver's getting the warning. There's Leo Billingham, 95, going into Christmas corner, closely followed by Ben Simpson. And still, Jack Owen Drawbridge getting very strong as the race goes on. And picking his way through the field, out to 7th place. And the next driver in target is Ben Simpson, the number 30. And Owen Drawbridge looking very strong down towards Chapman, the central part of the track here. As one driver spins a bit further down the field, that's the number 38. Driver okay. Just trying to pick up that spinner, but certainly nothing too serious as the race goes on. And we see the fantastic drive here from Jack Owen Drawbridge, 72, as the race goes on. Keeps it nice and neat on the final corner, gets a good getaway down the finish line straight. Hasn't got the line going into the first corner, but it does go into a long right-hander. And if he can get the drive up the hill, could do with a pass up to Christmas corner. He's side by side into the corner here and makes his way through. Simpson runs a bit wide, and the 52 of Joshua Bagembi goes through. Also, when Bagembi goes through down the inside of Owen Drawbridge. Outbraked himself slightly, but holds the line and makes the pass stick. So 52, Joshua Bagembi, also another driver who is on the move here in heat number 3. Shenton goes through, 9th lap completed, onto the last lap, looking very strong at the front. Riley Bishop 2.8 seconds down, fastest lap of the race. Whitcomb third, but here is the 52. now moving up to 6th position, Joshua Bagembi. Here we look at number 32, Riley Bishop. Fastest lap of the race last time round has gone down to 54.75, the fastest lap on track at the moment. Some of our very close midfield battles just on the edge of the top 20. Chris Czora, Roche, Price, Gray. We got the number 20 in there as well. We're on the edge of the top 20. Mayan Patel, Jake Shaw's in there as well. All battling away, just going through to start their final lap. Meanwhile, Riley Bishop pushing hard, but it's not going to be enough as the 86 of Rocco Leon Shenton goes through to take the checkered flag in what's been a very challenging race. Riley Bishop breaks away, fastest driver at the end of the race, but it wasn't to be enough. And Shenton holds on to take the victory. Got the 41, that was the driver who hit some trouble in the previous heat, just in front of him still in the race. That's Hugo Majewski. So Majewski will be the last driver through. Just looking through the rest of the top 10, Oliver Majewski going through to 4th on the final lap. Leo Billingham, Joshua Bagembi hold on to that 6th place, Jacko and Drawbridge. And here we see this battle on the edge of the top 20. Harrison Morrow, Ben Simpson, Callum Wilson running out the top 10. Ashton Wiggins dropped to 11th, Mason Thurlow, Dalton Hayward in 13th. And you saw how close it was a moment ago there. Oliver Gibson, Hugh Roche in 15th. David Vischaw, 16th position. Jack Price, Jake Shaw's, Hayden Gray, and Kai Clark rounding out a very close finish to the rest of the top 20. So plenty of action in what's been a mixed weather condition race, you would say, with the Honda Cadets. The Mini X30 and Mini Max drivers will be out on the grid in a few moments' time. Here we are then for heat number 3 of the Mini X30 and Mini Max, their final heat race of the day. Let's see how they line up. Kieran Garrity will be first away. Kira Harris second. Morgan Hill, Henry Gregory 4th. Shravan Shanmugavel in 5th. And Ty Medja in 6th position. Jack Hobson in 7th. Aidan Hazan in 8th. Leo Brown 9th. Charlie Webb in 10th. Rylan Echberg in 11th place from Kyle Slee in 12th. Gabriel Stilp in 13th, Ryan Ward, Alfie Briggs, Harry Yule, Oliver Smith in 17th, Woody Radford, 18th position. And the final few places made up of Mac McFarker, Bobby Rosier and Oliver Kerr. Certainly Rosier looking very good in the Minimax so far this afternoon. And now it's starting to brighten up a bit now. We've still got some rather threatening rain clouds in the air, and they have been blowing through quite quickly. And I'm sure if you're watching this about 10 minutes ago, you'll have seen that heavy rain shower that came through just before the Honda Cadet final heat. The track drying out rapidly. We saw just how quickly the lap times were tumbling. And again, it is an open meeting, so they have got the option to change the tyres. But looking out there as the drivers make their way out onto the grid for the formation lap, I believe that all of the drivers are now on dry tyres. It is drying out quite quickly. But certainly, especially at the top there by Christmas Corner, it's a little bit greasy still, so certainly good line choice will be important, and drivers will need to keep their wits about them, you would say, at the top of the circuit as the Minimax drivers make their way out onto the track. These race categories, of course, they race together in 2 separate groups, and they are scored separately. Minimax starting just a little bit further behind the Mini X30 drivers. And most of the pack now making their way through into the centre of the lap. We've got the Minimax drivers making their way through. Meanwhile, the X30 is now in position on the grid, going through the boot complex down towards the final corner. Let's hope for a good clean start here. They're all pretty much, I believe they're all on slick tyres. And here we go, around the final corner. And it's good. Away we go. Final heat of the day then for Mini X30. The Mini Max drivers making their way around to start their race in just a moment. Everyone defensive down the inside going into Christmas Corner. Meanwhile, the Mini Max drivers coming round the final corner, headed by the number 66. So away we go. Mini Max now underway. Headed by Woody Radford in the 66, but all action at the front here
of the X30s. And that looks like Shravan Shanmugam, who had a good start. 73 well placed. Kieran Geraghty getting away well. 14 just behind Jack Hobson with a good first lap as they make their way down towards the final corner now. There is the 64 of Aidan Hassan, who ran so well in the second heat as well. So here we go. It's Geraghty from Hobson, Hassan in third, Gregory fourth, Hill in fifth place, and number 22, Charlie Webb, 25, currently in sixth place. And Gabriel still another driver certainly to look out for, running in seventh position. And still Patrick going down the inside of Morgan Hill as 17 hits trouble. That's just on the boot section. That's Ryan Ward. And a contact warning for Rylan Ekberg. So whether that's related, I believe it may well be. But certainly away he goes at the back of the field now, Ryan Ward. And here we see the 64 of Aidan Hassan just ahead of Jack Hobson. Hobson having a look down the inside but can't find a way through. The rest of the top 10 make their way through. So it's still Geraghty that leads, Hassan in second place, setting the fastest lap of the race. Jack Hobson third, Gregory fourth, Gabriel Stilp in fifth position. And Gabriel Stilp still running strongly. Rylan Ekberg up to sixth position. Waiting now for the Minimax drivers to make their way through. And here we see the number 66. Looks like in second place. Oh no, he's gone back through into second. Bobby Rosier clearing away at the front. And it's very close for second. Woody Radford in second. Oliver Smith, Oliver Kerr, and Max McFarker very close. And there we see the 17 of Ryan Ward cut adrift at the moment. There's Charlie Webb, 25, looking to get involved in this battle near the front. The 73 race leader, Kieran Geraghty. We'll have a look at the lap times as they come through now, because it looks to me like Hassan is closing up by quite some margin. The gap has gone down just under 0.8 of a second, and Hassan with the fastest lap of the race, 47.80, pulling away from Jack Hobson, and may well be putting the race leader under some pressure as we look at our leader of the Minimax, Bobby Rosier, 49, heading towards the final corner, looking very strong indeed. Absolutely flying. It is still a little bit slippery out there, and certainly coping well with the conditions. Lapping 48.45 last time round. Bobby Rosier really motoring at the moment. Oliver Smith up to second in the Minimax group as we look at the leaders of the X30s. And now Geraghty still leading, but trouble further back here. That's the 87. That's one of the Minimax drivers. That is the kart of Max McFarker. Seems okay. An incident through Christmas corner. As up at the front, we see Hassan going down the inside of Geraghty and takes the lead. So new race leader Aidan Hassan, 2 consecutive fastest laps, and has now taken the lead. Geraghty not able to fight back at the moment. Hobson not too far behind in third. But certainly Aidan Hassan has looked in good form this afternoon. Takes the lead. And now trying to break away, but let's see what Kieran Geraghty can do. Can he keep with Hassan at the front? So here comes Hassan towards the final corner, looking neat at the moment. Still in third is Hobson. Gregory also well placed. Gabriel still up to fourth, trying to get involved in this battle at the front. And here we see the number 64, Aidan Hassan. Nice smooth line through the second corner up towards Christmas. Trying to break away from Geraghty. Oliver Kerr picking up a penalty further down the field in the Minimax. Currently third of those Minimax drivers. And here we see Rosier, 16th on the track and leader of the Minimax. Second position, still Oliver Smith. And Kerr picking up that penalty. 22 currently in third position. A little bit further ahead of Woody Radford and Mac McFarker, who hit trouble on Christmas corner earlier. And it's getting close now between Gabriel Stilp and Jack Hobson. That battle for third place. As Hassan crosses the line and really settling into a groove here. Number 64, the race leader, 46.85 this time round. So Aidan Hassan coping well with the conditions and certainly putting in some good laps, as down the inside goes the number 10. Gabriel Stilp through Christmas corner, gets past the number 14 of Jack Hobson, and Stilp now up to third position. And let's see what Stilp can do here. Just looking at the lap times, matching the race leader Aidan Hassan in terms of pace at the front. And got past Jack Hobson, fairly straightforward move for him there, so trying to break away now and get with the second place driver, Kieran Geraghty, 73.
We should see Geraghty. There he is. Through the final corner. There is Stilp in third. And Stilp actually the number 10, setting the fastest lap of the race, 46.78. Here we go then, Stilp trying to close up, not close enough to go for the pass at the moment. Number 14, Jack Hobson still there. Rylan Ekberg, closely followed by Charlie Webb and Henry Gregory, 71. And looking a bit further down the field, we should be seeing our leading Minimax drivers as still the battle goes on here through Ashby. There goes the leader of the Minimax, still number 49. A race of his own here for Bobby Rosier, lapping very good under the 48-second barrier. Smith in second, Oliver Kerr in third, and Ryan Ward trying to get back involved in the X30 battle down in 19th place. As Gabriel Stilp just gets down the inside of Kieran Geraghty through to second place now, running very wide exit on the approach to Christmas Corner, carrying a lot of speed, and well, time is ticking now, 1 minute 20 plus the 1 lap remaining. So still potentially a couple of laps here for Gabriel Stilp to get involved with this battle at the front. It'll be interesting to see what sort of pace Gabriel Stilp can carry on these closing few laps. And of course, if you see yourself as a competitor closing up on the driver in front, that really can be a psychological boost. So let's see how this one pans out. It's going to be close on the time here to how many laps are remaining as Hassan goes through, still leading. Still closing up slightly, but not by very much, about 1/10 of a second at the moment. Geraghty in third, Hobson still fourth, Ekberg, Charlie Webb in sixth, Henry Gregory seventh, Brownhill and Alfie Briggs rounding out the top 10. Still breaking away now from Geraghty in third. Down they go towards Ashby. So Gabriel Stilp on his own in second place. There is the 49, still running strongly, of the Minimax drivers. Bobby Rosier crossing the line, clear away at the front at the moment. Oliver Smith still in second, number 29. And Oliver Kerr in third position. But Rosier looking good, 16th on the track and first of the Minimax. Starting to close up on some of those X30 drivers, considering that they started pretty much half a lap behind. That's quite some going, it has to be said. And here we go into the top corner, starting to lap some of the traffic. Hassan, still your leader. Gabriel still closing up slightly, but not by very much. At the moment, it looks like Hassan's race to lose, you would say. Got this race under control at the moment. And just got to keep it pointing straight, keep that pace up. He has drove superbly throughout the race. Kieran Geraghty battling with Jack Hobson. There is Hassan, the race leader. Looking strong through the boot complex as the 73 and 14, Geraghty and Hobson, squeeze through the past the slower driver. And Hassan takes the last lap board. Still in second place. Geraghty third, Hobson and Ekberg rounding out the top 5. Charlie Webb in sixth, Leo Brown, Henry Gregory, Morgan Hill and Alfie Briggs rounding out the top 10. As Kieran Geraghty guards that inside line through Christmas Corner, making it difficult here for Jack Hobson. Hobson trying the outside there as again Geraghty guards that inside line. So last lap of the race here, and Kieran Geraghty has very much gone into defensive mode here, but he's going to have to be brave through this corner as number 14 gives it a go. Jack Hobson had to be committed there, and oh, it's very close indeed. Rylan Ekberg goes through. They all squeeze through, a bit of grass track in there as well. But very close battle to the line as Aidan Hassan takes the checkered flag. Stilp in second, but this battle for third is going to be very close indeed. It's Jack Hobson third, Ekberg in fourth, Charlie Webb in fifth, Leo Brown, Kieran Geraghty drops to seventh after that very close battle on the final lap. Henry Gregory in eighth, Morgan Hill in ninth, and Alfie Briggs rounding up the top 10. Ty Major goes through in 11th from Keir Harris, Kyle Slee in 13th place, and Sharavan Shanmugarbal goes through 14th. We should be seeing Bobby Rosier any moment just behind the 15th place Harry Yule. And Bobby Rosier going through now, number 49, to take the checkered flag in the Minimax. Oliver Smith will be in second place. Oliver Kerr in third, and Woody Radford and Mac Parker a lap down for the Minimax. So drawing to a close. We'll see those drivers later on, of course, for the 11 minute plus 1 lap final. Junior Max are on the dummy grid at the moment, and they'll be underway in just a few moments. Heat number 3 for the Whilton Mill Kart Club Junior Max about to get underway, and let's have a look how they line up. Harrison Crook in first from Finley Harrion, Jack Cooper in third, Jensen Weston fourth position, Joshua Burton in fifth, Callum Davis in sixth, Zane Khan in seventh, Spencer Brom in eighth, Tommy Edmonds ninth, Charlie Ellis rounding out the top 10 from Kyle Dunford, and Luke Ringham in 12th place, Jack Davis in 13th, and Jensen Giles 27 running up the 14 driver grid as they make their way out onto the circuit now. One or two favoured drivers, you might say, running a bit further down the field in this one. So first couple of laps will be interesting. As we mentioned before, the weather playing a part, but it does seem that the heaviest of the rain showers have moved through for now. There is still that possibility of rain, so we'll see how that develops as the race program goes on. Certainly the drivers will be hoping that it remains dry. I'm sure you can see for yourself the track is drying rapidly. Those lap times really were starting to tumble as the previous two races went on, and well, we shall see, because it really is starting to dry out somewhat now. There certainly goes without saying that they're all on slick tyres as we make our way through. Going through the boot complex now, heading towards the start of the third heat race. And here we go. Good start, and away we go. It's the third race then for the Junior Max. Through they go, and quite a good start there. Everyone seems to have settled down well. Finley Harrion getting to the front nice and early. This has been the driver who has been in form throughout the afternoon in this group, and Finley Harrion through to the front nice and early. And judging by the form book, he would say Harrion certainly will be the driver to beat at the moment, but defensive at the moment as Harrison Crook tries the outside line, trying to find a way through. Harrison Crook certainly living with Finley Harrion at the moment, as down the inside there goes Tommy Edmonds. Great start for Edmonds on that first lap, really sidling through the lead group. We've got the 34 in there as well of Jensen Weston running well. Callum Davis in 6th position. As up towards Christmas Corner goes Finley Harrion. Harrison Crook sticking with him at the moment though, and Tommy Edmonds looks threatening in 3rd position. Jack Cooper, Jensen Weston all very close here. Callum Davis, Joshua Burton, Kyle Dunford, and running out the top 10, Jack Davis with Spencer Brom. So these drivers who ran well in the second heat earlier on this afternoon, with a bit of work to do at the moment on the edge of the top 10. As Spencer Brom tries down the inside of Jensen Weston. So Weston drops a position and will try and fight back. Weston actually just going past his camper there, which you can't miss. Got the tie flag flying proudly from the roof there on his first visit here to Whilton Mill. Good debut for him here, I would say. As further up the field, Tommy Edmonds has gone through to 2nd place, getting past Harrison Crook. Tommy Edmonds has actually started this race really well, the 23, and trying to shake off Harrison Crook here, 72 in 3rd. Finley Harrion really had to go defensive on that first lap, but is starting to break away just a little bit now. As we see what Tommy Edmonds can do, 23, heading through the boot complex down towards the final corner. Crook in 3rd, Jack Cooper a bit further behind in 4th place. Finley Harrion and Tommy Edmonds almost identical lap times, only a 1/10 of a second between them at the moment. So Tommy Edmonds just looking to try and find a little bit of an edge somewhere to try and close up on Finley Harrion. It's only a 1 second gap so far. Harrison Crook still there in 3rd as they go down towards Ashby. Edmonds around the corner, the rest of the top 10 make their way through. Edmonds looks quick on the central part of the track through Chapman, heading towards the boot complex and that final corner. Harrion still leading the race. It was a 1 second gap. Still pretty close there as we look at Spencer Braum battling with Jack Davis. Around the final corner they go down the straight. And it has closed again slightly. Edmonds with the fastest lap of the race, turning a 46.70 last time round. The leaders making their way up towards Christmas corner. And there we see Harrion, Edmonds in second. Still very close to a third place. Looks like Jack Cooper has gone through into third place, getting past the number 35. Down they go. 95 of Callum Davis just behind. And Kyle Dunford, number 40, also well placed. So Finley Harrion leads them through to complete another lap. Really has been the informed driver this afternoon. Tommy Edmonds, though, clear in second place, the 23, and I think is still closing up. Round the final corner they go. We'll have a look at the gap when they cross the line. And would you believe it, identical lap times, both turning a 46.67 last time round. So it is finally poised at the front here. Absolutely no margin for error as Finley Harrion goes through the Christmas corner down towards Ashby. Tommy Edmonds matching him 100% last time round. Harrison Crook still there in third, trying to get a pull and get involved in this battle for the lead. So Harrion has control of the race at the moment, but it's by no means a foregone conclusion, I would say, because Tommy Edmonds and Harrison Crook still looking strong. There we see the 77 of Jack Cooper, goes through boot, down towards the final corner. Callum Davis and Kyle Dunford, number 40, still in there. Spencer Braum and Jack Davis, very well positioned as well. Just over 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Rest of the top 10, Zane Khan currently in 9th place. Jensen Weston in 10th from Charlie Ellis and Luke Ringham. And it looks like Tommy Edmonds has started to break away now from Harrison Crook. Goes through Ashby. Meanwhile, the 77 of Jack Cooper leads that train of drivers through Ashby. Callum Davis, Kyle Dunford, Spencer Braum and Jack Davis all in there. Looks like Callum Davis just trying to eke the pressure here. There goes the 77, Jack Cooper, heading towards the final corner. It's all still pretty close. Finley Harrion has picked up the pace a little bit now, 46.48. The top two really pushing each other on here. Finley Harrion, I think, knows that Edmonds is there and just looking to try and push a bit more pace out. As down the inside goes Callum Davis on Jack Cooper. Nice little move into Christmas there. And Kyle Dunford also through as well. Jack Cooper loses a few places. Looks like Spencer Braum may have gone through as well. And Kyle Dunford trying to get past the 95 of Callum Davis. Through Chapman, along towards boot here. And certainly bad lap there for Jack Cooper's lost quite a few positions. Heading now towards the final corner and the closing stages of this Junior Max heat number 3. Track drying up all the time. You can see the dry line really starting to develop. As Finley Harrion continues to pull away at the front. Callum Davis with Kyle Dunford right behind him. Dunford just trying to find an opening here. Looks very strong as they make their way down towards Ashby. No chance of an outbreak down the inside though. Kyle Dunford though still tracking that number 95 as they make their way through the central part of the track through Chapman, and down the inside goes Dunford along with Spencer Braum in there as well. And immediately Callum Davis having to fight defensive there to hold off Jack Davis. So the pressure pays off for Kyle Dunford as Finley Harrion continues to lead the way. Tommy Edmonds in second place, Harrison Crook in third. Dunford now, as we saw, up to fourth place. Braum in fifth, Callum Davis in sixth. Jack Davis from Jack Cooper, Zane Khan and Charlie Ellis rounding out the top 10. Kyle Dunford in that fourth place. Finley Harrion still looking strong at the front. Tommy Edmonds still in second place. It's as you were with the top two. The action at the moment with Kyle Dunford and Spencer Braum just trying to find a way through as we head towards the closing stages of this Junior Max heat number 3. Dunford, good line through boot, a little bit high on the curbs there, but doesn't lose any time. through the final corner, and the pace picking up at the front of the race as we head towards the closing couple of laps here. Finlay Harrion with another fastest lap of the race. He's clear at the front, the gap 2.1 seconds, but the action here going through to Christmas sees the number 40 of Kyle Dunford tries to pull away from Spencer Braum as they make their way down towards Ashby. Braum still there. Then we've got the two Davises, Callum Davis and Jack Davis just behind. Jack Cooper trying to recover and get down the inside. There we see the 77 just behind. And 79, Jack Davis through boot as the last lap board goes out to Finlay Harrion. Still lapping in the 46.3s, pulling away slightly again from Tommy Edmonds. So certainly Finlay Harrion has responded well to the pressure and holds on to the lead. As again, Spencer Braum has a look down the outside, trying to get the drive into Christmas corner, but can't find an opening. And Kyle Dunford holds on to that fourth place. There goes Tommy Edmonds, and Harrison Crook actually seems to have closed up on the final lap. So Dunford making his way through, still with Braum behind. Finlay Harrion making his way towards the final couple of corners and looks set to take the checkered flag. So Finlay Harrion, it's been a great race for him. Round the final corner he goes. Checkered flag now being readied, and Finlay Harrion is your winner. Fastest lap of the race on that last lap as well. Second place for Tommy Edmonds. Harrison Crook in third. It's going to be Kyle Dunford in fourth after all that action there from Spencer Braum in fifth. Jack Davis in sixth. Callum Davis, Jack Cooper in eighth position. Charlie Ellis ninth. Luke Ringham rounding out the top 10. And all very close with the rest of the field. Zane Khan, Jensen Weston, Jensen Giles, and Joshua Burton rounding up the field, but it was all incredibly close in that Junior Max category. And we look forward to our next race of the day. Lining up for their final heat is the Junior X30s. They'll be out in just a few moments. Here we are then at Whilton Mill, round number 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. My name's Chris Czora, taking you through the afternoon's race action, and we wait now for the start of the final heat for the Junior X30s, and this is how they'll line up. Thomas Mullett in first position from Oliver Algieri in second place, Luke Watts in third, Benedict Davis in fourth, Alex Moody fifth from Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain. Seventh will be Lucas Ellingham, Miles Turnbull eighth, Jerome Phillip ninth, Joshua Patch in 10th, Jaden Gregg 11th, and Jake Yarnagasawa in 12th position. Benjamin Watts in 13th, Milo Pilford, Ellis Bourchier, Mackenzie Stevens 16th place, Harvey Rigby in 17th, Daniel Hackett in 18th place, Jude Finnehuff in 19th, Will Howells 20th, Luke Weston, Christian Brooks, Lorenzo Cordell and Macy Hitter in 24th place. Last few drivers made up of Alex Johnston 25th from Charlie Field, Sam Baker, Sam Longley, Keon Gamio and Hugo Gilbert in 30th place, Kai Carrington, Remy Gilbert, Kyle Gohill and Zaki Hussein with the number 13, rounding out the 34 driver field as they take to the track for the formation lap on a rapidly drying track. So just before the start of this second period of racing, we had the heavy rain, which really interfered with the tactics for the drivers. Some late changes to wet tyres, but really is a dry track now as they make their way around the final few corners, ready for this third and final heat for the Junior X30s. And back underway. Well, I think that was always going to be a full start. Very aggressive around the final corner, and the grid very quickly losing formation. The marshals straight out with the full start, and we'll go around again and try for a clean start this time. And we go through Christmas corner, and this always gives you an idea of how well turned out the Whilton Mill circuit is. Very popular with the drivers, centrally located in Northamptonshire in the M1, not too far away, and always attracts a good group of drivers. And Alpha Live here next week, of course, for the Rich Energy British Minibike Championship. So the action goes from 4 to 2 wheels next weekend right here at Whilton Mill. But still plenty of karting action here with the Junior X30s about to get back underway. We've had a full start. Here we go then, second take, and away we go. But no, they don't like it. It's a full start further back. It looked very messy, and one driver even going off the track there. I think it was one of the... that was Zaki Hussein that went off there, but I don't think that was the cause of the full start at all. The very messy looking grid in the midfield there, so the marshals straight out and started declaring a full start. So here we go again. The driver's just getting into position, and let's hope for a clean start this time. Has taken a couple of attempts in some past races. I think we've gone past 3 full starts this afternoon, so let's hope this will be a clean start this time. And there we see at the front we've got Thomas Mullett and Oliver Algieri side by side. 2 informed drivers, you would say, this afternoon. Luke Watts and Alex Moody also looking well, and Oliver Algieri looking very strong in that second heat, so will be keen to get a good start. Here they come down towards the final corner. Here we go then for our third attempt, and this time it's good. We are underway. X30 Junior heat number 3, charging through the first corner. Very fast start to the race, and it looks like Thomas Mullett has held on to lead and immediately guards that inside line, but that means that it leaves Luke Watts open for the outside, and Watts through into second place. So Thomas Mullett leads the way again, very defensive into Ashby. And there's some very quick drivers behind him, and Thomas Mullett just looking to fend them off on the opening stages to make his own race. But it looks like Luke Watts has gone down the inside and taken the lead, so good move there from Luke Watts, and goes into first place as they head towards boot for the first time. Mullett immediately tries to fight back, but Watts maintains that gap at the front. Down the inside goes the second place now with Lucas Ellingham. Great start, 5 positions on the first lap. So Lucas Ellingham up to second place, Algieri in third, Alex Moody in fourth, and Thomas Mullett losing out there on the final couple of corners goes down to 5th place. They go through Christmas once again. Nice and smooth through that top corner. And already Luke Watts getting a good jump on the field. The number 37, good first lap. Trouble going down towards Ashby there. Don't know who that was, but there's a wave yellow. And a warning there for the second place, Lucas Ellingham. And someone appears to have gone off on the approach to Ashby. The race goes on meanwhile as 63, Benedict Davis, fending off the 75 of Jerome Phillip. They go around the final corner. And it's still Watts that leads. Ellingham second, Algieri in third. And that's the trouble there, number 15. A bit further down the field there, that was... Kyan Gohill. Kart has been abandoned. Driver, I think, is okay. The race goes on, of course, and a penalty for Jerome Phillip. That's related, I'm not sure at the moment, but Luke Watts now coming under some real pressure from Lucas Ellingham and Oliver Algieri. It's very close at the front here. Luke Watts taking the lead very early in this race, but coming under some real pressure now as down the inside goes Lucas Ellingham and takes the lead going into boot. Nice little inside pass there. And immediately Oliver Algieri goes through to second place. So Luke Watts drops to third position. And Alex Moody fourth. Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain in fifth. Jerome Phillip up to sixth position. As we've lost, I think we lost Miles Turnbull, the number 43, was running in the top 10. Joshua Patch in seventh. Thomas Mullett. And, oh, now that could be a wheel bearing possibly. There is 43 evidently out of the race. The rear wheel appears to be missing from that kart. So... one can only assume maybe, I wouldn't have thought it would be a loose wheel or a bearing failure possibly, but for whatever the reason, it seems that Miles Turnbull is out of the race. Doesn't bother the leaders though, and Lucas Ellingham, of course, is the new race leader. Oliver Algieri in second place. Luke Watts has recovered in third and is looking very strong indeed. Alex Moody in fourth. They cross the line all very close indeed, and Luke Watts with the fastest lap of the race, 46.01. But that doesn't mean too much. They're almost identical on pace as down the inside goes Luke Watts and makes the move stick. So Watts up to second place. Algieri still in third. Down the inside into the Ashby corner goes Alex Moody. Can't make the move stick though. Algieri holds on to third place, 2.38. Luke Watts, the early leader, now back into second place. Lost a couple of positions earlier on, but has recovered well and is now starting to put Lucas Ellingham under pressure as they make their way down towards the final corner. Ellingham leads. Algieri then dropping to third as Luke Watts starts to make a move here. 45.98, fastest lap of the race for Luke Watts. The rest of the top 10 going through: Jerome Phillip, Thomas Mullet, Joshua Patch, running up, and Lorenzo Cordell rounding up the top 10. But it's all about these top 4 drivers now as Lucas Ellingham leads them down the hill towards the Ashby corner. No one can make a move at the moment. Watts still there in second. And look how close Oliver Algieri is in third position. Alex Moody still there in fourth. Lucas Ellingham holding on to the lead. 3.5 minutes to go, and it's all very close. They make their way through Boot, and the final corner now. Very important to get a good exit from this final corner. And the top 4 incredibly close. This race is on a razor edge, I would say. It's incredibly close. Hugo Gilbert getting a mechanical flag. Some sort of issue there, evidently. But our attentions are on this 4-way battle for first place. They've gone through Christmas, through that tricky off-cambered section at the top of the track, down towards Ashby. And it's still Lucas Ellingham, number 99, that leads the way. Finally poised are here with any one of 4 drivers that could take the checkered flag at this stage. Luke Watts trying to find a way through. And here we go towards Boot. There we see Oliver Algieri, 4th place in this battle at the front, just trying to keep pace with the 2 front runners. Alex Moody and going through to 3rd place. Very fast pace here. Lucas Ellingham and Luke Watts, almost identical lap times, lapping under 46 seconds, less than, well, 7/10 of a second, you would say, covering the top 4 drivers. And you don't need the stopwatch to show you how close this race is at the moment. Just over 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. And lots of tension out here. It's very close. Drivers having to get every corner bang on right. There's absolutely no margin for error here. And Lucas Ellingham at the moment doing a great job of holding on to the lead, although Luke Watts really is pushing hard in 2nd place. Here they come down towards the final corner. A captivating 3rd heat here for the X30 Juniors. All drivers lapping under 4, well, Lucas Ellingham 46 pretty much on the dot. It's a very fast race here. They really have pulled away from Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain in 5th position. It's all about these 4 drivers. And this last lap could be very interesting here, where we get the chance to try and take the checkered flag. Still a bit of time to go here. We've still got 1 minute 20 on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining. And still number 99, Lucas Ellingham, leads the way. Here they come through Boot section. Final corner about to follow. Almost identical line there through that last corner. 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining, so they may, well, most likely will get through a couple more laps. Here they come up towards the Christmas corner. And there we see we had the trouble there, the mechanical issue for the number 81. Dropping into the pits there, that's Kian Gamio. There's some running repairs in the pits at the moment, but Gamio down in 28th position. Not the race for him at the moment. And at the front, it's still as close as ever, as we see some change for position here. Down the inside into 2nd place goes Alex Moody. Now, they're going to have to be careful here because it's that close between the top 4. They don't want to be battling for position for that 2nd place. That would allow Lucas Ellingham to pull away. Still got 2 laps to go. And a warning there for 65, a bit further down the field. That's Luke Weston down in 21st place. Here's that battle for 2nd, as trying to fight back is Luke Watson. Watts through to 2nd. And in the wake of that as well, Oliver Algieri goes up to 3rd, so Alex Moody drops to 4th. And all this is doing, of course, is allowing Lucas Ellingham to pull away slightly as we head towards the final lap. Here we go, it's incredibly close at the front here. But that little battle there between 2nd through to 4th place has allowed Lucas Ellingham to pull away slightly, as really aggressive there Oliver Algieri trying to fight his way through to second place. Last lap now, and Lucas Ellingham has pulled away slightly. The gap almost 1 second. This battle for second place really has played into Ellingham's favour, as Watts guards that inside line from Algieri, who looks threatening on his final lap, really does seem to find some lines to make a pass, and he's going down the inside into Ashby, but not close enough to make the pass. Luke Watts hold on to that second place. Algieri third, Moody just peeking behind them in fourth, trying to find a way through. Lucas Ellingham has taken advantage of this and is pulling away. Luke Watts still there in second. The battle of the third. Oh, was down the inside goes Alex Moody, but it's not enough. And it looks like Lucas Ellingham will take the third heat victory. Checkered flag goes out, and Lucas Ellingham is your race winner. Trouble on the final lap there for the number 80 of Vince Lloyd-Chamberlain. It'll be Luke Watts in second place, Algieri in third, Moody in fourth. So Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain dropping out of the top 10. It was Alex Moody then in fourth. Christian Brooks jumps up to fifth place on the final lap. Jerome Phillip, Lorenzo Cordell, Alex Johnston and Ellis Bourchier rounding out the top 10 in the number 58. So a very close race there, but as the second place started to do battle, Lucas Ellingham able to pull away, and that bodes well for a good final later on for Junior X30. We have 2 more heat races to follow. Coming up very shortly is the Senior X30. Tilletson T4 will round out the action before the finals get underway. Starting to get a bit dark right there. Will rain play a part as the Senior X30s line up in just a few moments? Whilton Mill Kart Club round number 4 of the championship, and heat number 3 for the X30 seniors. We'll see Archie Forber lead them out from Lucas Romanek, Joseph Ahrens in third, Thomas Pegram fourth, Jordan Brown in fifth, Samuel Hawthorne in sixth position, Thomas Glyde seventh, Cameron Coombs, Brandon Matchell and Adam Sirrett rounding out the top 10. Nathan Ames 11th, Roy Johnson in 12th position, Carly Atkins in 13th place, Thomas Byrne, Anki Stenning, Rihanna Regan 16th place, Matthew Herbert in 17th from Vishal Patel 18th place, 19th for Oliver Henwood, Nathan Herbert, James Otto, Axel Laflamme in 22nd, Caelan Burbridge in 23rd, and Louis Diamond in 24th position. Joshua Torpey 25th, Mason Weir 26th, Harry Torpey in 27th, Ridey Nathan 28th, and Ryan Benton rounding out the field in 29th place. So the 2 Torpeys who have run so well earlier on today, now starting towards the back of the grid, so they've got a bit of work to do to fight their way through. And the Senior X30s lining up underway very shortly. But I think everyone really just keeping an eye out on the rain. We had that 50-50 chance of rain for the next couple of hours, and it just seems to be darkening again once now. Will that amount to anything, or will we see the issue with the wet tyres once again? It is an open meeting, so they are permitted to change to wets if they need to. No rain at the moment, but certainly looks a bit threatening at this stage. This is the penultimate heat race of the day. We have the Senior X30s getting underway in just a few moments. They'll be followed by the third and final heat for the Tilletson T4s. Then we'll be through into our finals just a bit later on. And here we see the Whilton Mill circuit. Still looks a little bit slippery out there in places. We had that heavy rain earlier on, and it just looks threatening out there at the moment. Just waiting to see the track. I believe will be clear in just a few moments. The drivers are currently situated on the dummy grid. And round number 4 then of this Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship will be back underway very shortly. As you can see, it's a bit of a tricky day in terms of the weather. It's track is drying out now. You can see some of the lines starting to develop, and I'm sure the drivers will be hoping that things stay as they are at the moment. It's certainly a lot fresher than it was this morning. Very warm this morning. Temperatures on the weather forecast do seem to be the same, but it just feels cooler out there as we wait for the final heat race of the Senior X30s underway in just a few moments' time here at the Whilton Mill circuit in Northamptonshire, 4th round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. What is a very popular circuit. Here we go then, senior X30s. You can hear the buzz of the two-strokes and the smoke and the pre-mixed fumes wafting through the air as they make their way out onto the formation lap. And as we saw a few moments ago with the lineup here, there are some strong drivers starting towards the back here, so this will be interesting to see how they get on fighting through the field. Important, of course, to get a good start and start making their way through some of the slower drivers. But this really is an expert field, and you would say everyone in this is a strong competitor, and they won't give up the positions easily. Here we go then, the drivers now lining up in position as we head towards Boot and the final corner. We've had 1 or 2 full starts this afternoon. Let's hope for a good, clean start as they make their way down towards the final corner. Here we go then. Towards the final corner they go. Joseph Aarons, Jordan Brown in there as well. The revs rise, and away we go. Looks a good start. Yes, indeed it is. Away we go then. And our final heat race for the senior X30s is underway. There you go. Trouble on the first corner. Waved yellows further down the field. Somebody's gone off, but the rest of the pack make their way through Christmas corner. Headed by the number 35. Looks like at the front 34 down the inside, Thomas Pegram. Lucas Romanek is well placed as well. And the 82 of Jordan Brown. Oh, right off the track goes 57. A bit of a moment onto the grass there, and that was Axel Laflame. Seems all right, though. Just going to get onto the access road and back into the action. Somebody else onto the grass and doesn't look too happy about it either. That is 87. So, pick these positions up on the first lap. Lucas Romanek leads the way. 43 it was that hit trouble on the first lap. That is Rihanna Regan on the first corner. Now, I presume the driver's okay. Haven't seen any issues. Ryan Benton a bit further behind as well. Hit trouble on the first lap. And no sign of Amir Lady Nathan, number 81, on that first lap either. So issues on the first corner, it would seem. None of this, of course, bothering Lucas Romanek, and Samuel Hawthorne, 27, was in second place. All very close here with the front runners fighting their way through. There's the 39, Matthew Herbert. Oh, it's very, very close indeed through the boot section. 52 in there as well. Nathan Herbert, they go charging around the final corner. And this lovely camera angle just gives you an idea of the speed through the first corner. They have the idea of the final corner. They carry that pace, and they go charging through. So here we see the action at the front. 23, and of course is Joseph Aarons. Really famous surname, I'd say. May remember Kurt Aarons in the world of endurance racing many, many years ago for Porsche. So certainly showing the, whether that's a namesake or not, I don't know, but certainly Joseph Aarons looking very committed near the front as Lucas Romanek has lost the lead to Samuel Hawthorne, number 15 on the Kart, 27 on your timing screen. Hawthorne takes the lead then. Romanek in second place, Thomas Pegram third, Aarons in fourth, Brown in fifth, Thomas Byrne in sixth place, Cameron Coombs, Nathan Herbert, Carly Atkins in ninth, and Brandon Matchell rounding out the top 10. Here come the leaders down towards Ashby, and still we see the 23 of Joseph Aarons fending off Jordan Brown and Thomas Byrne. Joshua Torpey and Harry Torpey making slow progress at the moment, still outside the top 10, although Joshua Torpey has set the fastest lap of the race. Will there be a factor later on? We shall see. But all the action at the moment is this battle between the 33. Romanek goes through, losing a bit of ground here to Samuel Hawthorne. Thomas Pegram still there in third. Joseph Aarons still fourth. Thomas Byrne, meanwhile, 74, has moved into fifth place. Here they come up towards Christmas corner. Pegram having a look down the inside of the 33, Lucas Romanek. Romanek holds on to that second place, so Hawthorne down the hill towards difficult Ashby right-hand corner. A bit of an off-camber there, you might say, especially under braking, it's difficult. Lucas Romanek, I have to say, Look at the helmet there. Nicky Lauda inspired, you would say, for sure. Certainly looks the part. And holding on to that second place quite nicely. 33 Romanek. Those two pulling away slightly now from the battle between Joseph Aarons, Thomas Byrne, Jordan Brown and Cameron Coombs. Samuel Hawthorne, meanwhile, on the drive up towards Christmas Corner, looking very strong. That gap just under a second from Lucas Romanek and Thomas Pegram in third. There we see the 52 dropping into the pits. We saw the mechanical issue for Nathan Herbert, picked up the flag, and Herbert into the pits. Gloves are off, so it looks like he is retiring from this one. Back on track though, down the inside goes the 74 of Thomas Byrne. And that Cosmic Chassis machine looking good at the moment. Gets down the inside of Aarons. Joseph Aarons still hanging in there. There's our leader, Samuel Hawthorne, going through. Romanek second, Pegram third, and there is Thomas Byrne up to fourth place. 3 minutes 20 plus the 1 lap remaining. Fastest lap personal best for Brandon Matchell, 45.46. In seventh place, he looks to close on Carly Atkins. Joshua Torby up to ninth place. So some movement through the field here. Cameron Coombs dropped to 10th. And here we see Thomas Byrne down the hill towards Ashby. Neatly through the corner. Got past Joseph Aarons. Aarons trying to fight back. There we've got the 25 of Carly Atkins. Fighting through strong in this second half of the race. Atkins all over the back here of Aarons and goes down the inside. Nice move there from Carly Atkins. Aarons trying to fight back, but Atkins has got the line covered going through towards the final corner. All this, of course, allowing Thomas Byrne to pull away. Carly Atkins, incidentally, fastest lap of the race, 45.08. And Atkins trying to close up now on Thomas Byrne in fourth place. Still Hawthorne that leads the way. Romanek in second place. Pegram third. There they go down through Ashby. First, second, third. Thomas Byrne in fourth. And the fifth place, Carly Atkins, just a little bit further behind. As we say, fastest lap of the race last time round, 45.08. Brandon Matchell still looking strong in seventh position. Joshua Torpy up to eighth. Matthew Herbert ninth. And Jordan Brown rounding up the top 10. 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this X30 senior heat number 3. And having a peek down the inside there into the final corner is the number 18. Cameron Coombs looking strong as well. Anki stepping all in the midfield. And there's the 34 of Thomas Pegram still in third place, keeping the pressure on Lucas Romanek in second position. Thomas Byrne and Carly Atkins looking strong. Atkins really starting to pressure Thomas Byrne. And there we see the 33 of Lucas Romanek. And there you see that Nicky Lauda Air inspired lid there from Lucas Romanek. Certainly, as you say, looking the part there in second place as the action goes through there with Carly Atkins. Hawthorne still leading. Romanek second, Pegram third. And there we see Romanek at the moment can't really do much about Samuel Hawthorne. The gap is 1.3 seconds and still looking threatening in third. Here's Thomas Pegram. Carly Atkins can't really break away from Thomas Byrne at the moment. They go down through Ashby once again. So Atkins fourth, Byrne in fifth. It's Aarons in sixth, Matchell in seventh position. And there's the 28 of Brandon Matchell starting to put 23. Aarons under pressure. Oh, there's a spinner there. Oh, and that's Carly Atkins. He runs so well. And you can see the dejection of Atkins, who coasts onto the grass. So it seemed to spin out there. Marching straight away from the kart, and he looks dejected. No surprise really, because he was running so well, but it looks like Atkins is out of the race. So Atkins marches back to the pits. We see the number 70 here of Joshua Torpy up to seventh place now, putting Aarons under pressure down the inside of Joseph Aarons and makes the move stick. So Joshua Torpy, of course, starting pretty much from the back of the grid, has fought through to seventh place, now to sixth, and Brandon Matchell, the next driver ahead. Meanwhile, Samuel Hawthorne looking strong round the final corner and takes the last lap board. So Samuel Hawthorne leading by 1.7 seconds from Lucas Romanek. Thomas Pegram in third, Byrne in fourth. Brandon Matchell moves into fifth place. Joshua Torpy is in 6th. There's Torpy, number 70. Clear now of Joseph Aarons. And Joshua Torpy going down towards Ashby, trying to close up on Brandon Matchell. 1 lap to go, and certainly looking very strong. Meanwhile, here is Samuel Hawthorne through boot for the final time, heading towards the final corner. Hawthorne getting to the front nice and early and has controlled the race. 1 more corner to go. And Samuel Hawthorne is your race winner for heat number 3. 2nd place for Lucas Romanek. 3rd is Thomas Pegram. Thomas Byrne in 4th. Matchell 5th. Joshua Torpy 6th. Aarons in 7th. Herbert 8th. Harry Torpy in 9th. And Anki Stenning rounding up the top 10. So in what's been a very closely fought final heat for the senior X30. We'll see those, of course, later on today for the final. A bit later on this afternoon. Plenty of action throughout the field in that one, though. A bit of bad luck there, of course, for Carly Atkins. Nathan Herbert also dropping out of contention. So those 2 drivers will be looking for a good finish in the final a bit later on. Just 1 more heat race to go, of course. We have our final heat, and this is the Tilletson T4s coming up in just a few moments.
We're here testing today the Tilletson T4 kart in Leelstad in Holland. This is our new project which Tilletson have created, aimed to create an affordable karting category. We're having huge success. We started the project in Ireland, and this year we're starting in Holland, Belgium, UK, USA, and amongst lots of interest from other countries. We're building towards the T4 World Finals in Italy at the end of this year, so we're excited for a good season.
Here we go then for the Tilletson T4's final heat race of the day, and Rhys Ushijima, who's been so good today, will lead them away. Keon Lee in 2nd, Richard Kinloch in 3rd, Solly Pascoe 4th, Lawrence Newman in 5th, Lars Sexton will be 6th, Dan Blackedge in 7th, and Malk West rounding up the field in 8th position. So Tilletson's new formula for 2020 really has hit the ground well, and already gaining a bit of interest. This one-make series, the Tilletson 4-stroke karts, and certainly seems to be an accessible way into karting as well. If you want to find out more, go to tilletson.ie for more information about the Tilletson company and the T4 racing as well. These new karts for 2020. Here they come now through for the formation lap. And this, as we say, is our final heat race of the day. We are straight through into the finals very shortly. Bambinos will be out just a little bit later on. In the meantime, though, the Tilletson karts making their way down towards the final few corners now. There has been a change there. Looks like Lars Sexton a bit further ahead now. Here they come towards the final corner. The rolling start for the Tilletson karts. Here they come. And away we go for the final of the 8-minute plus 1 lap heat races to go before our finals today. They charge through the first corner, and it looks very much once again like Rhys Ushijima is your race leader. Oh, but trouble there on the approach to Christmas as number 16 Keon Lee gets spun out, colliding there with Richard Kinloch, and it seems that Keon Lee is okay, but as you can imagine, not too happy and just got to try and get that kart. Is beached on the grass verge there, hopping and getting the back end. So there he is, he's back underway. So Keon Lee right at the back of the field and with a bit of work to do. Meanwhile, the race goes on, of course. Rhys Ushijima is your early leader, has been in unstoppable form today and looking strong at the front of the field. Ushijima leads. Second place is the 72 of Lars Sexton. It's been very much between these two today. Up to third place now goes Mal Quest. And fifth position now for the number 5 of Lawrence Newman. Dropped out of the second heat, so better run this time for Newman. Solly Pascoe still in fifth. And then we've got Richard Kinlock and Kean Lee rounding up the field. I think Kinlock may have got a warning there for that incident on the lead up to Christmas corner. Kean Lee still making his way around at the end of the first lap. Meanwhile, of course, Rhys Ushijima looking good at the front. Number 13, your race leader, has been in top form this afternoon throughout all of the heat races. Realistically, Lars Sexton has been the closest competitor, but not really able to get to grips with this driver here at the front. Rhys Ushijima looking in good form around the final corner. Charging through and completes another lap. Sexton still in second place, West in third. And the top 3 drivers lapping pretty strongly at the moment, all lapping in the 53-second margin. Pulling away now from Lawrence Newman in third. Ushijima still leads, but you have to say that Sexton in second place, 72, is keeping the leader honest as they go down towards Ashby. First, second, and there is the third place Mal Quest, who seems to have picked up the pace in this third one and living with the 2 leaders at the moment. There's Sexton in second, number 72. Ushijima, the race leader, looking very smooth and very strong at the front. And of course, the real key with these single-engine 4-stroke machines is staying smooth and just keeping the power down on the ground. Oh, it was an eventful day for the 17. It's on Lee Pascoe. Has another spin there, but recovers well. That's just on the exit of Ashby. And well, Lee Pascoe back underway. As we were saying, though, the key really with the single-engine 4-stroke machines, it's all about, a lot of smooth drivers fare very well with these type of machines because it's all about smoothness. Really does come to the fore in keeping the power down on these machines. Really does seem to be a popular. We had a few entries so far, and it does seem to be gaining a lot of interest. The Tilletson series, certainly a value for money entry into karting as well, and a lot of people liking what they see with this series. Here we see the number 32 in third position, Mal Quest, as Ushijima picks up the pace. Another fastest lap last time round, but Lars Sexton breaking the lap record, 52.435 for this race, and certainly matching the race leader for pace here. 4 minutes and 20 plus 1 lap remaining. Ushijima with the track to himself at the moment. Through that off-cambered section just after Christmas down towards Ashby. Lars Sexton still there in second. Certainly would say that Ushijima can't afford any kind of a mistake here because Sexton and West would be right in there. So certainly the race far from over, even though Ushijima appears at the moment to have got things under control. Certainly can't afford a mistake. And at the moment, he would say, trying not to go down that route. Looking very smooth at the front, round the final corner once again. Carrying the speed around the final corner, just kissing the curb slightly. And there we see just in front is Kean Lee. About to go a lap down, of course, Lee hitting trouble on the first lap, spinning out on the approach to Christmas corner. And now at the back of the field as the top 3 go through. There we see the 17 of Sol Lee Pascoe. And here's a replay.
Very much.
Once again, like happened at the start, is your race leader. Oh, but just trouble there on the approach to Christmas as number 16, Kean Lee, gets spun out. Kinlock rebounded off Mal Quest slightly. So 3 drivers went up the hill. And the unfortunate Kean Lee really was just in the wrong place at the wrong time there and punted onto the grass. Right at the back of the field at the moment. And there is Lee, about to be lapped by the 72 of Lars Sexton. And the final corner and down to the finish line. Sexton looking strong in that second place and still keeping Ushijima honest. 52.306 last time round for Ushijima. Fastest lap of the race. Heading up towards Christmas corner. And there's the 17 of Sol Lee Pascoe, about to be lapped by the race leader. Ushijima through Christmas once again down towards Ashby. Carrying the speed down the hill into that right-hander. And looking strong. Giving Lee Pascoe plenty of room as he goes through. Clear track in front of him now. Oh, and trouble there. It's not been the best of races for Kian Lee. Appears to have spun out through Ashby, trying to close up on Sol Lee Pascoe. And Lars Sexton having a bit of trouble getting past Lee Pascoe. I think the blue flags have gone up and Pascoe moving to one side to let the second place driver through. But that has allowed Ushijima to pull away slightly. The gap goes up to 2 seconds. Still in third is the 32 of Malk West. And there is West going down the inside of Sol Lee Pascoe into Christmas corner. So West in third now, number 32. 1 minute 20 plus the 1 lap remaining. Rhys Ushijima is still your race leader. The gap was 2 seconds last time round. There we see the number 32 of Malk West heading through Chapman corner, heading towards Boot in the final part of the lap. But our race leader, with just over 1 minute plus the 1 lap remaining, is Rhys Ushijima, who has looked in great form this afternoon and at the moment at least is set for another race victory. Tilletson heat number 3, the Tilletson 4 machines, and as we say, these are a you would say value for money single make series. The karts are all identical, so it really is down to the driver, and Ushijima really coping well so far. Down the hill, heading towards the Ashby corner. Lars Sexton still hanging on in there in second place, though. Here is the 32, third place driver, Malk West. 52.9, best lap of the race for him so far, and matching the leaders for pace, but at the moment 4.2 seconds adrift in third position. But West still pushing hard, heading towards Boot once again. That sharp left-hander into the right, very technical part of the track here, slowing right down before onto the power and down the straight. And the driver's going through just before the 8 minute marker is up, so effectively we will be going for another lap. Here's the battle a bit further down then, 4th and 5th place. We've got Lawrence Newman there, 4th place, Richard Kinlock in 5th. And Kinlock closing up. Both these drivers having a bit of bad luck through the afternoon, but fighting well in this battle here. And down the inside, nice little move there into Boot from Richard Kinlock to move up to 4th position. Sol Lee Pascoe and Kian Lee just a bit further behind. And here we still see the battle for 4th, very wide on that final corner. Here they go. So it's still Kinlock in 4th place, Newman in 5th position. Newman trying to fight back. There is Sol Lee Pascoe. And Kian Lee, who was cut adrift at the start, trying to close up on the 6th place driver. As Rhys Ushijima goes through to take the 1 lap board. Final lap then, still in 2nd place though is Lars Sexton. Ushijima with the fastest lap of the race, 52.176. West in 3rd. But Ushijima keeping the pressure off there with some good clean lines, just running his own race at the moment, looking for the lines, not really worrying about what's going on behind him. And just putting in a series of strong, consistent laps here. Bodes well for the final if things stay as they are for Rhys Ushijima. Really has been the on-form drive this afternoon, but he's got it to do all again, of course, in the final a bit later on today. Coming up towards Boot for the final time, just a little regrip on the steering wheel there, but looking very smooth. And number 13, Rhys Ushijima towards the final corner to take the checkered flag. 3 wins out of 3 for the Tilletson T4s. And Ushijima looking in good form for the final later on today. 2nd place for Lars Sexton. Malk West in 3rd. It'll be Richard Kinlock, Lawrence Newman, and a bit further back, Sol Lee Pascoe and Kian Lee. So that concludes our heat races for the day. The first of our finals coming up in a few moments' time. It's the Bambinos. 4 o'clock, just after 4 now for the finals. 11 minutes plus 1 that final for the Army Bambinos coming up in just a few moments.
Here we are then at Whilton Mill for the Army Bambino final. And Daniel Miron-Lorente will lead them away from Harry Curry, Jensen Chalk in third, Will Green in fourth, Leo Gorski in fifth from Luke Millward, seventh position. We'll look a bit further back for Austin Gibson, Sukmani Kira, Freddie Denton, Luca Naraway in 10th, Teddy Porter 11th, Jensen Short in 12th, Alfie Davidson 13th from Ronnie Ray Carter, Archie Rutter, Jarlath Sayer, George House and Christopher Isomba in 18th place, 19th for Jack Jones, Ethan Owen in 20th, and then we have Marn Abdiu, Jensen Thomas, Jensen Walker, Charlie Clough, and rounding up the Bambino field just a little bit further behind was Charlie Clough. One thing we have noticed as they got away, there were a few drops of rain once again, so it's been a constant threat throughout the second part of this program today. And as we head towards the Bambino final, it was just a few drops of rain. I don't think it's going to be enough to warrant wet tyres, although I think we did just see somebody drop into the pits. And our Bambino's on the line now, ready for their final. Engines fired up. And looks like we're ready to go. I think we have one driver going into the pits. Everyone else getting underway. Oh, but one at the back there, 51 in trouble as the race gets underway. Oh, getting away just in time. Here we go into the first corner and our Bambino final is now underway. Good clean start. And the driver in form today really has been the 85, Daniel Miron-Lorente. Laurent leading the way from Harry Curry in second place. Jensen Chalk with a good start, having looked down the inside of Will Green. Oh, but trouble further back here on Christmas Corner. 3 or 4 drivers spinning out, and just going to pick up who they were. I think Jensen Thomas, number 40, one of them. Really has been a mixed day for Jensen Thomas, but gets back onto the track at the back of the field. Underway now. Miron-Lorente leading the way. Number 85. Really has, so we say, been the informed driver today. And now this 11-minute plus 1 lap final for the Bambinos, looking to get underway and get away strongly. Still second place, so Harry Curry, Will Green, Jensen Chalk, all well placed. And whether that rain will play a part, it was only a few spots of rain admittedly. I'll have to keep an eye on that one as the race goes on. 1 or 2 spins early on, but the track does appear to still be relatively dry, you would say, and all still running on slick tyres. There was the 25 of Austin Gibson. Having a look at the number 9 of Jensen Chalk. Down the hill they go towards Ashby, and still Miron-Lorente a race leader. Harry Curry in second place, Jensen Chalk in third, Gibson Gorski. Sukmani Kira on the move up to 6th position, number 57, Teddy Porter, Freddie Denton, and Luca Naraway up to 9th place from Luke Millward as they went through last time. And it's all still finely poised as the 57 Sukmani Kira had a good start to this race so far. Starting to put the 25 of Austin Gibson under a bit of pressure. Kira will, great move there, cutting back on the exit of boot. Almost paid off there, but Gibson had the line covered. Sometimes that's what it's all about, getting a good exit out of the corners. Trying to pass all, getting the drive out of those corners, and there is the 57 of Sukmani Kira. Losing a little bit of ground down the main straight, and Teddy Porter trying to make the move but not close enough to go for a pass. So a bright start to this race here from Sukmani Kira 57 as they make their way down towards Ashby. And Kira again now is going to try and put Austin Gibson under pressure. Kira switching lines here, trying to find an opening through the next corner, going down towards the Chapman left-hander. Kira having a look, but not close enough. There is still Jensen Chalk just ahead of this little group. Miron-Lorente, meanwhile, clearing away at the front. All the action here is this battle for 3rd, 4th place. Gibson still in 4th. Gibson guarding the inside line, but look at Kira around the outside trying to keep that momentum up. And this will be interesting to see what happens when they come down the straight, because Sukmani Kira will carry a lot of speed into this first corner. Got to keep the momentum going here. Try to cut through and make a pass going up to Christmas Corner. Jensen Chalk looking vulnerable there as well. And Kira, oh, he tried so hard to pull that move off. Oh, a 66 there. I think Teddy Porter just span out. Easily done on Christmas Corner. It's an off-cambered corner and just a little bit greasy out there, just losing the rear wheels. Small mistake there, but very quickly recovers.
and gets back underway, only losing a few positions. And in fact, I think just behind the 44 of Jensen Short, so I believe Teddy Porter recovering in around 12th position. And here we see the battle between 20. Archie Rutter, Ethan Owen in there as well. And back to the 57 of Sukmani Kira, who I think has finally got past Austin Gibson. 5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. It's still Daniel Miron Lorente leading. Harry Curry in second place. And here, once again, fighting back. Austin Gibson down the inside of Kira. Makes the move stick and goes back into 4th place. This is good news for the number 9 with the green helmet there just ahead. Jensen Chalk, who pulls away from this battle for 4th. And another driver on the move here is Luca Narroway, who has really moved through now into 6th place. And with these two in front scrapping, he's starting to get involved in this battle for 4th place. Leo Gorski just a little bit further behind. 7th place Luke Millwood, Freddie Denton and Ronnie Ray Carter rounding out the top 10. But look at number 17, Narroway. Starting to look threatening here. This part of the track is where Kira looks strong. They're going through boost, has a look down the inside. And let's see if Kira does that trick around the outside again. There we see again Gibson guarding the inside line, Kira trying the outside just to keep the momentum going. Oh, it's all gone wrong here for number 66, Teddy Porter. Off the track again, gets a toe back onto the track. And Teddy Porter tumbling all the way down the field. So this final really has gone wrong for him. That's a shame, because he was running well in the top 10. It's still Daniel Miron Lorente, your race leader. The race all on his own, 3.5 seconds the lead in these closing stages. There's Harry Curry in second. Closed on now by Jensen Chalk. And then this battle for 4th position. Looks like Austin Gibson has just about stayed ahead of Sukmani Kira. Luca Narroway looks threatening in 6th place though as well. 3 minutes 20 plus the 1 lap remaining. And again, Kira looking strong going through into boot in the final corner. Austin Gibson, let's see again, diving to that inside apex, guarding the corner. Kira now going for that inside apex as well, because not quite as close as he was the lap before. Meanwhile, that looked like Jensen Chalk making a move. Didn't quite come off though on Harry Curry in second, so Jensen Chalk, he did set the fastest lap of the race a little earlier on. And Chalk looking strong now, started to put Harry Curry under some pressure. This off-cambered section at the top by Christmas, down the hill they go towards Ashby. Can he dive down the inside? Not quite close enough just yet. And 84, Harry Curry holds on to that second place. There's a slower driver in front about to be lapped. Will that play a part? The blue flag's going out for the number 51. A bit further behind, but moves to the one side of the track, lets the faster drivers through. Just over 2 minutes, that was Charlie Clough. Currently running in 22nd place. Meanwhile, looks like Harry Curry is aware of what's going on here. As the other drivers squeeze past Clough, number 51, who plays his part, concedes the racing line and lets the quicker drivers through. Harry Curry knows that Chalk's there, guards that inside line, but leaving himself open coming into Christmas corner. Taking the inside nice and early though. And Jensen Chalk in third, having to try and fight again. Curry knows that Chalk's there. And this may allow Austin Gibson to close up. Gibson has pulled away slightly from Sukmani Kira. Luca Narroway also in there as well in 6th place. But at the moment, Jensen Chalk really has found some pace in the closing stages. Drifts a little wide there to get the speed on the exit. And just trying to find a way to edge past Harry Curry. So I'm taking a wider line through the corner, looking for a quicker exit. And some good racecraft here. These, of course, very young drivers, and already they know what they're doing in terms of getting the power down. Racecraft and making some good lines to try and go for the pass. Still Daniel Miron Lorente that leads. Harry Curry in second. Jensen Chalk third. Austin Gibson, 25. Fastest lap of the race. Here comes the battle of second up towards Christmas corner. Curry with Chalk tucked in right behind him there, but can't find a way through, can't get down the inside at the moment. Chalk just jinking to the left and the right there, just trying to get down the inside again, but has to follow through Ashby. Staying on the back wheels of Harry Curry. Here they go through the two left-handers down towards Chapman. Short little back straight heading back towards Boot, and again you see Chalk just going a little bit wider there, aiming to try and get a bit of speed down towards Boot. Not close enough to go for a pass though. 11 minutes plus 1 lap, 20 seconds remaining, so this will be the penultimate lap they're about to start. Look out though for Austin Gibson, 25. And there he is, round the final corner, fastest lap of the race last time round. And another fastest lap, 57.06. There we see the 78, Christopher Isomba, a bit further behind, just been passed by Teddy Porter, recovering after that trouble earlier on in the race. And still a battle for second place. Daniel Miron Lorente really has cleared away the gap over 5 seconds now in these closing stages. But all the action for second place here is Harry Curry fending off Jensen Chalk all the time. Look out for Austin Gibson, fastest driver on the track at the moment. And Gibson, number 25, has cleared away from Lucan Arroway. We seem to have, a bit further down, we seem to have lost Sukmani Kira on that previous lap. Running well in the top 10 early on in the race, but Kira dropping out of contention. Meanwhile, here we go. This could be a three-way tussle for second place as we enter the final lap. Lorente cleared away at the front. And here we go, 1 lap to go. This is where it matters now for Jensen Chalk. Austin Gibson could still gate crash this battle for second place. So there is the race leader. Daniel Miron Lorente cleared away at the front. As again, Chalk tries to have a look down the inside as they go through Christmas Corner. And there's 78. That's Christopher Isomba. And I think Gibson has got through, just losing a little bit of time. Encountered the back marker at the wrong place at the wrong time, you would say. Bit of bad luck there. So at the moment, it looks like a battle between Harry Curry and Jensen Chalk for second place. But Daniel Miron Lorente heading towards Boot for the final time, closing in on victory. Still very close for this second place. And Miron Lorente heading towards the final few corners now as Chalk has a look down the inside. Oh, what a great move there on the penultimate corner of the race. Here they come down towards the final corner, and it's going to be a race win for Daniel Miron Lorente. Looks delighted with that one. What a great day for him. Jensen Chalk through to second place, almost at the line. Harry Curry third, Gibson fourth, and well, there's a very happy driver indeed. Daniel Miron Lorente. Well, there we go, to the final now. He had one hand off the wheel before. It's both now as he goes down towards Ashby. He looks delighted with that one, and who can blame him, because he has been in top form today. Daniel Miron Lorente, the fastest driver of the day. Jensen Chalk with that great battle for second place. Harry Curry in third, Austin Gibson fourth, Lucan Arroway rounding up the top five from Leo Gorski, Luke Millwood, Freddie Denton, Ronnie Ray Carter, and Will Green rounding up the top 10 in the Bambinos. So great first final of the day. So well done to our Bambinos. Congratulations to our winner, Daniel Miron Lorente. We move on very shortly for our next final. It's the IAMI Cadets, as we see Miron Lorente going back to the pits. So it's the IAMI Cadets in the waiting zone, going down to the dummy grid now. They'll be underway in just a few moments. Here we are then at Whilton Mill, round number 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. I'm Chris Czora, taking you through the finals, and we move on to the IAMI Cadets, who are in the dummy grid area at the moment. Jesse Phillips will lead them out on 103 points from Joseph Katsantonis, Zach Green in third, Jack Mowat in fourth, Sky Parker in fifth, and Oscar George Cartmail lining up in sixth position. Fred Green in seventh from Lawrence Finn, Daniel Lamore in ninth, Ethan Woodward 10th, Jacob Beecroft 11th, and Freddie LaRosa in 12th position. Rami Jermaine rounding up the field in 13th. That light rain shower seems to have abated, still on that dry track, and the IAMI Cadets still just lining up in the dummy grid area at the moment, lining up in their positions, of course, determined through the heat races earlier on today. And the Whilton Mill track, it's certainly a lot fresher than it was this morning. The temperatures seem to have dropped slightly, but still good conditions out there on the track. Just hoping, of course, the drivers, of course, will be hoping that the rain holds off. Perhaps not all of them. Some of them, of course, may well like the more slippery conditions. Depends on the drivers. Cadets then making their way out onto the track for their formation lap, heading towards the rolling start in a few moments. Let's hope for a good clean start, and a 11-minute plus 1 lap final is about to get underway. They make their way through up towards Christmas Corner for the final time today. There's been plenty of close action in this race, and might be difficult to predict a winner from this one. I think any one of about 4 or 5 drivers realistically could take victory. I think it certainly will be very close, and whoever wins this race will certainly, I would say, would have to work hard to have won this one. Here they come then. The drivers will assume grid position now, heading towards boot and the final corner. And here they come, heading towards the final corner now, the 26, leading them through of Jesse Phillips as we get the full start. So I'll have to try again. So Jesse Phillips leading the round, but it is a full start position. Joseph Katsantonis leading the championship, of course, coming into this round. Well, the Cadets, Jack Mowat second, Fred Green in third. So Katsantonis, the number 12, will be looking for a good result in the final. So drivers making their way around once again to go for another start in the Army Cadet final. Headed then by the number 26 up towards boot once again, and leading them through is Jesse Phillips. Really has been in good form today. Katsantonis also another driver who could be in with a shout. Here they come round the final corner, and it's better this time. Good start, away we go. It appears that the final has been shortened slightly to the 9 minutes, possibly with the delays due to the wet weather. Here we go, up towards the top corner. So Phillips still leads, and up to second place is the number 53 of Zach Green with a good start, and Joseph Katsantonis trying to get through down towards Ashby for the first time. Good clean start. Everyone appears to have stayed out of trouble. There's the 83 of Ethan Woodward, 41 Daniel Lamore in there as well, and 20 also in there. They've got Lawrence Finn also well placed, 42 Jacob Beecroft, as the leaders make their way through. So there we see Phillips leading the way, 26. We've got Green in second, the number 53, and Katsantonis just behind in third. Very close start to this race. They come charging around the final corner for the first time. So Phillips, then it's Green, Katsantonis, Fred Green, Jack Mowat, and Oscar George Cartmail also well placed. Here they come up towards Christmas Corner once again. Very close action through that tricky off-cambered left-hander. Down the hill they go towards Ashby. Still Phillips there. Then we've got, oh, down the inside goes Katsantonis into second place. Very late move there from Joseph Katsantonis, and takes the lead, well, takes second place, I should say, from the 53 of Zach Green. Phillips just a bit further ahead in the lead, the number 26. Katsantonis trying to close up here. And a penalty for the fourth place driver, Jack Mowat, in this very close race. Perhaps a little too close for comfort for the stewards. Here we go around the final corner. So it's Phillips leading, Katsantonis second. Then we've got Green. Two Greens, of course, Zach Green and Fred Green. Jack Mowat dropping to fourth position. Oscar George Cartmail, Lawrence Finn, Ethan Woodward, Daniel Lamore in ninth. And Jacob Beecroft rounding up the top 10, of course, we have got ahead of this group. Phillips in the number 26. Down the hill they go towards Ashby. Phillips looking nice and neat through the right-hander. Katsantonis trying to just close up to try and find an opening. 53.56 Katsantonis, best lap of the race. And here they come back towards boot once again. Still can't write off the 53 of Zach Green. Into the left-hander they go, trying just to find an opening under braking. Not close enough to go for the pass at the moment. Joseph Katsantonis, second place. Charging over the, just over the curb there, down the main straight. Still Green there, right on his tail. Phillips, 26, still leading the way on the track. There we see 26 up towards Christmas Corner. And just a bit further behind, we've got Oscar George Cartmel, Lawrence Finn in there as well. Down we go once again towards Ashby. Katzentonis trying to close up on Phillips, looking very neat. He's a little bit slippery under braking, and you see the drivers running onto the concrete slightly. Katzentonis coming under all sorts of pressure now from Zach Green as they make their way through Chapman and off towards Boot. Final part of the lap, of course. 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this the Army Cadet final. Here we go, one more corner to go. And leading the way, it's still the 26 of Phillips, but this battle for second place still very close indeed. Katzentonis and Green got just a bit further behind the 98 of Fred Green as well, Jack Mowat. And here we see once again Zach Green trying down the inside of Katzentonis, not close enough to go for the pass. At the top of the circuit now, there is the 23, Jack Mowat, fastest lap of the race last time round, 53.15. Down the hill towards Ashby they go. And it's very close indeed amongst the top 5 or 6 drivers, not really much in it at all, as Jack Mowat starts to put Fred Green under a bit of pressure. Phillips still leading. Then we've got Katzentonis. And here we see this very close battle, 98. Red Green coming under a lot of pressure from Jack Mowat. Round the final corner they go. Mowat is looking strong in these closing stages. Carrying the speed around the final corner. None of this, of course, bothering Jesse Phillips, the race leader, heading up towards Christmas corner once again. Katzentonis looking quick, but coming under a lot of pressure from the 53, Zach Green. And all over the rear wheel of Fred Green is Jack Mowat, 23. Mowat just can't find a way through at the moment. Down the hill they go towards Ashby. And again, Mowat's just got to follow and stay on the back wheels there. Here we go into the left-hander towards Chapman. Green on the curb slightly there, but not losing much time. And here they come back towards Boot once again. This, of course, a common out-braking zone, but you just got to get the front wheels in there. And certainly Green is not giving an inch away at the moment. Here they come down towards the final corner. Mowat just trying to find a way through. The top 3 all very close. We've got Phillips leading, Katzentonis in second, Zach Green in third. Red Green and Jack Mowat, Oscar George Cartmel going through. Closely followed by Lawrence Finn, Ethan Woodward, Daniel Lamore. There goes the 42 of Jacob Beecroft, currently in 10th place. Freddie LaRosa and Rami Germain rounding out the field at the moment. As again we see the 23. Certainly can keep up here, Jack Mowat, but he can't get past at the moment. And towards the centre of the track now, these double left-handers, Chapman, the second of them, a little bit tighter. And look at the number 12 here of Joseph Katzentonis starting to close up on Jesse Phillips, the race leader. Into the right-hander through Boot. Final corner to follow. Just under 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. And this cadet final, very close indeed. Fastest lap of the race going to Zach Green, 53. Starting to get involved in this battle for the lead as they charge up towards Christmas corner. Green trying to find an opening down the inside, but not close enough to go for the pass. And here they come back down the hill, back towards Ashby. Katzentonis looking very threatening down the hill now as they go into that off-cambered right-hander. And still as close as ever between Jack Mowat and Zach Green, just a bit further behind this battle. Zach Green, 53 though, fastest lap last time round. And is starting to put these 2 leaders under some real pressure. 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Any one of these 3 drivers, I think, could win this race. Phillips has led pretty much the entire race, of course. But it's who leads crossing the line that matters here. The laps with the time whittling down once again. Less than 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. And this race still incredibly close. Rest of the top 10 make their way through. Cartmel, Woodward, Daniel Lamore, 8th position. And Jacob Beecroft, Freddie LaRosa a bit further behind from Rami Germain, rounding out the field at this stage. But we take our attentions back towards the lead, and it's still Phillips that leads. Right on the tail, though, is Katzentonis. Zach Green still there in third. Here come the rest of the top 10 down the hill. We've got Finn in 6th position on the track. Lawrence Finn closely followed by Oscar George Cartmel. The rest of those top 10 drivers, Ethan Woodward, Daniel Lamore and Jacob Beecroft. But still, this 3-way tussle for the lead. Let's have a look at the time when they go through. Just over 1 minute remaining, so I think they'll get round before the clock goes down to 0. And this race will go on. Very, very close, very fast pace indeed at the front here. Through that fast right-hander now, leading up the hill towards Christmas, and Phillips pulls away slightly. 26 down the inside of 53. Green going for the pass on Katsantonis. Lovely, neat move there under braking. Let's see if Joseph Katsantonis can fight back down the hill though towards Ashby. Green now clear in second. And Green, nice, neat move out of Ashby, keeps the car nice and tight under exit, preventing Katsantonis from getting past under acceleration into the left-hander. And this has allowed Phillips to pull away slightly. Still Zach Green in second place, Katsantonis in third. Let's have a look as they go through, and just in time before the last lap board goes out. So this will be the penultimate lap of the race of the Army Cadet Finals. 53 coming up the hill now. Katsantonis with, oh, look at that down the inside. Katsantonis going down the inside, a repeat of what happened last time round. And Joseph Katsantonis up to second position now. This is all, of course, allowing Jesse Phillips to pull away slightly. So Joseph Katsantonis back through to second place. Green drops to third in what was an action replay of what happened on the previous lap. This is allowing Jack Mowat to close up now. Look out for the number 23 here in fourth place. Mowat, who has looked strong in the second part of the race, starting to get involved in this battle for second place. And this battle, all this is doing now at the front is allowing the number 26 of Jesse Phillips to pull away. Katsantonis strong in second as we move on to the last lap round the long sweeping right-hander on the approach up towards Christmas. And Katsantonis holds on to that second place from Green. Mowat still looking strong. Here they come on the downhill run down towards Ashby, charging down the inside. Oh, what a move there from Katsantonis, but he's going to leave himself open. And what a move there for number 23, Jack Mowat. That's what happens at Ashby. It's a tricky corner to get right. And so easy to outbrake yourself. Katsantonis down the inside, but completely outbraked himself. And Jack Mowat all too happy to sneak through and take that second place. It's going to be Jesse Phillips that takes the flag, 26. Round the final corner, and Jesse Phillips taking the checkered flag. It'll be the 23 of Jack Mowat in second place on that dramatic final move. Katsantonis in third, Zach Green in third, Fred Green in fourth. There goes Lawrence Finn. Cartmail in sixth position, or not quite, because Woodward gets through on the last lap to seventh position. Daniel Lamore, Cartmail dropping to eighth. Jacob Beecroft and Rami Germain making their way through. Freddie LaRosa dropping down to 12th position, but what a great drive there for Jesse Phillips, and congratulations to Jack Mowat on that superb final lap move. So that's the Army Cadets coming to a close after a thrilling final. Our next final coming up are the Honda Cadets. They are down at the dummy grid at the moment, and they'll be out on track in just a few moments. Here we are then at Whilton Mill, round number 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship, and the Honda Cadet Final about to get underway. Very close category here, and leading them away will be Riley Bishop from Dalton Hayward, Joshua Bagembi in third from Harrison Whitticombe, Mason Thurlow in fifth place, Harrison Morrow in sixth position. All very close at the front, I would say. Jack Owen Drawbridge in seventh place, Rocco Leon Shenton in 8th, 9th for Hugo Roche, or Hugh Roche, I should say, my apologies. 10th for Leo Billingham, Hayden Gray 11th, Ashton Wiggins in 12th position, Ben Simpson in 13th from Oliver Meek, David Vitshaw in 15th place, Oliver Gibson 16th, Charlie Mills in 17th from Jack Price, 19th for Callum Wilson from Harry Friel, 21st is Oliver Majewski, 22nd Harry Higgs, Marley Parejo 23rd from Jake Humphrey, And the rest of this big group of drivers made up of Jake Shaw's 25th, Adam Hill, Oliver Sander, Brendan James in 28th, Jensen Pugh 29th, Kai Clark in 30th place. And the last few drivers, Mayam Patel 31st, Lucy Whilton will be 32nd, Ethan Weldon 33rd, and Hugo Majewski's had a bit of bad luck this afternoon, will line up in 34th and final position. Here they come then through Christmas for the formation lap. The Honda Cadets, of course, will be running from a standing start. And once again, it's certainly not raining down here at the commentary point, but as I'm sure you can see on the camera footage through Ashby, there's a few drops of rain at the top of the circuit, and one driver at the back there just drifting off the circuit momentarily. Now, I certainly don't think this will be enough to warrant a change to wet tyres, but might make the circuit a little bit greasy as they make their way round and form the grid for the Honda Cadet final. So just a few spots of rain at the top of the circuit, and it still just looks a little bit greasy in places out there. We've seen plenty of action throughout the field for the Honda Cadets throughout the afternoon. That previous heat race very closely fought indeed. And here they come, they're lining up on the grid in their respective positions from the heat races earlier on today. I don't think anybody has had a completely faultless run this afternoon in the Honda Cadets, so it might be that the final could be a close one. Has been tailed off slightly to a 9-minute plus 1 lap final. And there we go, right through towards the back of the field. There we see the number 41. Majewski, of course, having a Hugo Majewski having a little bit of trouble earlier on today. There's Ethan Weldon at the back of the grid as well, as the grid is cleared and we are about to be underway. Honda Cadet final. Drivers are ready and we wait for the lights for this final race of the day. Honda Cadets about to get underway, the final. This could be a closely fought event. Last couple of people away from the grid, so here we go. Look for the red light and away we go. Honda Cadet final underway. Riley Bishop seemed to get away okay, but Dalton Hayward with a good start round the outside. And I think Hayward may have taken the lead. Here they come up towards Christmas for the first time. Hayward immediately guarding the inside into Christmas, and Bishop trying to sweep round the outside. It's a bit slippy up there on Christmas corner. Tricky off-cambered left-hander. But they all seem to have got through safely as they come down towards Ashby. This is where it could be tricky on the first lap. And taking the lead is Riley Bishop. Oh, it's 51, loses the back end under braking. A bit further down the field, and that was Jake Humphrey. Humphrey okay though, and rejoins the action. Oh, and a nasty incident there just on the exit of Ashby. It appeared to be so a driver in trouble. Yellow, full course yellow. I can't tell you who the driver is at the moment. We'll try and pick that up in just a moment, but there's been a red flag. Quite a nasty looking incident on the exit of Ashby, and we'll just check the drivers are okay. The drivers both sitting up. 2 or 3 drivers involved in that one. We'll try and get who they were, but luckily the drivers appear to be okay. One cart going up and upside down there, but there's Oliver Gibson involved in that one, the number 81, and the 37 of Charlie Mills. This is just on the exit of Ashby by the looks of things. Quite a nasty looking crash, but it appears at least those 2 drivers involved in the incident both seem to be okay, which is good news. But cart upside down there momentarily, so as you can imagine the red flag comes out just to make sure the drivers are okay. Looked a bit slippy there on the exit of the corner, and I think it was just a racing incident really, just the 2 drivers catching wheels. And as you can imagine, with such an accident, the medics will be on hand just to make sure these drivers are okay. The rest of the drivers just stopped by the first corner at the moment, and we'll just check these drivers are okay. So the 2 drivers involved in this one appear to be the 81. You saw there just in trouble, Oliver Gibson and Charlie Mills. They were running 16th and 17th when they crossed the line, so 2 of the midfield runners getting together. And one cart being tipped up, which is always a worrying sight in karting. But fortunately, of course, as you always imagine, the drivers with the appropriate protective gear. So the worst does happen, at least it'll mean that they've got every chance of wearing the right gear, of course, to prevent any injury in such incidents. And the rest of the drivers will get themselves ready for the restart in a few moments' time. There we see them just after the finish line there. The red flag came out and the drivers just stopped in the first and second corners. So fortunately there we see the two drivers involved in the incident, and both are walking away. Oliver Gibson and Charlie Mills in that two-driver incident, which brought out the red flag medics on hand just in case, of course, because it was a pretty nasty incident. But I'm pleased to say that both drivers are walking away. Now, whether they'll be able to restart, I don't know. Meanwhile, the other drivers making their way through. And as you can see, that rain is still spitting. I really don't know if it's enough to warrant changing to wet tyres at this stage. But the track is still a bit slick and a bit slippery in places. So this Honda Cadet final, another factor to throw in is the weather conditions. The drivers walking back to, there may just be a case of going for a cursory check at the medical centre here. We've got the medics walking with them. They both appear to be okay. Now, something happening here on the second corner where there's going to be a briefing with the race stewards. Maybe here we go. I think the driver's just getting a talking to here. I think this will be just a case perhaps of... I'll try and find out what's going on here, but it looks like the drivers are having a briefing. This is the Fair Lady complex leading up to Christmas Corner. Meanwhile, the two drivers in that first lap shunt walking back to the medical centre. Everyone else out of the karts. And I think this is just some driver briefing going on here before we get the restart. Whether this has got something to do with the weather conditions possibly, because it is a bit slippery out there. And we just saw the race director gesticulating there towards Ashby in particular, a downhill section where the incident occurred. And of course it is a bit slippy on the off-cambered section at the top of the hill just after Christmas. So drivers just getting a briefing here before the racing gets back underway. And we'll just find out as quick as we can what's happening with regards to the restart. Of course, it has been red flagged due to that incident a few moments ago. Oliver Gibson and Charlie Mills, the two drivers, caught up just after Ashby. As I say, pleased to say they both appear to be okay, walking away under their own steam back to the medical centre, where I'm sure, judging by that, of course, it'll be just a cursory examination, I would say. You can usually tell when there's something serious. The medics obviously get back. When the medics seem quite relaxed there, so obviously not too worried. So everyone going down towards the first couple of corners to get the karts ready for the restart in just a few moments. There we see everyone gathered. This is pretty much where they stop now. It is an open meeting, of course, just at the start of the third group of heat races. It was declared an open meeting, so they have got the opportunity to change to wet tyres. Whether that will be taking place, I don't know at the moment, as they line back up. I don't think it really has rained that much to warrant it, but we'll find out. So drivers now getting back into the karts. Hopefully we'll be underway very shortly with the restart at round number 4 at Whilton Mill Kart Club. This is the Honda Cadet final. Dramatic first lap. We saw a nasty tangle which brought out the red flag. Fortunately, I'm pleased to say both drivers walking back to the medical centre. So hopefully, as we say, just a brief checkup to make sure they're okay. And the remaining drivers just getting a brief bit of advice from the race director just to calm things down, especially at the top of the circuit there, because there was some very close action on that first lap, and I think it was just a case of let's just calm things down on that first lap. Of course, everyone racing for position, but just to be careful on that first lap. So just got word of what's happening at the moment. This is where the karts have stopped, basically, when the red flag came out. And they will restart the engines very shortly and do effectively amounts to a formation lap, just staying in position. and will cross the line and be back under racing conditions. So that's what it appears will happen to get the race restarted. We'll pick up basically as we were. We stopped the race just at the end of the first lap. Drivers just assembled on this is the Fair Lady section, the second corner, the long right-hander leading up to Christmas Corner. And everyone just down there. It'll be a case, just get the machines restarted in just a few moments. And what we have been told is what will happen is the drivers will pull away and just drive under basically caution conditions around the rest of the lap and resume racing once they cross the line at the end of this lap. So it was the 32, very close indeed though, at the end of the first lap between 32. The Kart of Riley Bishop, Dalton Hayward very close behind though, had a good start to the race, 68. Harrison Whitcomb was third with Joshua Bagembe in fourth, Mason Thurlow, Harrison Morrow in sixth. And we should be underway very shortly. Just a case of getting things back underway, just keeping an eye out on the skies, of course, but doesn't seem to be anything too serious in terms of the rain. Honda Cadet then red flagged at the moment. This is the final of what looks set to be a very closely fought race category as the drivers prepare themselves for the restart. Should be underway in just a few moments. Let's hope that we get a cleaner start this time. A bit of a tricky incident, nasty collision coming out of Ashby that brought out the red flag. And as we said a few moments ago, both drivers involved in that one appear to be okay. That was Mills, 37, and the 81 of Gibson getting together on that first lap. Everyone else, though, looks like they're ready to take the restart. And in just a few moments, we'll be able to get the karts restarted and back underway here at Whilton Mill for the Honda Cadet final. Here we are then at Whilton Mill, Honda Cadet final coming up very shortly. My name is Chris Czora, and I'll be taking you through the finals. And as I'm sure you saw a few moments ago, Honda Cadet final was red flagged due to that first lap incident, just waiting for the restart where we believe the karts will get back underway. And in just a few moments, they will make their way through under caution conditions back to the start line. What amounts basically to a rolling start almost, just to get the race back underway. Drivers appear to be ready, just waiting now for the karts to be restarted. And there you see the pull cords and those trusty Honda engines being fired back into life. And just as soon as we get the all clear from drivers to be ready in a moment, hopefully we'll be able to get this race back underway. So drivers expected now to be pulling away in an orderly fashion. There we see the directive here, just down at the front. Looks like the karts are ready to go. Here we are then just on the second corner on the lead up to Christmas Corner. And somebody's just attending to business, I think, on the outside of the first corner. Here we go then, so the karts look like they are getting ready, and we see everybody else, I think, is moving away as the karts get back underway. Up towards Christmas Corner, and the grid, well, it looks like the grid may well be reforming possibly. Let's have a look. Down to the line and the restart, the drivers, I believe, maintaining the positions they were in when it was stopped. So here we go for this restart. Honda Cadets through Ashby. Looks a little bit tricky through Christmas Corner at the moment, a bit slick and a bit slippery in places, but certainly the rest of the track appears to be drying out quite quickly. I think it may, well, it's always because it's always an off-cambered, slow part of the track as well. That Christmas down to Ashby section can be quite treacherous and very easy to spin out as well. So everyone assembled on the grid. So it looks like we are going to press the reset button in effect and get this Honda Cadet final back underway. Here they go, lining up on the grid. So as it was before, we saw Riley Bishop and Dalton Hayward next to each other. Rest of the field lining up in their respective positions, so we'll be -2, but fortunately all drivers okay. And back underway very shortly for the restart of the Honda Cadet final. Riley Bishop and Dalton Hayward with a strong first lap. And that stoppage period, I think, may have allowed the track just to dry slightly. They're all running on slick tyres, of course, and they'll be back underway in just a few moments. The grid is now being cleared, and Honda Cadet restart getting underway very shortly. There at the back of the field is the number 41 of Hugo Majewski. And the Polish driver had a bit of trouble in the second heat earlier on today, so he'll be looking for a better showing in the final, hence why he's towards the back of the grid. Had trouble not too far away from here on the boot complex in the second heat. He lines up at the back, and meanwhile everyone else getting the instruction to look for the light. Red light is about to go on, and we are underway. Harrison Whittingham getting a good jump on the field, like getting away very well indeed as they pile through the first corner. Here we go then for the restart of the Honda Cadet final, and it looks like Dalton Hayward has got the jump on the field. Look at Whittingham on the inside there, guarding that approach to Christmas corner. Bit of banging of wheels there through the corner, but everyone seemed to get through that top corner okay. Down we go towards Ashby, and let's hope this time it'll be clean. Dalton Hayward leads the way. And a great start there, though, off the grid from Harrison Whittingham. There he is, the number 69, into second place already. Down the inside into Chapman, tries for the move. And the rest of the field go charging through. It is still Dalton Hayward that leads the way, though. Riley Bishop battling in third, trying to make the move through boot. Drifting wide, looking for the exit here. Oh, but that allows number 86 down the inside there, Rocco Leon Shenton, who takes third place. Here they come through for the first time. So Hayward leads, Whittingham second, Shenton through to third, Bishop fourth, Bagambi in fifth position, Thurlow, Wiggins, Owen Drawbridge, Roche and Morrow rounding up the top 10. Up the hill they go towards the Christmas corner. Dalton Hayward with a good start, gets away well. But Harrison Whittingham anticipating the drop of the lights there to perfection in second place. Really got a great start. Shenton, though, in third, 86, looking strong. The 32 of Bishop just a little bit further behind in fourth. And there we see the race leader, Dalton Hayward, 68. And Shenton looking strong. There is the early front runner, 32. Riley Bishop didn't get away quite so well at the restart. Bagambi just behind the number 52. And round the final corner we go. Oh, but trouble here for number 33. That's on the exit of boot. So one drive, 33 there in trouble, dropping down the field. But appears to be okay. That's the important thing, of course. Race goes on, of course, and here we go down towards the right-hander Ashby. All very close here, though. And it looks like Shenton has got through into second place past Whittingham. So Harrison Whittingham, that great start, but Rocco Leon Shenton, as the race goes on, establishing a nice groove here, setting some good lap times, and Rocco Leon Shenton now into second place from Whittingham. Riley Bishop and Joshua Bagambi also well placed. There's Bagambi with the sky blue helmet. Mason Thurlow just a bit further behind. Ashton Wiggins, who's had an up and down day, you would say, and Wiggins now up to sixth position from Owen Drawbridge, and Mason Thurlow. Hugh Roche just a bit further behind in ninth from Harrison Morrow, as the 32 of Bishop has a look down the inside of Whittingham and makes the move stick. Also in there as well, Joshua Bagambi tries to get through as well, but doesn't quite make the move. And Riley Bishop moves back into third place now. Whittingham drops to fourth. And Riley Bishop, after a bit of a slow start to the race, you would say, certainly is fighting back well here and is starting to put the 86 of Rocco Leon Shenton under a bit of pressure here. There's Bagambi, oh, looks so threatening there in fifth place. There's the 57 of Ashton Wiggins. As you say, Ashton Wiggins really has had a mixed day, but coming through strongly in the final, gets past the 72 of Jack Owen Drawbridge. Mason Thurlow dropping a couple of places, but it is still Dalton Hayward that leads the way. Fastest lap of the race, 53.40. Here we see Riley Bishop. Shenton looking over on the approach to Christmas. And look at the defensive driving there from 69 Harrison Whittingham. Bagembi trying to fight back at the top of the circuit, down the hill towards the right-hander at Ashby. And Bagembi down the inside of Whittingham moves into 5th place. That's the classic Ashby out-braking manoeuvre then. You've just got to keep the kart nice and tight on the exit as well to prevent your opponent from repassing as well. And Bagembi has timed that well. So Shenton, 2nd place through boot, and still with a 32 of Riley Bishop right behind. Here we go, down towards the final corner. The exit of this corner, very important indeed. Nice tidy exit, and both drivers getting through. Oh, trouble here though. A bit further behind, there's Bagembi off the track. And I think has lost the engine as well. 2 or 3 drivers caught up in that one as well. It's a real shuffle through the pack here. So Bagembi caught up in that one. Jacko and Drawbridge in trouble. There's Bagembi out of the kart. I think everyone else got through okay, but Jacko and Drawbridge caught up in that trouble, as well as Joshua Gemby. Mason Thurlow dropping a few places as well. The race goes on though, of course, and Riley Bishop putting Shenton in 2nd place under a lot of pressure. Bagembi back in the kart now as the leader goes through. Dalton Hayward through to boot once again. Here's the leader, 68 Dalton Hayward. Has had a great race so far, very strong indeed. The battle's still on for that 2nd place. Down the finish line straight they go. So Hayward, fastest lap of the race, 53.30. And Hayward not really worried about this at the moment in 2nd place. The battle for 2nd. And again, Shenton looking over his shoulder left and right, knows that Bishop's there. And just placing the kart defensively on the approach to Christmas corner as Bishop again tries to find a way through. Down they go through to Ashby. Going to be difficult there to find a passing manoeuvre at the moment. There's 68 currently. Dalton Hayward. Now let's have a look here, because for whatever reason Hayward seemed to have lost a bit of time. There is the 21 abandoned at the side of the track, waved yellows. I believe that was 21. We'll pick that up in a moment. Let's just check the lap charts when they go through. It looks to me like Dalton Hayward may have lost a little bit of time. Well, no, not really at all. It's maintained the same. If anything, it's gone up slightly. So still 68. Dalton Hayward looking strong at the front, and then this battle of a 2nd, and again Shenton guarding the inside, but oh, look at Bishop, he's found a way through. Great move there into Christmas by Riley Bishop, found the gap out of nowhere as we go down towards Ashby. Let's see if Shenton can fight back, tries the inside line. Oh, and a block pass there. Good move down the inside for Shenton, made the move stick, and Bishop's got to try and fight back again. Classic block pass, you would say, there going into that right-hander at Ashby. And it looks like 86. Shenton has made that move stick into 2nd place. Here they come down towards the final corner. Hayward leads them through 1 minute 50. Callum Wilson picking up a penalty further down the field in 19th place. They make their way through. And here we see the action once again as, jinking this way, left and right. Riley Bishop trying to find a way through as they go through Christmas. Further down the field, David Wishaw has made his way through into 10th position. Good fight back after a difficult afternoon. And let's see what happens here as we look at Riley Bishop trying to find a way back through from Shenton. Shenton running nice and smooth in that 2nd place. Good line, keeping the speed out of boot into the final corner, but Bishop is there in 2nd. Dalton Hayward, fastest lap of the race. I think realistically it's going to be close. Oh, look at this though, this move into the 1st corner. Bishop having a look, and you've got to be brave to make a move into that 1st corner. Pressure's on Shenton now, guarding the inside line. Bishop goes wide into the entry to Christmas and will try and get the momentum on the exit. Here they come down the hill to Ashby. Good bit of driving there from Bishop now. Can he make the move? Not quite though, because Shenton guards that inside line. Could leave himself open here on the exit though, as Bishop again tries the inside line. Shenton guarding that inside. 12 seconds left plus the 1 lap, so it's going to be tight, but I believe next time round will be the last lap. It's getting close towards that timing marker. There we see the 57 of Ashton Wiggins just ahead of Morrow. Last lap is now out for 68. Dalton Hayward, still this battle for second place. Through they go into the first corner. And, oh, the nudge wheels momentarily there. It's getting close here. Riley Bishop really putting the pressure on Shenton into the top corner. Hayward is clear of this one. Number 68, your race leader, down towards Ashby already for all the action for second place. Harrison Whitcomb alone in fourth. Ashton Wiggins with a real battle behind. There's Wiggins with the white cart. And, oh, it's close there. Harrison Morrow, Hugh Roche, Leo Billingham, Hayden Gray, and David Wishaw rounding out the top 10. But here is the 68 of Dalton Hayward, a faultless race. Heading through Boot for the final time, down towards the final corner. And with all the action behind him, Dalton Hayward has had a relatively lonely race, you would say, but certainly well-deserved. Punches the air as he crosses the line to win the Honda Cadet final. Oh, and it's a drag race for second place up to the line. And Shenton takes second from Bishop. Harrison Whitcomb in fourth. Wiggins in fifth. Morrow, Hugh Roche in seventh with the number 70. Got Leo Billingham. David Wishaw up to ninth place on that final lap. Hayden Gray running up the top 10, and look how close it is, just outside the top 10. Hayden Gray then 10th, Ben Simpson 11th, Bajewski in 12th, Harry Higgs up to 13th place, Jack Price, Oliver Meek, Mayon Patel 16th, Callum Wilson, Jensen Pugh, Adam Hill in 19th, and Jake Schulz rounding out the top 20 from Harry Friel. All very close indeed as that cadet final draws to a close, but very well done to Dalton Hayward, your winner of the Honda Cadet final. Well, it took a while to get there, but it was certainly worth the wait. There he is, Dalton Hayward, your winner of the Honda Cadet final, as they make their way back to the pits after what's been a close day's racing. And we look forward to our next final. It's the Mini X30 and Mini Max coming up in just a few moments. Mini Max final then about to get underway. Let's see how they line up, starting of course with the X30 drivers, and Gabriel Stilp is your pole position person after the thrilling first three races. Aidan Hassan in second, Jack Hobson in third, Rylan Ekberg in fourth, Charlie Webb and Leo Brown rounding up the top six. Henry Gregory seventh, Keon Geraghty in eighth position, Alfie Briggs, Morgan Hill rounding up the top 10. Shravan Shangmagarville in 11th from Kira Harris. Ty Major in 13th, Ryan Ward 14th, Kyle Slee, Harry Yule, Bobby Rossier. Of course, we're moving now to the Minimax drivers, and Bobby Rossier will be 17th from Oliver Smith, the first two Minimax drivers. Oliver Kerr, Woody Radford and Macwick Parker rounding up the field in 21st. And of course the X30s and Minimax, those groups racing together, but will start in two separate bunches with the rolling start. And again, there's been a bit of mixed fortune in this one, so it could be a closely fought final. And again, we just keep an eye on those clouds passing above the Whilton Mill circuit. It's been quite breezy out there, and a lot of weather fronts coming through, so let's hope the track remains dry for our remaining finals. We have the Mini X30 and Mini Max coming up in just a few moments. The engine's fired up on the dummy grid, and they make their way out onto the circuit. In just a few moments, of course, we have the Junior Max, Junior X30, Senior X30 coming up for the remaining few finals, and the Tilletson T4s round out the action a bit later on this afternoon. Here we go then, Mini X30 and the Mini Max drivers just making their way out onto the track now for their formation lap. The drivers starting in two groups. So the finals, just a little bit of time taken off. They are gone down to 9 minutes plus one lap. There was a couple of delays due to the wet weather and tyre choices. Had a red flag earlier on, of course, as well, but everything back underway now as the drivers assume position going into boot. And here we go, heading towards the final couple of corners. Let's hope for a clear start as the Mini X30s get underway. Aidan Hassan and Gabriel Stilp neck and neck around the final corner, and it's a clean start. Away we go. So we are underway for the X30 mini final. And it looks like a good start there for the number 10 of Gabriel Stilp. Just behind is the number 14 of Jack Hobson. Down the inside goes Aidan Hassan into Christmas corner, but the move doesn't quite come off. And here we go for the Mini Max drivers, and a good start there for Bobby Rossier, who's been the driver in form in that group. Oliver Kerr and Mac McFarker getting away well. So here we go, and already Gabriel Stilp is pulling away. He'll be hoping, of course, for a bit of action behind to hold the pack up, because Aidan Hassan has fought through into second place. But that battle on the first lap has allowed Stilp to pull away slightly. Here we look a bit further back at the Minimax group. And at the moment, it looks like Oliver Kerr has got through. They make their way through. So Bobby Rossier from Oliver Kerr, Mac McFarker, back to the X30s, and Gabriel Stilp fastest lap of the race. It's Aidan Hassan in second place, 64. Hassan pulling away slightly from Jack Hobson, Rylan Ekberg, and Charlie Webb in fifth position. Henry Gregory, sixth position. Number 71 from Kian Geraghty. But look at number 14, Jack Hobson. Just been passed by Ekberg, 74, as they go through boot. 7.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, so plenty of time to go in this X30 mini final. Round the final corner, it's still Gabriel Stilp from Hassan, fastest lap of the race for Hassan with a 47.92. Ekberg closely followed by Hobson, Charlie Webb, Henry Gregory in sixth place, Leo Brown, and Keon Geraghty in eighth place, Alfie Briggs, Kira Harris rounding out the top 10 as the leading group make their way through Christmas corner down towards the right-hander at Ashby, as 25 having a look down the inside there. Charlie Webb tries to make the move. Number 14, Jack Hobson, running well. Hobson through the left-hander, Webb just behind. Heading now towards boot. And Jack Hobson, a bit scribbly through boot there, but recovers well. Keeps the momentum going. Losing a little bit of ground there on Ekberg as we look further back now towards the Mini-Max. There's Oliver Smith, number 29. Looks like he's got past Mac McFarker. Oliver Kerr still in second. Moving back to Christmas corner as 25 Charlie Webb having a look down the inside of Jack Hobson. And it looks like Webb has made the move stick. Down we go towards Ashby. Hobson trying to go down the inside on the approach to Ashby, but doesn't quite make the move stick. Penalty for Ryan Ward a bit further down the field in this X30 mini final. At the moment, though, it's all about number 10. Gabriel Stilp at the front, although let's have a look at the second place, Aidan Hassan, 64, who is closing. Fastest lap of the race last time round, 47.43, and again fastest lap for Hassan, 47.3. So Stilp is picking up the pace at the front, but is being more than matched by Aidan Hassan at the front, who is really closing up now, and you always get that psychological boost when you're closing up on an opponent. And Hassan really reeling in the lead at the moment, and we could be seeing a battle of first place. Meanwhile, down the inside, possibly for Hobson. Can't find a line down the inside, though. And Jack Hobson remains in fifth position. Here's our race leader. Gabriel Stilp still leading, running a good pace at the front, but Hassan really has closed up. And there we see Aidan Hassan trying a wider exit through boot to get the momentum down the straight. Both drivers charging through, 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and it is incredibly close at the front, less than 0.3 of a second between the top two drivers. They make their way up towards Christmas corner, and Hassan now is up with Stilp. Can he find a way through? Very close, just through Christmas corner down towards Ashby. Hassan can't find a way through at the moment. Meanwhile, good braking move there for the 25, Charlie Webb. Leo Brown down the inside of Charlie Webb makes the position. And down the inside as well of Jack Hobson. So Leo Brown, good bit of driving there, makes up 2 positions in 2 corners, up to 4th place. Here we go around the final corner, and it's still as close as ever between Gabriel Stilp and Aidan Hassan, first and second. The pace going quicker and quicker all the time. Stilp certainly knows that Hassan is there in second, has picked up the pace. very quick at the front of this race as we head down towards Ashby once again. And this is the moment where Hassan goes for the move and makes it stick. Lovely block pass there from Aidan Hassan, but again fighting back, Stilp down the inside and retakes the lead. What a move there down the inside from Gabriel Stilp. Makes the move stick. And can he hold on? Or will Aidan Hassan find another way through? This is a very close race at the front. Here they come down towards the final corner. Aidan Hassan is right on the tail of Stilp. Rylan Ekberg in third. Ekberg with a bit of a gap in third. Then we've got Leo Brown, Hobson, Webb, Keon Geraghty, Henry Gregory in 8th place. Alfie Briggs as Hassan looks down on the inside towards Christmas corner and makes the move. But again though, Stilp fighting back round the outside. He'll cut down the inside, trying to go for the inside pass into Ashby. Doesn't make the move. Now this is where he made the pass last time. Hassan guarding the inside though. And Hassan knows that Stilp will not need a second invitation to make the pass down the inside, so he's making sure those apexes are guarded going through into boot. Here we come down towards the final corner. Just look at Stilp taking a slightly wider exit. Trying to get the drive down the straight, 47.05. The pace at the front, very close indeed. And just cutting further back momentarily, here we see the 29 just coming through out of Ashby. That's Oliver Smith. Bobby Racia still leading the Mini Max group. But this is an incredibly close battle down the hill towards Ashby once again. And Gabriel Stilp has certainly not thrown in the towel here. 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this X30 mini final. And this is a very close battle here, captivating between first and second place. Certainly no margin for error. They make their way through boot once again. Aidan Hassan has caught up and passed Gabriel Stilp, who certainly is looking to fight back. It's still Rylan Ekberg in third, Leo Brown, Jack Hobson, Charlie Webb, Keon Geraghty all charging through. Very close indeed. Less than 2 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap. We just saw Henry Gregory there as Gabriel Stilp has a peek down the inside but can't find a way through. Some very good racecraft here. They're certainly not going for the pass unnecessarily. 49 there, that's the leader of the Minimax charging through. He's had a great afternoon so far. Bobby Racia, 17th on the track. Starting to close up on some of the tail enders in the X30 group. Oliver Smith still second, Oliver Kerr in third. Backpack Parker and Woody Radford rounding out the Minimax. But let's have a look at the leaders of the X30s. But this is still very close, just over 1 minute to go, plus the 1 lap, so still a couple more laps to go. Looks like Rylan Ekberg coming under some pressure from Leo Brown and Charlie Webb, but Gabriel Stilp with the fastest lap of the race down the inside into Christmas corner, and a bit of a block pass move again, makes that move stick, prevents Hassan from repassing, but Hassan right on the tail here going down towards Ashby. Needs a good exit out of the corner. Hassan drops to second, trying to repass, but Stilp guarding that inside line. You see a little bit of a lift there from Hassan going into the left-hander. Here they come down towards boot, and Hassan looks down the inside, but has to pull out of that one. Stilp's got the line covered. Here we go, 1 more corner to go. This is going to be 2 laps to go, 20 seconds left on the clock. So Stilp still leading from Hassan. Hobson now up to 4th place. Ekberg still in 3rd. Let's see what Hassan can do going up towards Christmas corner. Bit of a gap there, and Stilp guarding the inside line. Hassan with the switchback though at the top corner. Here they come down the hill towards Ashby. Stilp guarding the inside line, but he's going to have to be tight on the exit because Hassan could get alongside. No, it was a good bit of driving there from Stilp. Guards the exit of the corner. And again, defensive on the inside line, making it hard here for Hassan to get through. Gabriel Stilp making that kart as wide as possible going into the corners. Very aggressive guarding of the inside line, but he's overcompensated there, and that could allow Hassan through into the final corner. No, still fighting back. Very defensive driving there from Gabriel Stilp, and it almost cost him. A little bit too tight coming out of boot, and that almost allowed Hassan through. Here we go into the final lap. This is going to be a very close race. They are allowing the other drivers to catch up here a bit, though. It's still Rylan Ekberg in 3rd. And again, Stilp aggressive down the inside, guarding that inside line. Oh, and trouble here in 3rd as we are going into Ashby there. racing incident there between Ekberg and Hobson. Two karts going for the same bit of track. We look back at our leaders now as they head towards boot for the final time. And still, Gabriel still aggressive on the inside line, but round the outside goes Aidan Hassan. He saw that one coming, and Hassan will go round the final corner, and a great move there right at the end to take the win from Gabriel Still. And in that dramatic final lap, taking third place is the 25 of Charlie Webb. And good to see. First thing to do is sportsmanship from the two drivers at the front, Hayden Hassan and Gabriel Still. The unlucky 74, Rylan Ekberg, with that final lap collision with Jack Hobson. Both drivers okay, but I'm sure we're feeling a bit gutted about that one. But what a great drive there from Aidan Hassan at the end. Let's have a look at Oliver Smith, and Bobby Rossier takes the checkered flag in the Mini Max. Second for Oliver Smith. Third is Oliver Kerr, with Mac Parker going through just ahead of Woody Radford. There is number 49, Bobby Rossier, the winner of the Mini Max final. But Aidan Hassan, 64, in a dramatic final lap overtake with just 2 corners to go. Still, who's been in top form all afternoon, guarding the inside line, but Hassan right round the outside. Great drive for him, and takes the X30 mini final. So what a race to round things off for the X30s. Bobby Rossier taking the Mini Max, and what a great bit of exciting racing there as we move on to our next final. Junior Max are coming up in just a few moments. So I think it was important there to pause for breath after that one. A very close race, and we move straight on to the Junior Max final, where Finlay Harrion has been the driver on form and will lead them away from Kyle Dunford. Tommy Edmonds in third, Spencer Brom in fourth, Jack Davis and Harrison Crook in sixth position. In seventh place is Jack Cooper from Zane Khan, Luke Ringham in ninth, Jensen Weston rounding up the top 10 from Jensen Giles, Charlie Ellis in 12th position. 13th will be Callum Davis, and Joshua Burton rounding up the field in 14th position. So I think we're just moving the damaged kart of Kieran Geraghty away before this gets underway. I think the track is now clear, and the driver seems to be okay. It's just a bit of damaged pride, if anything. So the Junior Max drivers on the dummy grid at the moment and should be underway in just a few moments. Coming up after this, we have the Junior X30, Senior X30 finals, and rounding things off will be the Tilletson T4s a bit later on this afternoon. So Junior Max drivers, final moments on the dummy grid, and they'll be out on track in just a moment here at the 4th round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. I'm Chris Czora, and it's been a pleasure to take you through the afternoon's race action. Just a few more races to go. Just waiting now for the Junior Max to get underway. The machine's firing up now, and the karts out onto the track for their formation lap. Finlay Harrion, number 38, very much the driver to beat this afternoon in this race group. Starting at the front, of course, by virtue of the heat scores, and we'll be looking for a good clean start. But you would certainly say the likes of Kyle Dunford, Tommy Edmonds, Spencer Brom, Jack Davis have all had their moments this afternoon, and you know, you could always say they could be in with a shout of victory in the final. So this, of course, will be the rolling start. The drivers will assume their grid positions as we head towards boot. Important, of course, they stay on the correct side of the tram lines before the race gets underway. Let's hope for a clear start. Here they come round boot. And the final now for the Junior Max, about to get underway. Drivers in position. Here they come round the final corner. And the Junior Max final is underway. It's a good start. Away we go. Down the inside into the first corner goes Finlay Harrion. Has he held on? No, it's Kyle Dunford that takes the lead. Dunford guarding the inside line, but round the outside goes Harrion and takes the lead. Third place for Tommy Edmonds. Down the hill they go towards Ashby for the first time. And immediately Finlay Harrion guarding that inside line from Kyle Dunford. Dunford tries to fight back on the exit. Still 23. Tommy Edmonds in there in third place. Edmonds trying to find a way through. Top three now breaking away slightly from Spencer Broom in fourth, but the informed man this afternoon, Finlay Harrion, getting to the front nice and early, but certainly Kyle Dunford and Tommy Edmonds well and truly with him. It's a very, very fast start to this race, incredibly close. And as they all go charging through, oh, but trouble there for number 20. That is Joshua Burton spinning out, and at the back of the field, Charlie Ellis also caught up with that one, but just to see how close that first lap was, 3.7 seconds covering the majority of the field. Jensen Weston currently in 12th place at the end of that first lap, only 3.7 seconds down on the leader. Charlie Ellis and Joshua Burton hitting trouble, so dropping behind a bit on that first lap. Meanwhile, Finlay Harrion trying to pull away from Kyle Dunford. Tommy Edmonds in third. They go through boot, final corner, down the straight once again. And the leaders charge past the finish line through the first corner. Very fast pace in this Junior Max final. Finlay Harrion 47.15 last time round. Marginally the fastest driver on the track. Not very much in between the top three on terms of pace, but Finlay Harrion has got that very small gap at the front. Just enough not to be worried about moves from behind at the moment. And certainly not within striking distance of second and third. There we see Spencer Braun, 65, battling with Jack Davis, number 79, and Harrison Crook, the 72, in there as well. Spencer Braun, 65. Just losing a little bit of ground on Tommy Edmonds, the battle for the lead, but looking strong in fourth place. Jack Davis and Harrison Crook. Callum Davis has moved up to seventh place, number 95, from Jack Cooper. Meanwhile, 23 just having a look there. Tommy Edmonds trying to find a way down the inside, but quite close enough at the moment. Spencer Braun, Jack Davis, Harrison Crook. And there's the rest of the top 10 just coming down towards Ashby into the right-hander. Callum Davis, Jack Cooper, Ringham, Zane Khan, 747 in 10th place. Jensen Giles and Jensen Weston a little bit further behind. Still only 6.5 seconds covering the top 12 drivers last time round. Harrion goes through. It's a very fast-paced race at the moment, this Junior Max final. So it's Harrion leading, Edmonds now through to second from Kyle Dunford. Tommy Edmonds, 46.79, fastest lap of the race so far. And here we see Jack Davis going into Christmas corner, trying to get through past Spencer Braun, 65. And there we see the very distinctive Senna livery of the 23. Tommy Edmonds clear now in second place. Made the move stick. Kyle Dunford can't find a way through at the moment, and let's see, at the gap only 0.7 of a second, can Tommy Edmonds close up in these final 5 minutes plus one lap? And they're a bit further back. I think that looked like the 20 of Joshua Burton, last place 14th at the moment after that trouble on the first lap. Finlay Harrion has fought back with a 56.58, fastest lap of the race. The gap goes up just under 1 second, and now Dunford trying to fight back on Tommy Edmonds as they go in towards Christmas corner. Spencer Braun in fourth, Jack Davis, Harrison Crook. There we see the number 60 of Luke Ringham currently in 9th place, just behind 77 of Jack Cooper. Zane Khan also in there as well in 10th place as they go down the hill towards Ashby. There we see 77, Jack Cooper, coming under a lot of pressure here from Luke Ringham. There's Zane Khan, 47, and just behind Khan is Jensen Giles. Jensen Weston goes through back to the front though. Finlay Harrion pulling away now, just over 4 minutes plus one lap remaining. Another fastest lap for Finlay Harrion, almost matched on pace though by Tommy Edmonds. Up towards Christmas corner, into the right-hander, Harrion leads, Edmonds in second. And Edmonds can't afford to relax here because Kyle Dunford down the hill towards Ashby. Not quite close enough to go for the pass here, but certainly hanging about on those rear wheels of Tommy Edmonds. Very, very close indeed. Edmonds just trying to chip away into that lead from Finlay Harrion, who controls the race as they make their way through boot. And the right-hander out of the boot section into the final corner. Harrion carrying a lot of speed out of that final corner. And another fastest lap, 46.35. Pulls away slightly from Tommy Edmonds in second. Kyle Dunford in third. Spencer Braum still in fourth from Jack Davis, Harrison Crook, Callum Davis in the 95 in seventh. Jack Cooper, Luke Ringham and Zane Khan. All very close, less than 8 seconds covering the top 10. A bit further back we have the 27 still of Jensen Giles in 11th. Jensen Weston, the tie driver, in 12th place, number 34. And Charlie Ellis and Joshua Burton, of course, hitting trouble on the first lap. They are a little bit further adrift. But in fact, Charlie Ellis is closing up on Jensen Weston. Back at the front though, Finlay Harrion still leading the way. And looks to me like he may have extended the gap. It just goes up slightly to 1.2 seconds. Kyle Dunford still in third as they make their way through that first corner. And Dunford losing a little bit of ground on the approach up to Christmas. Through Christmas corner they go. Along that top veranda, that off-camber section, down the hill now towards Ashby and the right-hander. Edmonds holding on to that second place, and at the moment Kyle Dunford can keep up but can't find a way through at the moment. Edmonds looking neat through the double left-hander section, through Chapman, up towards Boot. 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining at the moment. Finlay Harrion is looking strong at the front in this Junior Max final. Harrion ran the final corner and crosses the line. 46.29, fastest lap of the race for Finlay Harrion. Tommy Edmonds in second place, Kyle Dunford in third. Still Spencer Braum, Jack Davis, Harrison Crook, and then the rest of the top 10 very close indeed. Here we see the battle now between 34 of Jensen Weston, Charlie Ellis right on his tail. And Charlie Ellis, after that trouble on the first lap, is starting to catch up on the rest of the top 10. There we see the 20 of Joshua Burton just a little bit further behind. Hit trouble on the first lap and cut adrift from the rest of the pack, but is closing up. Down the hill now towards Ashby. Finlay Harrion leading the way, 46.2 as they go towards the final corner. And still this battle for second. Tommy Edmonds in second. Kyle Dunford right on the tail there in third. It's still Spencer Braum in fourth. Jack Davis, Harrison Crook goes through in sixth position. And look at this going up into Christmas corner. Dunford alongside into the top corner. Oh, and his good defensive work there from Tommy Edmonds. Now, even though he can get alongside going to Christmas corner, it does favour the driver ahead sometimes if they can get a good line through the corner. And Tommy Edmonds holds on to that second place from Kyle Dunford. Dunford in third. And Tommy Edmonds holds on to that second position as they make their way towards Boot. 30 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. So this will be the penultimate lap as Finlay Harrion goes through. 2 laps remaining then. 46.3 last time round. So Harrion's still the quickest driver on the track. As we look back towards the 34. The tie driver Jensen Weston now being passed by Charlie Ellis, number 11, who has fought back well after that trouble at the start of the race. Look out there for Spencer Braum and Jack Davis now closing up on the number 40 of Kyle Dunford, who in turn is keeping that pressure on Tommy Edmonds in second place. Edmonds, number 23, holding on to that second position at the moment. Finlay Harrion has certainly got this race under control. The gap was 2.2 seconds last time round, which in these close races is really quite a gap. And actually Harrion, another fastest lap of the race, 46.18 seconds. Fastest lap as we move into the last lap of the race. And here is Finlay Harrion neatly going through into Christmas corner. And the gap 2.5 seconds. All of the action here is for second place. As Dunford trying to look down the inside, but Tommy Edmonds guards that inside line going down into Ashby. Making their way back towards the finish. Harrion leading the way. So Finlay Harrion, your race leader. But here is the action for second place. Tommy Edmonds holding on to that second place. Finlay Harrion round the final corner and will take the checkered flag. Finlay Harrion is your winner in the Junior Max final. Tommy Edmonds in second, just ahead of Kyle Dunford. Spencer Braum in fourth. Jack Davis will finish in fifth. Harrison Crook in sixth. Callum Davis, Luke Ringham, Zane Khan and Zach Cooper rounding up the top 10. Jensen Giles, Charlie Ellis a bit further behind from Jensen Weston, and Joshua Burton will be crossing the line very shortly. But a great afternoon's racing for Finley Harrion in what's been a relatively closely fought class. And Harrion certainly had to work hard to take that final victory. But what a battle for second place between Tommy Edmonds and Kyle Dunford for that second position. Edmonds just about nipping through in second place. So Junior Max drawing to a close after what was a great final there. Congratulations to Finley Harrion, your final winner at round number 4. We move on in just a few moments. Junior X30 on the dummy grid, and they'll be underway in just a few moments. Here we go then for the X30 Junior Final at round number 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Lucas Ellingham, number 99, will lead them away on 104 points from Christian Brooks. Lorenzo Cordell in 3rd, Luke Watts in 4th, Alex Moody 5th, Jude Fernihop in 6th position, Alex Johnston 7th, Thomas Mullett in 8th, Alice Bourchier in 9th, and Oliver Algieri rounding up the top 10. Charlie Field 11th from Benjamin Watts in 12th. 13th is Sam Baker, 14th Jerome Phillip, Luke Weston and Jaden Gregg from Vinnie Lloyd Chamberlain, and 18th is Macy Hitter. Benedict Davis in 19th place from Miles Turnbull, Jake Yanagigzawa in 21st from Zaki Hussein, Milo Pilford in 23rd, Joshua Patch in 24th, Will Howells 25th from Remy Gilbert, Hugo Gilbert in 27th, Mackenzie Stevens 28th, Keon Gamio in 29th, and Sam Longley in 30th position. The rest of the field made up of Kyan Gohill, Harvey Rigby, Kai Carrington and Daniel Hackett rounding up the field as the X30 juniors make their way towards the final corner. Big group of drivers here. This will be a fast and frantic first lap. Round the final corner they go. And a good start. We get underway. Christian Brooks leads them through, charging through that first corner. Look at the pace as they make their way through and up to Christmas corner. Looks like Christian Brooks was the early leader. Although Lucas Allingham, I think, has taken the lead going through to Christmas. 1 or 2 drivers on the grass. But they rejoin safely through Ashby for the first time. And I think a driver in trouble at Christmas corner. 2 drivers colliding there, 49 and 58. That's Ellis Bourchier, 58, and the 49. Try and pick that one up in a few moments. Sam Longley, I believe. So trouble there in the midfield. The race goes on. Both those drivers now back underway, and the race is under green flag conditions. And you can see just the pace into that first corner, how quickly they carry the pace through that first parted lap. It's Lucas Allingham that leads, Luke Watts in second. There's the 37 of Watts. Going down the hill now towards Ashby. Ellingham still leads, and Watts right on the tail, number 37. And it looks like Christian Brooks may be trying to get involved in this one as well. So Brooks in 3rd, Lorenzo Cordell in 4th, Jude Fernihop in 5th position, Alex Moody in 6th. Here they come up towards Boot. And Luke Watts all over the back here of Lucas Allingham, down into the right-hander. Yellow flags up here into the first corner, so something happening a bit further down. Jake Yanagizawa, 84, hitting trouble, in 59 there, also in a bit of trouble. So that was trouble there for the 59 a bit further back as well. Race going on, of course, at the front, and Lucas Allingham still looking good from Luke Watts. There's your race leader, Lucas Allingham, leading the way. Watts trying to have a look down the inside. Oh, and a bit of a nudging there. They were that close through Boot. Trouble further back here. 1 or 2 drivers hitting trouble. There was the 33, I think that was. It looked like in a bit further down the pack. At the front, though, goes on this very close battle up towards Christmas Corner once again. Watts not quite close enough to go for a pass through Christmas Corner as 84 into the pits. There we see the detached rear bumper there. Nagasawa in trouble and is out of the race, it would appear. Meanwhile, at the front, Ellingham still leads the race and Watts right on the tail in second place. Can Luke Watts find a way through? We make our way towards Boot. And that left-hander Ellingham still leading. 99, your race leader. Watts is trying to find a way through. Macy Hitter picking up a mechanical flag warning. So that was the Macy Hitter, I think, was the driver in trouble on the previous lap and evidently has picked up some damage as we go through this X30 Junior final. Still very close at the front. There they go through Christmas Corner. Look out for the number 20 there, Lorenzo Cordell, looking threatening out of that corner, trying to find a good line as they go down the hill. Lucas Ellingham is still your race leader. Rest of the top 10 going through. Oliver Algieri, fastest lap of the race, 2:38, up to 6th position now. So could Algieri be a factor in these final few minutes? Lucas Ellingham very close indeed. Luke Watts almost glued to that rear bumper as they make their way through the final corner. Brooks Cordell finishing up. There's the 2:38 of Oliver Algieri. Macy Hitter still with that mechanical flag after that incident a couple of laps ago. Here we come up towards Christmas Corner once again. Ellingham still leads, almost identical lap times between these two drivers. It is a very closely fought final here. As the rest of the top 10 make their way through, Lloyd Chamberlain, Benjamin Watts, Will Howells, Miles Turnbull a bit further behind with Joshua Patch and Jaden Gregg. Wade Yellow's here, driver in the middle of the track. They're onto the grass, but appears to be okay. The race goes on, and here we go. Lucas Ellingham again doing all he can to hold off Luke Watts in second. These drivers pretty much identical pace at the moment. 200th of a second separating them last time round as the number 19. That's the driver in trouble. And Stevens out of the race, it would appear. This is turning into a bit of a race of attrition, you would say. Quite a few drivers dropping out of this final. And of course, none of this bothering the two leaders, Lucas Ellingham and Luke Watts. Lorenzo Cordell and Jude Finney are very close indeed. There's the 82 of Christian Brooks. Now looks like has lost the position to Cordell. So Lorenzo Cordell, number 20, moves up a position. Thomas Mullett picking up a penalty a bit further down the field. Mullett currently in 11th place. Here's Cordell, number 20, through boot, closely followed by the 82 Christian Brooks. Vernihoff and Algieri also involved in this one. The top two still as close as ever. Third through to 7th place, very close. Ellis Bourget, Alex Moody and Charlie Field rounding up the top 10. And then this finely poised battle for the lead. 3 minutes, or just over 3 minutes, plus the 1 lap remaining. Down towards Ashby they go. And there we see well, that looks, of course, these two strokes do pick up a bit of smoke there, but Kine Gohill does seem to be running quite rich, and it looks like Gohill is out of the race. The action goes on at the front here, though, as Luke Watts keeps the pressure on Lucas Ellingham at the front. Here they come down towards the final corner once again. There is a tail ender in front, and those blue flags will be going up very shortly. Oliver Algieri up to 4th place. Daniel Hackett picking up a penalty. Slower driver moving to one side to let the lead group through as the 238 Oliver Algieri down the inside of Lorenzo Cordell. Algieri, there he goes. Currently the fastest driver on the track, 238, and now clear in 3rd place. We have just over 2 minutes remaining. And let's see if Algieri can he shake off Cordell and get involved with those two leaders. Further down, Jaden Gregg, number 34, picking up a penalty in 18th place. Here we go, 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. It's still Lucas Ellingham that leads. Luke Watts in 2nd. Oliver Algieri, 2.8 seconds adrift in 3rd. Trying to break away from Cordell in 4th. And this is a close battle for the lead now. Let's see if Algieri can get involved. There's nothing at all between these two drivers. And certainly if Watts starts making a move and slowing down Ellingham, you would say that Algeri could get involved in this one. 1.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. And still as close as ever. Ellingham has pretty much led the entire race, but Luke Watts has constantly pressurised the leader. This has been an incredibly close race. 1 minute and 20 remaining as they make their way through. Algeri coming through in third, but Lorenzo Cordell, number 20, has stayed with the third place man. Benioff, Brooks, Johnston, Boucher, Moody, rounding up the top 10, Pilford and Mullet just behind in 11th place. But our two leaders, 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining. And still Luke Watts can't find a way through. Still keeping that pressure on their third and fourth. Here they go, Algeri and Cordell, number 20. Going through Ashby. Ellingham still leads through Chapman, heading towards Boot. And it's still as close as ever. They should get through before the time is up. So this will be the penultimate lap. Here they come down towards the final corner. And 2 laps to go in this one. Ellingham still leads. Watts in second. And I think at the moment it's turning into a battle between these top two. Ellingham guarding the inside line. Watts tries the outside going into Christmas corner. Ellingham's going to cover the exit here and hold on to the lead. Down the hill they come towards the Ashby corner. Both drivers neatly through that right-hander. 1 lap to go next time round as Ellingham goes through the left-hander. Watts right on the tail in second. Watts trying the outside line now. This is the moment now where Luke Watts is going to have to try and find some different lines to get through. Here they come towards Boot. Ellingham just guarding the inside, making Watts do all the work here. Right-hander into the finish line. 1 lap to go. The last lap board goes out. And now this is the moment where Luke Watts has got to try and find something here. Watts has been sat on the rear of Ellingham for the entire race. Tries the outside into Christmas corner, but no, Ellingham's got the line covered. Covers that exit. Down we go towards Ashby. Ellingham guards the inside line. Can Watts go to square the turn off? Oh, they bang wheels as Watts tried to square the turn and get him on the exit there. Ellingham holds on to the lead into the left-hander again, guarding that inside line. Watts still there in second. And this time Watts tries the outside going into Boot, but Ellingham has got the line. Watts will square the turn here, try to get on the inside, coming down the final corner. Here they come, down the straight for the final time, and it is going to be Lucas Ellingham that takes the checkered flag. Watts in second place. Oliver Algeri and Lorenzo Cordell closing right up on that final lap will take third and fourth. Jude Fenhoff in fifth place. Christian Brooks in sixth from Alex Johnston, Alex Bourchier, Alex Moody and Milo Pilford running at the top 10. Charlie Field, Jerome Phillip, Thomas Mullett, Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain and Benjamin Watts in 15th place. A little bit further down, but congratulations there to Lucas Ellingham in a thrilling final. Luke Watts pushing him all the way to the line, but Lucas Ellingham is your winner of the X30 Junior Final. Senior X30 coming up in a few moments, our penultimate race of the day. But very well done to Lucas Ellingham in what was a very close final indeed. He makes his way back to the pits. On the line now are the Senior X30s there on the dummy grid, and our penultimate race of the day will be underway in just a few moments' time. Just 2 races to go here at round number 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. And here we go with the X30 Senior Final. Harry Torpey will lead them away, number 73 from Samuel Hawthorne. Brandon Matchell in third, Thomas Byrne in fourth, Matthew Herbert fifth, and Joshua Torpey rounding out the top 6. 7th place is Carly Atkins, Thomas Pigram in 8th place, Anki Stenning 9th, Roy Johnson in 10th, Lucas Romanek in 11th, Vishal Patel in 12th, Caelan Burbridge 13th place from Mason Weir, Axel Lavram in 15th, Joshua Aarons in 16th place from Nathan Herbert, and Jordan Brown in 18th. Nathan Amis in 19th from Oliver Henwood, 21st for Cameron Coombs, Louis Diamond 22nd from Thomas Glyde, James Otto in 24th position. Rounding up the field, we have Amir Vardy-Nathan in 25th place, Adam Sirrett in 26th, Ryan Benton and Rihanna Regan 27th and 28th, And at the back is the number 14 of Archie Forber as they make their way out onto the track for their formation lap. You see the plume of the premix smoke in the air as the karts get warmed up and underway. Two-stroke engine machines. Very demanding to drive, but very quick when you get them right as well, these two-stroke engines. And certainly the sound and the smell can't be beaten. Here they come through towards the centre of the track. This, our penultimate race of the day. This is the senior X30 final. Tyres being warmed up here as we get underway, and will now form the grid. Samuel Hawthorne and Harry Torpey very closely matched on the line. Here they come down towards the grid. And almost slowing to a crawl here before they explode around the final corner, and underway for the X30 senior final. It's a good start, and Harry Torpey leads them through. Brandon Matchell with a good start through the second corner. Samuel Hawthorne drops to third and immediately has to try and fight away Thomas Byrne, who tries the outside going into Christmas corner. Can he make the move stick? No, he can't. Hawthorne holds on to that third place. First half lap has been clean. They all get through Christmas corner okay, that demanding section. One driver onto the grass there was the number 82, by the looks of things, Jordan Brown, but gets back onto the circuit. Here they come through towards Boot for the first time. Hawthorne guarding the inside line, 28 there. Brandon Matchell trying to get through the inside and makes the move stick, but right on the exit there, Hawthorne repasses and back through into second place. This will all help Harry Torpey. Harry Torpey, number 73, your race leader, pulls a small gap from Hawthorne on the first lap. Matchell third, Thomas Byrne in fourth, Joshua Torpey in fifth place. And it's Herbert, Stenning, Atkins, Romanek and Nathan Herbert rounding out the top 10. They fight through Christmas corner on the second lap down towards Ashby. Thomas Byrne goes down the inside of Brandon Matchell and makes the move stick this time. Number 70 in there as well, Joshua Torpey trying to find a way through as well. But 74, Thomas Byrne now clear in that third position. Samuel Hawthorne, number 15, just a little bit further ahead. 52 there, Nathan Herbert goes through the right-hander down the straight. And Nathan Herbert moving up to 7th place from Carly Atkins, Lucas Romanek and Axel Laflemme after a good start there up to 11th place. The leaders make their way through towards Christmas corner around the right-hander. Samuel Hawthorne, incidentally, 15 in second place, setting the fastest lap of the races, diving down the inside there. Great move from the number 70 of Joshua Torpey. And that was a textbook Ashby overtake there in the right-hander. You've really got to get it precise there because it's a downhill braking zone. Be careful not to outbrake yourself and not to torpedo into the opponent as well. It's easier than it's easier said than done, you would say. And Joshua Torpey with a neat move there moves into fourth position. Thomas Byrne still in third. So Harry Torpey still leads the way, but look out for Samuel Hawthorne in second. The gap has gone down to 0.6 of a second. And another neat move there. That's the 18. Brandon Matchell actually looking good. Further ahead, just on the edge of the top 10. Some good battles taking place. And here we see the number 70, Joshua Torpey. Brandon Matchell just behind. 6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. There's 28. Brandon Matchell from Nathan Herbert, 52. Standing in there as well. Great move there down the inside from Nathan Herbert to get through on the approach to the boot complex. Number 30, Anki Stenning in this close battle on the edge of the top 10, making his way through as well. Samuel Hawthorne again with the fastest lap of the race as they make their way up towards Christmas corner. Hawthorne looks quick here and is putting Harry Torpey under some real pressure. Look out for 73. Torpey down the hill towards Ashby. Hawthorne tries the inside, makes the move and makes it stick as well. So Hawthorne, your new race leader, great move there through Ashby. We talked a moment ago about how tricky that right-hander is to make the move. But Hawthorne with a neat move down the inside on Harry Torpey, who is going to try and fight back here. 74, Thomas Byrne is getting involved in this one as well. Let's have a look at the times as they cross the line. Hawthorne, Torpey and Byrne all pretty much matched on pace there. Contact warning for Axel Laflemme a bit further behind, number 57 in 8th place. Down the inside goes Byrne on Torpey and makes the move stick. Thomas Byrne with a good move there into 2nd place. So Harry Torpey, who dominated the early stage of this race, drops to 3rd and at the moment has nothing to answer for from Thomas Byrne and Samuel Hawthorne. We'll check the gap when they come through, but it really looks like Samuel Hawthorne is clearing away. Harry Torpey now coming under some pressure from Joshua Torpey, Nathan Herbert. Round the final corner they go. So Hawthorne leads, Byrne up to 2nd place, Torpey and Torpey 73 and 73rd and 4th. Carly Atkins moving up from Nathan Herbert. Brendan Matchell drops us a couple of positions. Carly Atkins, incidentally, 25, just coming into your shot now, is the fastest driver on the track at this stage. Number 18 in there as well, fighting for position down the hill towards Ashby they go. And it's been a tough race so far. It looks like 73. Harry Torpey has dropped another position. Here they come back towards finish, and Carly Atkins looking strong as they make their way around the final corner. Roy Johnson, number 18, not showing on the lap charts there, but certainly in amongst the leaders. Joshua Torpey, of course, leads the X30 Senior Championship as Atkins goes down the inside. Oh, and makes the move stick. Almost saw Herbert going through there as well. So plenty passing through the field. There's Carly Atkins, 25. Good move there. And moving up another position. Samuel Hawthorne looking strong. And Harry Torpey struggling a bit now, just dropping another position to Carly Atkins. 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Still Samuel Hawthorne that leads the way. Thomas Byrne in 2nd. Looks like Roy Johnson in 3rd, number 18. They go charging through. Joshua Torpey, personal best 45.41. Here's the rest of the top 10 making their way through. Axel Laflamme, Lucas Romanek, Matthew Herbert, Anki Stenning. We saw Vishal Patel, number 95, crossing the line as well in 14th place. Caelan Burbridge, Nathan Ames and Joseph Aarons, 16th position. There's the number 39 a bit further behind. Just on the edge of the top 10, Matthew Herbert. Battling with the number 30 of Anki Stenning going through into boot to complete another lap. And now 25 Atkins down the inside. Great move there on Joshua Torpey from Carly Atkins. Atkins now clear in what will be 4th place. Roy Edwards, number 18, also in there as well. But at the moment, it's Samuel Hawthorne from Thomas Byrne. Hawthorne has controlled most of the race. Just behind there is the number 18. Down the hill they go towards Ashby. Number 18, Roy Johnson, starting to get involved in this battle for the lead. There is number 73, Harry Torpey, who really is dropping. Seems to be struggling for pace out there. I wonder if there may be possibly a mechanical issue or just not gelling with the track in this final, because Harry Torpey has lost quite a few positions and is coming under a lot of pressure from the number 52 of Nathan Herbert. Herbert round the final corner. And now the battle for 2nd, Roy Johnson, 18, really putting the 74 of Thomas Byrne under pressure. Samuel Hawthorne still leads this one. Johnson down the inside, and number 18, he makes that move stick up to 2nd place. Down the hill we go towards Ashby. Samuel Hawthorne leads, so Johnson up to 2nd, number 18. And Thomas Byrne dropping to 3rd position. Through the left-hander they go, 50 seconds plus 1 lap on the clock, so anything can happen here. And Samuel Hawthorne needs to get a couple of decent laps in here, because Roy Johnson in 2nd, looking strong at the moment around the final corner. So Hawthorne leads, Johnson 2nd on the track at least. Then it's Thomas Byrne, Atkins, and then we've got 70, Joshua Torpey. Harry Torpey seems to be holding off Nathan Herbert at the moment. Johnson tries to close up, 20 seconds left on the clock, so next time round we will be seeing the last lap board go out. Samuel Hawthorne, still your race leader, number 15. Johnson, number 18, in second place. Through Chapman. Still Thomas Byrne in there, just a bit further behind, number 74. Here they come towards Boot for the penultimate time. And we await the last lap board in this very close X30 senior final. Round the right-hander they go. Charging away, 1 lap to go, final lap here. And let's see, can Samuel Hawthorne hold on? He has controlled the race very well so far. Johnson still in second, not close enough to go into braking into Christmas corner. We wait for them to come down towards Ashby for the final time. There's Hawthorne, Johnson in second, Byrne in third. Very close at the moment. Hawthorne covering the outside line. Double left-hander here. This tighter Chapman corner. Hawthorne guards the inside line. Here we come towards Boot for the final time. Johnson's got a good run out of the corner, as has Byrne. This is going to be close. Here comes Byrne round the outside. Sneaking through into second place. Will guard the inside and trying to get through past Hawthorne, but it's not going to be enough. Samuel Hawthorne takes the checkered flag in the X30 senior final. Thomas Byrne second there, just ahead of Roy Johnson. Carly Atkins, Joshua Torpey, Nathan Herbert and Harry Torpey a bit further behind, but a great drive there from Samuel Hawthorne, number 15. But what a move there from Thomas Byrne right at the end of that senior X30 final. A bit further back, Lucas Romanek, Axel Laflamme, Brandon Matchell running up the top 10 from Thomas Pigram, Anki Stenning, Matthew Herbert in 13th, Nathan Ames, Caelan Burbridge, Louis Diamond a bit further behind. But congratulations to Samuel Hawthorne, some great driving there and a well fought out victory in X30 senior final. So round number 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club almost drawing to a close. We have just one more race to go and it is the Tilletson T4. Let's check out Tilletson details for some more information about the kart and the series, and this will be our final race of the day in just a few moments' time.
We're here testing today the Tilletson T4 kart in Lelystad in Holland. This is our new project which Tilletson have created, aimed to create an affordable karting category. We're having huge success. We started the project in Ireland, and this year we're starting in Holland, Belgium, UK, USA, and amongst lots of interest from other countries. And we're building towards the T4 World Finals in Italy at the end of this year, so we're excited for a good season.
Here we go then for our final race of the day. It's the Tilletson T4 final. No arguments as to who will be first. Rhys Ushijima, first position from Lars Sexton. Malk West in third from Richard Kinloch. Dan Blackledge in fifth. Lawrence Newman in 6th. Kian Lee 7th. And Sol Lee Pascoe rounding out the field in 8th position. So this Tilletson T4 series debuting in Ireland last year, now being spread to various countries across Europe. For more information, check out tilletson.ie for more information about this Tilletson kart and the series. This 225 4-stroke engine, 15 horsepower. Now it is limited 6,500 RPM, designed for long race laps. All these factors here towards a value for money entry-level form of racing, and it has been pretty close at times. You have to say that at the moment Rhys Ushijima has been the driver to beat this afternoon, just a little bit further ahead. So here we go. Oh, and spot of bother, I think. It's been a bit of a mixed day for the number 17, just coming through Ashby now. Sol Lee Pascoe just losing the back wheels at the top of the circuit. So here come the Tilletson T4 karts up towards the line to start their final. This, of course, is the final race of what's been an action-packed afternoon here at round number 4 at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Relatively low level of incidents, which is always good to see, and let's hope that we get the same for this final race. Tilletson T4 is coming through towards the final corner, rolling start. The top 2 drivers where's... we seem to have had trouble here for number 32, Malk West. The car's hitting trouble on the formation lap. The race will go ahead though. Yep, we're underway. No sign of Sexton, who was supposed to be second on the grid, but not seen going out for the formation lap. Doesn't appear to have taken the start of the race, so this, you would say, could be certainly very good news for Rhys Ushijima, who has been the driver to beat this afternoon. So, yeah, just looking out, I haven't seen him on the grid there. So, for whatever reason, Sexton not taking part in this final, which seems a bit odd. But there you go. Hopefully, he's all right. Hope there's nothing to worry about there. But for whatever reason, not out at the moment. There is Malk West and hitting trouble on the warm-up lap there, on the formation lap. The car cutting out, but it was only a minor fault and has got back underway. Meanwhile, Rhys Ushijima leads the way. Richard Kinloch in second place. Newman in third. Blackledge fourth. Kian Lee in fifth place. There goes the 17 of Sonley Pascoe. And look at Malk West there, number 32, seventh. And at the back of the field at the moment, but catching up. There's the number 5 of Lawrence Newman in third place. Dan Blackledge close behind in fourth. Looking for Kian Lee, number 16, not too far behind as they go down towards Ashby and the right-hander. And it looks to me like Malk West may just have squeezed through. Yes, he has. So Malk West getting past Sonley Pascoe on the right-hander at Ashby. So Malk West fighting through from the back of the field. There's number 32 now up to 6th position. Next driver ahead is Kian Lee, number 16. But none of this, of course, is bothering Rhys Ushijima. 53.5 seconds last time round. Looking good at the front of the field. Establishing a 2-second gap between this battle for second place. Kinloch in second. Number 1 on the kart. And here we see number 5 and 46 a bit further ahead going through towards Christmas Corner. Blackledge all over the rear wheels here of Lawrence Newman. Down the hill they go towards Ashby. Blackledge has a look down the inside. Oh, and it didn't come off there. He just caught the back end and goes onto the curb. And now, of course, he's got to try and get the power back underway again. Of course, with the 4-stroke karts, it can be difficult sometimes if you lose the wheel, if you lose momentum like that, just to get them back underway. It's all about keeping smooth and keeping the momentum going. So this could allow Kian Lee back into contention here, currently in 5th place. Malk West a bit. There's Malk West, actually. He's had a good comeback here. So West, who was cut adrift at the start, hit some trouble on the formation lap and was in last place, now in 6th. And is starting to trouble the number 16, who runs a bit wide on the exit. And so that's a better line there up the hill from West. And makes an easy move on the inside into Christmas Corner. So Malk West now up to 5th position after that difficult start. Really is fighting back well. Dan Blackledge looking good. There's 32. So Malk West now closing up on Dan Blackledge. 5.5 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. Number 13, Rhys Ushijima, 53.022 last time round. Maintaining a good pace around the final corner. 52.787 this time round. Fastest lap of the race. Ushijima clear at the front at the moment. Kinloch still in 2nd place. And here's the battle now with 32. Great drive here from Malk West round the outside of Dan Blackledge. Now moving into 4th position. Next driver in front is the number 5 of Lawrence Newman. And a great drive here from Malk West. 32. As we saw him hitting trouble at the start, had to got the machine going again and really having to fight back. As I look down the inside, going through into Ashby. And we'll get a better exit out of the corner. Should get through on the left-hander. Not quite. No. Lawrence Newman shuts the door. And as they go through Chapman, Malk West is going to have to try and fight again. Here they come. Up towards Boot once again. Ushijima crossing the line still. Oh, and trouble there. Oh. Well, Malk West, he's had an eventful race. Goes through and, oh, is he going to get back on the track? The wheel's spinning on the grass. Gets back underway. Now, has he damaged the kart in that trouble there? I think Lawrence Newman a bit too late there, tried to defend the corner, and I think Malc West has hit trouble. And that collision seems to, the kart just doesn't look right at the back there. The rear axle. What a shame for Malc West. He's been fighting through the field. It just seemed to me like it was Newman defending the corner too late racing incident there, and poor Malc West. It's been a difficult race for him. And quite a hefty hit that kart took there, so I think he has picked up a bit of damage. West is just going to have to circulate now and grab the points. Down towards Ashby, and still Sol Lee Pascoe charging away, and it looks like West will be overtaken by Lee Pascoe. There's number 17, closing up on the stricken 32. Rhys Usajima, meanwhile, looking good. There's the 46 of Dan Blackledge, still in third place. Lawrence Newman now in fourth. Cian Lee goes up, and there's the number 1, Richard Kinloch. 7 seconds adrift of this man, the race leader, Rhys Usajima. Number 13, 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. As down the hill into Ashby goes the number 46 of Dan Blackledge, still there in third place. Kinloch, number 1, still in second place, number 7 on your timing charts. Through boot, and the left-hander down towards the final corner. Very neat looking machines, these Tilletson karts, a new series in Whilton Mill Kart Club for 2020, and it certainly is attractive to those looking to get into karting, I would say. Good value for money. Neat looking racing machines, and let's hope that the series picks up as the year goes on. And certainly Rhys Usajima down towards Ashby once again, and looks like about to lap Lee Pascoe. There's West, I think, a bit further behind, touring as Kinloch comes down towards Ashby in second place. Here is Rhys Usajima, number 13. Really has been a good day for him as Cian Lee goes through over the finish line, currently in fifth place. Usajima, number 13, down towards the centre of the course now, and I think we'll be lapping, oh, here we go into the final corner. Be lapping Lee Pascoe very shortly. Just under 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. There is Sol Lee Pascoe, who's had some difficult moments, but certainly has kept going. And at the moment, at least, will be rewarded with a 6th place finish in the final. Goes a lap down as Rhys Usajima nips down the inside going through Christmas Corner. This tricky off-cambered section down the hill now towards Ashby and the right-hander. 1.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. And realistically, all Rhys Usajima has got to do now is just keep it smooth, keep it pointing straight, and victory in the final will be his. Left-hander. There we go through Chapman up towards boot. And Usajima looking neat as we go into boot. Leads by 8.5 seconds on the previous lap. I think may well squeeze through before the 1 minute marker comes out. There goes Usajima charging around the right-hander and leading the race, but certainly not relaxing at the front. Let's have a look at the pace. It's still in the 54-second margin, so got a decent gap from Richard Kinloch in second place, but certainly maintaining that race-leading pace. There is the second place driver, Richard Kinloch, going up towards Christmas. Kinloch all on his own at the moment, and certainly persevered this afternoon, will be rewarded with the second place finish should things stay as they are now. Ooh, that's Newman hitting trouble there, I think, going through towards boot. I don't know what's happened to Lawrence Newman there. Just seemed to drop the pace, and Cian Lee's gone through into 4th position. Newman drops to 5th. Next time round, I think, well, I've got 14 seconds on the clock, looking to see where Usajima is. I think it will be close, but oh, well, Usajima effectively making the race go on a bit longer here. 2 more laps to go, including the one they've just started. Won't really affect Usajima because it's so clear at the front, 9.7 seconds. But now, let's have a look at Lawrence Newman there just a few moments ago, closing up on the number 16 of Cian Lee in 4th. Lee going through the left-hander, guarding the inside line, through Chapman up towards boot. Lawrence Newman, number 5, keeping the pressure on, trying to find a way through. But at the moment, number 16, Cian Lee, holds on to that 4th place. Here we see number 13, Rhys Usajima, the leader of this Tilletson T4 final, has dominated the heat races and really has put in a good performance here in the final to take the one-lap board. Last lap now for Rhys Usajima in this final race of the day. Tilletson T4 final. And still a battle between Lawrence Newman and Dan Blackledge a bit further behind in third. Cian Lee has now dropped to 5th position. So Kinloch going through in third. There's Solly Pascoe in 6th position, number 17. Last lap now for Usajima going through. Ashby for the final time. Here we see number 5, Lawrence Newman, now back into 4th position from Cian Lee. Number 16 just behind it, still Richard Kinloch in 2nd from Dan Blackledge. But now here is Rhys Usajima, number 13. Well, I think Nose has got the advantage at the front, taking it nice and easy through boot for the final time, staying out of trouble. And number 13, Rhys Usajima, it's been a great afternoon for him, and victory in the final for Usajima. Crosses the line, checker flag goes out. And fortunately for Cian Lee, he manages to stay on that lead lap, so I'll have another go at getting past Lawrence Newman, but this has been the man of the afternoon, the Tilletson T4's Usajima. Richard Kinloch goes through to take 2nd position, and it will be almost certainly Dan Blackledge in 3rd. There goes Solly Pascoe, a lap down in 6th position. Blackledge around the final corner, number 46, will take 3rd position at the flag in the Tilletson T4 final. And then a bit further back, that battle between Lawrence Newman and Cian Lee to round out the lead group. But congratulations to Rhys Usajima, the winner of the Tilletson T4 final, the final race of the day here at round number 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Just waiting now for Lawrence Newman and Cian Lee to make their way through. There they go around the final corner. It will be Lawrence Newman that holds on to 4th place from Cian Lee. That is how it finished. And that draws to a close round number 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship here with Alpha Live. I've been Chris Czora, and it's been a pleasure to talk you through the afternoon's race action. Don't forget, of course, Alpha Live back here next week for the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship. So the action going back to 2 wheels next week. It's been a great afternoon's racing here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. Plenty of action, and it's been a real pleasure. Thanks, of course, to all the officials here at Whilton Mill, all the marshals for all their hard work this afternoon. And thanks to all the cameramen and crew here at Alpha Live. Thanks, of course, to you at home for watching the production. And we will see you very soon here on Alpha Live.